Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled, for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker, bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Special Report number 1 of 2025 of the Ombudsman, Case 202-401126, Administrative Injustice by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Undue delay in addressing pension check fraud.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the second paper on the supplemental order paper. The final report of the Nikon Energy Trinidad Limited point-of-care accident, June 15th, 2023.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the first session, 2025 to 2026, 13th Parliament, on the consideration of the proposals for the supplementary appropriation for the fiscal year 2025.
Prime Minister's questions.
Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. To the Honorable Prime Minister, in the light of reports that an unauthorized adult male allegedly gained access to the compound of the Santa Rosa Government Primary School on June 2nd, 2025, and was involved in sexual assault of multiple children, will the Prime Minister inform the country on measures to improve security in schools? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor and privilege to engage in this House today in my first ever Prime Minister's questions in this new dispensation. I am very happy that the member for Rima has found her voice to talk about children, raising concerns about security for children in our schools. We all know that the honorable member, sat in a cabinet for 5 years, and I'm not aware of any questions being raised, concerns, or measures being proposed by the honorable member or her cabinet to effectively deal with violence in schools. Mr. Speaker, the government has moved rapidly to engage a new Commissioner of Police. And if we listened yesterday to the Commissioner of Police, the Commissioner is very much on spot about how we can help deal with security in schools, violence in our schools. This has been plaguing the system for many, many years. And therefore, what I would say is we do have a plan. We do have a program to work with our police officers. During our campaign, we talked about deploying police officers in schools to assist with security in the schools. We talked about other measures to help with that. In this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, I am advised by the Minister of Education and the Minister of Education that social workers and consultants would conduct sessions regarding trauma sustained during that particular incident. And of course, we are reviewing the current security protocols at that school and all schools in the country. More information as we go into this debate, the Minister of Education will provide policy initiatives by this government to deal with the issue of security at our nation's schools. I thank you.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister satisfied that the response time of 2 weeks taken to deal with children who were sexually assaulted and traumatized by an unknown male assailant is a reasonable time frame for the Ministry of Education to respond in a government that protects children?
I am not allowing the question. Well, the primary question, as I said before, the primary question had nothing to do with trauma and all of that. So I'm not allowing that question. You can ask it a different way, but I'm not allowing that question. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question speaks about the sexual assault, and I'm asking if 2 weeks, is an acceptable time frame, if the Prime Minister is satisfied that 2 weeks is an acceptable time frame to even begin to address the matter.
That is what the question is. If you read the question carefully, in light of reports of an unauthorized male allegedly gained access and all of that, and we can skip over all of that, will the Prime Minister, and this is the substance of the question, will the Prime Minister inform the country on measures to improve security in schools? And that's the primary question, the gravamen of the primary question. So the supplemental questions must flow from the primary question. Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, in the 2 weeks that have elapsed, what security measures have been in place at that school to deal with this issue?
I think that answer has already been given with the answer. Would the members allow me to answer, please? to address the question? The question has already been answered. It's just a simple way of asking the same question, taking the answer and asking the same question to get the substance of what has already been given. Not allowed.
Urgent question, matter of privilege. Matter of privilege.
In accordance with Standing Order 32, Suborder 2 of the House of Representatives, leave has been granted to the member for Barataria San Juan to raise a matter of privilege. Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 32-2 to raise a matter directly concerning the privileges of the House of Representatives pertaining to the member for Diego Martin Northeast, who deliberately misled the House. On the 13th of June 2025, the member for Libre was contributing to the debate on the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025 and was quoting from a Trinidad Guardian article dated the 5th of October 2022, Judge upholds ex-BIR Commissioner's lawsuit against Imbert, which reported on the High Court matter CV 2021-01293 Rohini Ramkisoon against the Minister of Finance. The member for Libre was informing the House of the findings of the said High Court matter involving the member for Diego Martin Northeast. In the said matter, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, as Minister of Finance, lost the case and was found by the court to have acted unlawfully and irrationally to not recommend Ms. Rohini Ramkisoon for the position of Chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue. The matter was appealed by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. However, the appeal was struck out on the 24th of February 2025, and the member for Diego Martin Northeast was ordered to pay Ms. Rohini Ramkisoon cost in the sum of $10,000. Notwithstanding that, the appeal was struck out, the member for Diego Martin Northeast confidently stood on Standing Order 49 and advised the House that the said matter was sub judice as it was under appeal. I quote, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Imbert, Standing Order 49, the member obviously does not know he is new that the matter is under appeal. It is therefore sub judice. Honorable members, interruption. Mr. Imbert, it is sub judice, Mr. Speaker. It is under appeal, and I stand by what I say. It is under appeal. After members indicated that the appeal of the said matter has been dismissed, the Honorable Speaker inquired from the member for Diego Martin Northeast if he can confirm the appeal is alive and active. And again, the member for Diego Martin Northeast confirmed the appeal was alive. I quote, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there has been some contribution from the floor that the appeal has been dismissed. Have you been able to confirm that any appeal is alive and active? Mr. Imbert, as far as I have been aware, it is alive, end quote. The member for Tabaquite then informed the House that by order dated the 24th of February 2025, the said appeal was in fact struck out. The member for Diego Martin Northeast was intricately involved in this matter. By media release dated 26th of October 2022, he informed the public that he appealed the said matter and that he was awaiting the outcome of the appeal. This can only mean that this matter had his attention while he served as a Minister of Finance. Further, at the time the appeal was struck out, the member for Diego Martin Northeast was the Minister of Finance. The member had knowledge and control of the matter. Further, as the named defendant in the matter, he was responsible for providing instructions in the said matter. Therefore, he knew or ought to have known that the appeal was in fact struck out, yet he chose to deliberately attempt to prevent the member for Libre from raising the adverse court findings of his conduct in the House. the said statement that the said matter is sub judice as it was under appeal is absolutely false, untrue, and misleading. Mr. Speaker, it is pellucid that the member for Diego Martin Northeast misled this honorable House to prevent the member for Labre from prosecuting the matter about his irrational and unlawful conduct as Minister of Finance in the said matter. This motion is grounded on the fact that the member for Diego Martin Northeast deliberately misled this honorable House, the Speaker, and by extension, the viewing citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, as he knew or ought to have known the statement he made was a deliberate untruth, it was false and incorrect. Mr. Speaker, Erskine May's Treatise on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament, Chapter 15, on members deliberately misleading the House states, I quote, "The Commons may treat the making of a deliberately misleading statement as a contempt." Further, according to David McGee's Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 3rd edition, it requires 3 elements to be established: that a member is in contempt by reason of a statement that he or she has made in the House. 1, the statement must in fact have been misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew or ought to have known at the time that the statement was made that it was incorrect. And 3, in making the statement, the member must have intended to deliberately mislead the House. It is submitted that the statement was misleading at the time the member knew that the statement was incorrect, and the statement could have only been made to deliberately mislead the House for the following reasons. The minister was at all material times the named defendant in the matter. At the time the matter was appealed, the member was the Minister of Finance. The appeal had the interest and attention of the member, as he publicly stated by the media release he was awaiting the outcome of the appeal. At the time the appeal was dismissed, the member was still the Minister of Finance. The member would have had knowledge that the appeal was struck out, as he was at all material times represented by attorneys at law. The member accepted responsibility for his statements that the matter was under appeal, as he indicated he stood by his statements. The fact that the member had such intricate knowledge of the matter, there is a ready presumption that the member for Diego Martin Northeast made the statement with the intention to mislead this honorable House and to prevent the judgment from being raised. The member for Diego Martin Northeast refused and or neglected to inform the House that the statements he made were untrue. Further, the fact that the member raised objection pursuant to Standing Order 49, the effect of same is provided at Standing Order 49-2 states, by alleging that a matter is sub judice, a member shall be confirming to the House that paragraph 1 is applicable and shall accept responsibility for so advising the House. Therefore, the member has to accept responsibility for his actions in misleading the House on a matter that was not sub judice. Based on the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, the member has deliberately made a misleading statement. He has committed a contempt of the Parliament and abused his privilege as a member of this esteemed House. As such, I submit that the honorable member has committed a breach of privilege of this House and that he be referred to the Committee of Privileges. I thank you very much.
Honorable members, I have reserved my ruling on this matter, and it will be delivered at a subsequent sitting of this House. In accordance with Standing Order 32-2, I now call on the member for Aruka Lupino, in which leave has been granted to the member for Aruka Lupino to raise a matter of privileges.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 32-2, I seek your leave to raise a matter directly concerning the privileges of the House of Representatives in respect of statements made by the Honorable Wayne Sturge, Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security. the member as well as the member for Toko Sangre Grande, during the sitting of the Standing Finance Committee in the House of Representatives on June the 16th, 2025, relative to the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2025. At the said sitting, the Honorable Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security, in responding to the questions from the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lupino, confidently represented to the House and made inter alia statements in relation to rentals involved in the examination of Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The Honorable Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security inaccurately and repeatedly asserted that Senator Faris Alwari was renting Agra Court to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Excerpts from the Honorable Minister's assertions are directly quoted below, and I quote, Honorable Sturge, I'm being told that a number of buildings are being rented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Mr. Gonzalez, do you have a list of these buildings under this line item? Honorable Sturge, we do not have the full list, but we know that Agra Court item, and that is Faris Al-Rawi. The questioning continued, and the Honorable Minister asserted repeatedly that Senator Alwari is renting Agra Court to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. An additional excerpt is provided as follows. Honorable Sturge, you want the full list, or you just want what I remember? Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Honorable Sturge, what I remember is Agra Court, Faris Alwari. The statement made by the Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security, and in particular that one, well, rentals of building, Agra Court. 2, Faris Alwari. 3, of the number of buildings rented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. That, and I quote, we know that Agra Court item, and that is Faris Alwari, end quote. 4, and I continue, all in reference to the Honorable Senator Faris Alwari, Senior Counsel, clearly conveyed on a plain and ordinary meaning that Senator Faris Alwari, SC, owns the said property known as Agra Court, which is rented to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. These statements, which were widely circulated and carried live on television, YouTube, on the World Wide Web, are absolutely false, untrue, and misleading. I have served, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of National Security in the last government, and also served as a member of the National Security Council for several years, and had full access to cabinet notes and minutes, reports and notes relative to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And so I would have been aware of any rental of any property by Senator Faris Alwari, SC, to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Further, I have known Senator Faris Alwari, SC, for nearly a decade, and as such, I can categorically state and confirm that Senator Faris Alwari, SC, does not own the property known as Agra Court, which has been rented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for nearly 20 years, long before Faris Alwari, SC, first entered the Parliament in 2010. The matter, Mr. Speaker, is grounded on the fact that the Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security deliberately misled the Honorable House, and by extension, the viewing citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and the world at large, as he knew or ought to have known by reason of his office as Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security, and as a cabinet minister, that the statements he made were a deliberate untruth, false, and inaccurate. According to David McGee's Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 3rd edition, 3 elements are required to be established to be established to find that a member is in contempt by reason of a statement that he or she has made in the House. 1, the statement must in fact have been misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew or ought to have known at the time that the statement made was incorrect. And 3, in making the statement, the member must have intended to deliberately mislead the House. It is submitted, Mr. Speaker, that the statement was misleading. The member knew that the statement was incorrect, and the statement could have only been made to deliberately mislead the House for the following reasons. The member, as Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security, being an integral part of the present cabinet, knew or ought to have known, as he would have readily available access to information relating to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service rental of properties. The member failed to disclose the particulars of the true owner of the said property, known as Agra Court, including the date on which the lease was first signed and the particulars of the property. The member was not able to provide evidence that Senator Faris Alwari, SC, owns the said property because it does not exist, as it is simply untrue. The member is acutely familiar with the operations of government rentals and those by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and would have known or ought to have known where to confirm the information. The member deliberately made the statement expressly stating that he was answering questions posed by the Member of Parliament for Aruka Lopino in the stated capacity as, I quote, junior minister. The member is a seasoned attorney at law and, as a Minister of Defense, has knowledge of the facts with easy, ready, and available access to government records, including those of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, as it relates specifically to rental of properties, and therefore there is a ready presumption that the minister made the statement with the intention to mislead this honorable House. The fact that the Minister of Defense and Minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security willfully intervened to speak matters he knew as junior minister in the Ministry of Homeland Security in relation to questions posed as aforesaid can establish malice on the part of the Minister of Defense, which can further propel that the intention of the member was to mislead this House. Based on the foregoing, the member has deliberately made a misleading statement. He has committed a contempt of the Parliament and abused his privilege as a member of this esteemed House. As such, Mr. Speaker, I submit that the honorable member has committed a breach of privilege of the House and respectfully seek your leave to raise the matter as a question of privilege so that the matter can be referred to the Committee of Privilege. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On this as well, honorable members, I have reserved my ruling on this matter to be delivered at a subsequent sitting of the House.
Questions on notice. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
Leader, I call on the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, with your leave, there has been an agreement with my colleague across the floor to allow the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to speak until the conclusion of his statement.
Member for Aruka Lopino.
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member can check his phone, the agreement is that the minister speak for 15 minutes.
Honorable Speaker of the House,
Leader of the House.
the intention of the member for Urupuch East is not to exceed the 15 minutes. So therefore, that is why it was framed the way it was.
Well,
I did.
Okay, having prior sight of this statement, and for those who are far more experienced in these matters than I am assured that independent of the parties, I am assured that the statement ought not to take more than 15 minutes. Can I call on the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I assure you I will not trample on the patience of the House. Mr. Speaker, I've been authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement on the accident at the Nikon gas to liquid facility at Pointe-a-Pierre on the 15th of June 2023. Mr. Speaker, this statement represents a summary of the report of the investigation of this accident conducted by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Mr. Speaker, this government makes this statement to the Parliament in the interest of transparency and in the interest of health and safety practices that are critical to the operations of companies in the energy sector. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, in a recent judgment related to this accident, Madam Justice Quinlan Williams concluded that the main reason the Nikon explosion report must be made public was the overriding public interest in disclosure. The learned judge disagreed with the submissions of the Ministry of Energy prior to April 28, that there was no public interest in disclosing the report. In her written judgment, the learned judge bemoaned the culture of secrecy prior to April 2028 at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. She stated, and I quote, "One can argue that it appeared that the defendants, that is the ministries, unwillingness to disclose the report arose through secrecy and reasons of self-preservation, especially having regard to the fact that the claimant is desirous of pursuing litigation. However, those are not legitimate considerations. The culture of secrecy is one that should be shunned, and the defendant has not proffered any compelling reason or evidence as to why the report should not be disclosed," unquote. Mr. Speaker, we give the assurance to this Honorable House that under this government, led by the Member of Parliament for Siparia, the days of this culture of secrecy are over. The Nikon GTL facility comprised the assets of the failed joint venture between World GTL and Petrotrin for the GTL facility designed to produce 80% clean GTL diesel. In 2018, Nikon Energy acquired World GTL assets and commenced construction of this facility. The facility was completed in the first quarter of 2021, and thereafter Nikon Energy entered the commissioning phase of the project. The facility was still in its commissioning phase when an explosion occurred on April 7, 2021, months after cutting the ribbon, causing damage to the plant and equipment. Mr. Speaker, the massive explosion in April 2021 shook homes in Marabella and traumatized citizens living in the fence line community of Pointe-a-Pierre. A few weeks before that explosion, the then Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, hailed the plant as, and I quote, "a triumph and a resounding success," unquote. It subsequently blew up. The restart of the commissioning of the facility was granted by the Ministry of Energy, subject to final approval on the receipt of confirmation by a certified verification agent, and the facility was functioning according to design. In the lead up to the accident of June 2023, the plant was not meeting expected production rates or product quality, and there was instability of the fractionating column. It was recognized that certain elements of the process needed to be addressed. Accordingly, the company embarked on a management of change process for modifications of procedures, etc. It was recognized that the light liquids which were passing through the heater resulted in further instability of the column, and that led, of course, to problems with the entire plant and its operations. Mr. Speaker, on June 10, 2023, the NGC reduced the gas flow rate, which was supposed to be used as fuel and not for processing of product. However, Nikon operators noted in the period June 12 to 13, 2023, that one of the storage tanks was exhibiting abnormally high temperatures. On the early shift of June 14th, a leak emerged on a line that transports product exiting the bottom of the column. This was detected, with the plant being impacted by the gasket blowout and a resulting leak. Mr. Speaker, on June 14th, the NICON operators and contractor team determined that there was no major activity that night and there would not be any hot works required. The team then undertook a review of the work carried out earlier in the day. It was at that time, Mr. Speaker, that the deceased, and I will put names because in this report, sometimes you don't realize, you talk so much about technical details and you don't realize a life has been lost. The worker was Mr. Alan Lane Ramkisoon, aged 35, a father of two young daughters, Emma and Emily, a husband of Tara Ramkisoon. While conducting a task, he was removing some portion, fixing and replacing a hose. The steam hose, he was on tier 1 of the plant and the nitrogen hose on tier 3. Mr. Ramkisoon volunteered to remove the nitrogen hose. There was no instruction to turn off the valve prior to removal of this line. Mr. Ramkisoon removed the hose and was awaiting the steam hose to connect at the same point. It was at 12:55 a.m. that colleagues heard Mr. Ramkisoon cry for help and saw that he was engulfed in flames. The fire was blocking the access ladder to the second tier. However, he was able to reach the second tier and was helped by his colleagues to the first tier. He was severely injured but conscious and was attended to by emergency rescue technicians. Mr. Ramkisoon was taken to the Southern Medical Clinic for attention. Mr. Speaker, may I indicate that at the Augustus Long Hospital, functioning under Petrotrin, there was an upgraded burns unit facility. Had that been operational, had that been in place, they would have seen Mr. Ramkisoon quickly and in a manner that may have had another outcome, Mr. Speaker. But Augustus Long was closed down when Petrotrin was closed down. The Children's Hospital also had a burns unit, and it was not functional because they refused for 10 years to open the Children's Hospital at Hoover. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ramkisoon subsequently perished. He was taken later to Colombia to treat for burns, which could have been done at Hoover Hospital, which could have been done at the Augustus Long Hospital had they been in operation. Mr. Speaker, the potential causes for the fire included the movement of flammable contents from the wax storage tank to the nitrogen steam hose inlet. In conclusion, the report made several findings. There are 15 findings in the report and recommendations for improving. But, Mr. Speaker, this is for improving the processes and management at NICON Energy Trinidad Limited. NICON Energy Trinidad Limited is in receivership. There is no process, there is no plant, there's nothing to improve now. Mr. Speaker, this matter arose because the widow, one Tara Ramkisoon, sought judicial review of a decision of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries not to disclose. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, prior to April 28, it was indeed the former Prime Minister and Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Energy paid for this one court matter in excess of 60,000 Trinidad and Tobago dollars to deny the widow of Alan Lane Ramkisoon right to access the report on the accident of her own husband for the information. And that excludes, Mr. Speaker, costs associated with the lawyers at the Office of the Attorney General prior to April 28. That only includes the external counsel. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the final report, and this report has been laid in the Parliament. We extend, on behalf of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, members of the government, we extend our deepest condolences once again to Mrs. Ramkisoon and her family. And when the when the ministry under Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West was busy paying the lawyers to fight a case not to disclose this report in my hand, they never gave a hamper, a dollar, one iota of assistance to the family of deceased Alan Lane Ramkisoon. So the lawyers went with over $50,000, $60,000, and Mrs. Ramkisoon never got one hamper, one. And she, of course, had to pay her own counsel for taking up the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I assure you I will not take 15 minutes. But again, we extend condolences to the family, and the report is here, Mr. Speaker, so that not only the Ramkisoon family, but Trinidad and Tobago can look at what went on at that Naikwan plant. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, at least I was comforted in the assurances for those who know better that the statement would not have taken the 15 minutes, exceeded the 15 minutes. Pursuant to Standing Order 24-4, I will permit one question. Member for Port of Spain North.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, to the member for Urupuch East, did Independent Senior Counsel advise the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries that the publication of the draft ministry report, which has today been laid, without the consent and comments of Naikwan, would equate to a breach of Naikwan's constitutionally enshrined right to equality before the law and protection of the law pursuant to Section 4B of the Constitution? Would the minister so advise?
Minister. Okay, that on this matter, I sought and obtained advice of the Attorney General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And based on the advice of our Attorney General, we have laid this report in the Parliament.
Members.
John was in respect of senior counsel's advice.
Members.
That's a breach of the Constitution.
Sit down.
Not a dunce, AG.
Sit down.
Can I leave you all to exhaust all of that? And now we can address it. I'm afraid the Standing Orders 4 doesn't permit a supplementary question, member. It doesn't seem as though it permits a supplementary question on statements by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a supplementary question. It was that the question was not answered.
Sit down.
Members, please. Let me assure all the members, despite my relatively recent tenure here, I have taken myself to fully acquaint myself with the standing orders, as anyone who knows me can see. And I fully understand what are my rights and what members are allowed or not allowed to do. Can I simply advise, in the absence of a supplementary question, member, you may pursue another avenue to get the answer which you wish. But thank you very much.
St. Anne's West uttered a statement earlier in reference to the Honorable Attorney General. He ought to withdraw it from the record.
I must confess, I did not, amidst what I can describe as more than a din of noise in this chamber. And that is the virtue of perhaps exercising some restraint to what appears to be a somewhat Falstaffian appetite of all members of this House to resort to noise making. So can I suggest, I did not hear the comment. If a member wishes to put the comment on the record, then perhaps. But in the sake of moving forward, can I suggest that we simply move forward with this?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, 48, 4 and 48.6. All of us on the side heard what he said, what the honorable member said about the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the member is fully aware. The member is fully aware of what he said, and he should be made to withdraw that statement from the record.
Okay. Member for Port of Spain North, if you would like, can you simply, if you so choose. Members refused, so let us move on, please.
Personal explanations.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, June the 13th, 2025, actually there's a typo there, during the debate on the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Repeal Bill 2025, the Honorable Clyde Elder, member for Labrie and minister in the Ministry of Public Utilities, read into the record extracts of an October 2022 newspaper article regarding the 2022 decision of Justice Mohammed in the case of Rohani Ramkisoon versus the Minister of Finance. Upon hearing the member's statements, I raised a point of order under Standing Order 49, which is the sub judice rule. I said that the matter was under appeal and therefore sub judice. Subsequently, based on statements made across the floor by another member of the government that the appeal had been dismissed, the Honorable Speaker asked me whether I had been able to confirm whether the appeal was alive and active. And I said that as far as I was aware, it was still alive. This was my belief at the time. However, based on the statements made by members of the government that the appeal was no longer active and that the notice of appeal had been struck out in February 2025 by a single justice of appeal, I checked on that same night of June the 13th, 2025. The children are restless. Can you quieten them now, please?
I would take some comfort to see that you've adopted a phrase of mine. But anyway, can we allow the member to proceed in silence, please?
I was in fact adopting your phrase. I checked on the following morning of June the 14th, 2025, with a number of senior legal practitioners who told me that they could not find any public record of a decision of the Court of Appeal in this matter. They surmised that if in fact there had been a decision of a single justice of appeal on the matter in chambers, it might not be readily available in the judiciary's database. I then contacted the law firm that had been handling the matter and representing the Minister of Finance and asked for a status report. To my consternation, I discovered that although a comprehensive notice of appeal had been filed on time in 2022, the attorney who had conduct of the matter had failed to file the record of appeal on time and had in fact filed the record 21 months late. The record of appeal should have been filed in March 2023, but in fact was only filed in December 2024. I also discovered for the first time that the respondent had filed an application to have the appeal struck out for non-compliance on November the 20th, 2024, which was served on December 6, 2024, and that on February 24th, 2025, Justice of Appeal Musai had ordered that the appeal be struck out on account of the length of time between the deadline for filing the record of appeal and the actual filing of same. None of this, Mr. Speaker, was made known to me by the attorney handling the matter and or her law firm in any form or fashion before or during the debate on the TTRA repeal bill. For the avoidance of doubt, I was sent no status reports on the matter, nor did I receive any communication about its status in any way, whether by telephone, email, WhatsApp or text messages, letter, word of mouth, or otherwise, prior to or during the debate on the TTRA repeal bill. This is what caused me to believe and state in good faith that the appeal was still alive, especially since the status of the appeal had not been reported or published anywhere. And in our jurisdiction, it is commonplace for appeals of this nature to take several years to be heard and determined. I have attached for you, Mr. Speaker, a self-explanatory letter from the attorney handling the matter, which confirms everything I have just said. Having said this, and although I spoke in good faith and without any intent to deceive, on Friday, June 30th, 2024, I wish to unreservedly apologize for my misstatement in the House on Friday, June 30th, 2024, regarding the status of Civil Appeal 268 of 2022. Thank you.
Yeah, they got this draft. Go ahead. He made everything. Honorable members, there was an attachment to the personal explanation submitted for approval, and I have directed that it be circulated to all members. Mr. Cecil. I have just been informed that the member for Toku Sangre Grande wishes to make a personal statement, and I propose to grant leave for him to do so.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate that with regard to the utterance made on Monday at the sitting of the Standing Finance Committee, when the utterance was made that the building Agra Court being rented by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service was being rented by Faris Al-Rawi. I have since been informed that the building is in fact owned by the father-in-law and wife of Faris Al-Rawi, so that Faris Al-Rawi and for those who understand the law, Faris Al-Rawi has a beneficial interest in that property. So in that regard, I did not say that he was the legal owner. I never said that. But it is quite clear that being having a beneficial interest.
Remember, can I ask you to restrain from legal argument and legal?
Yes.
The standing orders expressly prohibit that.
Yes.
So can I just ask you to stick to the text of your personal statement?
Yes, the text in essence is that Mr. Faris Al-Rawi, Senator Faris Al-Rawi is the beneficial owner. So to that extent, I apologize for not giving the strict interpretation.
So can I just say the issue of beneficial owner and all of that is a complex legal issue for which, could you be quiet? For which this is neither the time, the place, or the forum. The House is ill-constituted, ill-equipped, with particular emphasis on ill-equipped to deal with that issue. So can I just ask you to stick to that issue, please, and leave out references to beneficial owner?
Yes, so in that regard, I withdraw the statement and apologize.
Of bills, the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Financial Year 2025, Bill 2025, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Now call upon the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it.
The Prime Minister's Pension Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Honorable members, can I crave your indulgence to revert to an item that should have been made earlier on the announcements by myself? The clerk will read the announcement. I apologize to all who's concerned.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the member for Trin-City Maloney has requested leave of absence from sittings of the House until June 30th, 2025. That leave of absence has been granted.
Public business, government business motions.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the first session 2025-2026 of the 13th Parliament on the consideration of proposals for the supplementary variation of appropriation fiscal year 2025. Mr. Speaker, on the 28th of April 2025, Trinidad and Tobago voted to reject the PNM and hit the reset button, giving themselves a chance to breathe, a chance at a future for themselves and their family, for an improvement in their standard of living, to get a decent job with a living wage, a chance for their children to have educational opportunities so that they can lift themselves out of poverty, a chance to live in a country where those who break the law face the consequences, where they can go to the hospital knowing that they will get access to healthcare, including life-saving surgeries and medication, where local and foreign businesses and investors are willing to invest their money knowing that they were operating in a safe and enabling environment, safe and enabling investment climate. A country where the government is transparent and people-friendly. And we, Mr. Speaker, on this side, will not let them down. Mr. Speaker, the situation is dire, but we all knew that. We met the economy in the intensive care unit. The signs, Mr. Speaker, are obvious. The fact that the vast majority of the middle class has been thrown into poverty, that over 60,000 businesses have been struck off the register of companies, an additional 6,000 businesses, many of them micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, having been forced to close, crippling the domestic small investment class. The purchasing power of the vast majority of citizens has been slashed, in some cases by as much as half, as they have been compromised by skyrocketing food, essential healthcare, transport, and bank charges. All of Trinidad and Tobago already knew that. But none of us, Mr. Speaker, could have ever ascertained, however, just how bad it had become. But they knew exactly what they were doing. They deliberately underfunded critical expenditure, planning all along, Mr. Speaker, to return after the election and demand more money. A shameless ploy to manipulate public finances for political gain. But the game is over, Mr. Speaker. The people have spoken. And now this government must clean up the mess left by that government. This government must clean up the mess left behind by those on the opposite side, their reckless mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, today we are here to pay some bills caused by the PNM administration, for which they incurred deliberately, but for which they failed to make provision to pay. Mr. Speaker, this is not just fiscal irresponsibility, it is economic and fiscal sabotage. And this nation of Trinidad and Tobago must not forget ever who has put us in this dangerous position. Mr. Speaker, in the Standing Finance Committee meeting 2 days ago, this country heard the former Minister of Finance shamelessly confess that the economy was in a bad way. Mr. Speaker, for 10 budgets, this is the same gentleman who budget after budget boasted that the country had stabilized, was doing well, that he had transformed the economy, even while he had full and direct and intimate knowledge that he was destroying the structural, social, fiscal, and financial fabric of our country. Mr. Speaker, I could read out the names of the budgets presented by the honorable member. I will choose only the last three in the interest of time. 2023 budget, tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. Untrue. 2024, building capacity for diversification and growth. Untrue. And last year, Mr. Speaker, last year, steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. Absolutely untrue. Mr. Speaker, the member for Diego Martin Northeast knew the facts then, and he knows the facts now. But he chose to tell this country untruth after untruth. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a critical difference between that member as a Minister of Finance and this member as a Minister of Finance. That is the critical difference, Mr. Speaker, between those members on that side when they were in government and these members on this side when we are in government, Mr. Speaker. Because we believe that the country needs to know the truth. And today I want to tell the population, despite everything that they have done, be not afraid. Be not afraid, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, through you, Mr. Speaker. The road may be long and winding, and the task before us may be hard. But as certain, Mr. Speaker, as the day follows the night, the sun will rise again, and our country will be basking in the sunshine again. Mr. Speaker, early on in my presentation, I want to disabuse some issues that have been raised by colleagues on the opposite side. I want to address some misinformation that the Tobago PNM are sharing. And I have to say the Tobago PNM, Mr. Speaker, because right now, the PNM is split in so many factions, so many adversarial factions, with so many leaders, nobody knows for sure who is who. Even in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, I am unsure of who is leading and who is following on those benches opposite. Despite the allegations of those opposite, Mr. Speaker, we are not vindictive to the people of Tobago like those opposite. This government, led by the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, is a government for all of Trinidad and Tobago. All. And unlike the PNM, we have openly expressed a desire to work with our brothers and sisters in Tobago and to ensure that Tobago gets a fair share of the national pie. Side by side, Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, for fiscal 2025, the then Minister of Finance promised the THA $2.6 billion. This allocation left the THA with very little for the development programs, for their uses, for their needs on the island. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce that the THA will receive an additional $134 million under this government, led by this Prime Minister. 32 million of this will be allocated via the supplementary expenditure. In addition, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with representatives of CAF, the Caribbean Bank of Latin America, and I am proud to announce today, Mr. Speaker, that this government is in finalizing arrangements for the signing off of a US $15 million or $102 million loan from CAF to undertake several coastal protection projects across Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I am advised that these projects were identified as crucial for the benefit of the people of Tobago. What is shameful is that this loan was negotiated more than a year ago by those on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker. The PNM Minister of Finance refused to sign the agreement for more than 1 year. That, Mr. Speaker, is nothing less than pure vindictiveness and wickedness towards the people of our sister island Tobago. But you see, that is part of course. I recall that a former Prime Minister, former PNM Prime Minister, threatened the people of Tobago that they would pay a price if they did not support the PNM in the THA elections. And that was the price that they were wreaking on the backs of the people of Tobago. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, has instructed this Minister of Finance to remove every stumbling block and to work with the CAF and the THA to start this work in the urgent future. In addition, it gets better. In addition, Mr. Speaker, every ministry and state agency spending money in Tobago on projects and programs will be required to liaise directly with the Chief Secretary, the two Honorable Tobago Members of Parliament, and the THA administration to finalize expenditures for fiscal 2025. That would account for an additional $621 million from October 2024 to September 2025. And Mr. Speaker, for budget 2026 and going forward, this government intends to liaise with the Tobago Members of Parliament and the THA in dealing with Tobago affairs, Mr. Speaker. This is to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the elected officials of Tobago, the Members of Parliament and the THA have a direct say in the expenditure being undertaken by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. It will be what it should have been. And that will be done by this government, Mr. Speaker. Gone are the days when a Prime Minister in Port of Spain will call his contractor friends and business partners in Tobago to dictate projects to fill their pockets. Gone are those days. The elected THA representatives in Scarborough will chart their development. I trust, Mr. Speaker, that ends the political mischief and misinformation being peddled by those opposites. Mr. Speaker, under our Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and her government, our brothers and sisters in Tobago will guide their own future development. Mr. Speaker, less than a week ago, in this very house, I heard a member for Diego Martin Northeast say, and I quote, "You will fail and you will have a very difficult period facing you because of the facts. The Minister of Finance must know by now the challenges he faces." Mr. Speaker, at that point in time, they were talking about the challenges in the Ministry of Finance, the challenges in running the country, the challenges in dealing with the crises that they left. The minister, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, was boasting. He was boasting that the country would fail because he knew what he left. Ironically, the PNM members stomped their desks, giggling at the thought of the tragedy that they had inflicted on citizens. The member for San Fernando East, he ranted about devaluation, collapse, loss of investment, economic mayhem. Anxious, Mr. Speaker, to create panic, fear, and further instability in the minds of potential local and foreign investors. That is their goal, to sabotage the development and the growth of Trinidad and Tobago. That is unpardonable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what manner of person rubs their hands in glee at the thought of citizens of our beloved nation suffering? Only those opposite, Mr. Speaker. That is reprehensible, and that is the PNM. Mr. Speaker, the last 10 years of PNM rule has been a decade of debt, 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 DEATH, and destruction for all of Trinidad and Tobago, except for the friends, family, and finances of the PNM. They spent a decade blaming Kamla, while they spent $600 billion on the biggest feeding frenzy this country has ever seen. When they felt that picking the pockets of taxpaying citizens was not enough, Mr. Speaker, they went on a borrowing frenzy. Mr. Speaker, listen to these numbers. The adjusted general government debt was increased by 92% since 2015. Reckless borrowing by the PNM racked up a debt of $145 billion. External debt alone more than doubled from $2 billion US to $5.48 billion US over the same period. That is a 167% increase done by those members opposite. Money, Mr. Speaker, that my government, our government, now has to find foreign exchange to pay. Under the member for Diego Martin Northeast and his gang, the Trinidad and Tobago economy contracted by 20%. That is the PNM legacy. They have raided the Heritage and Stabilization Fund 11 times in just 9.5 years to the tune of over 20 billion TT dollars. The energy sector collapsed by 12% under the PNM. The non-energy sector collapsed by 12% under the PNM because the energy sector plummeted by over 33%. Agricultural output collapsed by 50% because the PNM sabotaged farmers to facilitate the importation of food from their eater food friends, family, and financiers. Their legacy for food security, Mr. Speaker, is food dependency. There are over 48,000 fewer persons with jobs today compared to 2015. 48,000 livelihoods destroyed. Where's the PNM hotline for them? 19,000 fewer young people are employed today than in 2015. 19,000 less young people employed, Mr. Speaker. Under the PNM, our young people have been neglected, sidelined, and outright abandoned. A generation of potential crushed by PNM neglect. The verdict is clear, Mr. Speaker. Under the PNM, 79% of businesses in AmCham TNT's 2025 Economic Outlook Survey, 79% of businesses surveyed under the PNM declared that they had no confidence that there will be economic growth. No confidence that there will be economic growth under the PNM. This devastating lack of faith reflects a decade of PNM mismanagement that has broken trust, stifled opportunity, and driven investments away. Mr. Speaker, it gets even worse. Net foreign exchange holdings have dropped by 50% under the PNM, from 10.5 US billion to 5.3 US billion today. Today, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has a mere 7.5 months of import cover. We have foreign exchange to only last this country 7.5 months of imports. Under the previous administration, Mr. Speaker, our nation endured a decade of systematic failure, a record high-breaking crime rate peaking at 624 murders last year, neglected schools compromising our children's future, and a broken healthcare system, leaving vulnerable patients, including children, without certainty of life-saving treatment. Tens of thousands of elderly pensioners who have given their lives to build this country now have to choose between food and medicine, life or death. Every single social and economic and financial indicator has fallen over the last years. Every single social, economic, and financial indicator has fallen over the last decade under the PNM. They collapsed growth, drove away investment, crippled our energy sector, and piled unsustainable debt onto future generations, all while failing, Mr. Speaker, to deliver real progress. But these are just not numbers, Mr. Speaker. These are not just numbers. These are people. These are individuals. These are our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters. Our people, Mr. Speaker, are suffering. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not only that the PNM government has engaged in wanton squandermania, as my colleagues will show you, that we now have to pay for. It's not just that, Mr. Speaker. It gets worse. The PNM attacked and undermined every institution which this country depends on. For the last decade, the PNM deliberately sabotaged the Board of Inland Revenue, refusing to provide resources so that this country, this BIR, could pursue tax evaders effectively, Mr. Speaker, allowing big businesses to pocket $10 billion illegally every year. The member for San Fernando East admitted it wasn't the working class or regular employees dodging taxes, Mr. Speaker. The member for San Fernando, he said it plainly, and I quote, he said, it is not the working class or the people of this country or employees, general employees that dodge taxes. It is wealthy business people. It is wealthy professionals in their practices that are dodging taxes in this country. That is where the corrupt practices are taking place, end quote. You see, Mr. Speaker, they knew who the tax evaders are. They obviously always did, and they did nothing. They did nothing because those who engage in cheating the tax systems are their friends, family, and financiers. You see, while ordinary citizens bore the burden of higher taxes, these elites exploited the loopholes with impunity. And rather than pursuing delinquent taxpayers, the former minister imposed more taxes, penalizing compliant citizens while granting tax dodging elites a free pass. Mr. Speaker, the Office of Procurement Regulator, another one of the institutions created by the UNC to eliminate the potential for corruption in public spending. In order to undermine its effectiveness in preventing corruption, the PNM, when they sat in government, gutted the law, clearing the way for multi-billion-dollar corruption and secret contracts that took place under the last government. Over $5 billion in contracts awarded by the state to friends, family, and financiers of the PNM. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Auditor General's report, you will find even more worrying issues, Mr. Speaker. You will find over $30 billion in expenditure that was unverified, could not be allocated, were not presented for audit, or were not placed in the vote books in 2024. $30 billion, that's half of the annual expenditure of this country, Mr. Speaker. That is alarming. And that is why they were so intent on not releasing the Auditor General's report, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the member for Diego Martin Northeast will eventually tell the country the truth about this unholy scandal. And when, because I may have to tell it, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And when the 2025 report of the Auditor General is released, Mr. Speaker, we expect to see an even greater feeding frenzy of corruption, where friends, family, and financiers of the PNM were handed contracts with no accountability, while citizens were struggling to buy clothes, foods, and access basic health care. All the while, the PNM were fattening their inner circle. Mr. Speaker, this media review serves a dual purpose. First, to provide an update on the state of the economy. That's what I just did. The update of the state of the economy is that we are in crisis because of the actions of those opposite. And second, to obtain Parliament's approval for the proposed amendments to the Appropriation Act 2025 brought by those members opposite. The reason we are here today, Mr. Speaker, is to seek a supplementary appropriation of $3.14 billion. And the reason for that is simple. We are forced to supplement a PNM budget. This is not our shortfall. This is the latest chapter in the PNM's long history of serial under-budgeting. Today, the government is compelled to seek an additional $3,143,983,761 in supplementary funding, not because of unforeseen crises, but because the former government intentionally under-budgeted for critical expenditure, knowing fully well that the bills will come due. Let the record show that what we are doing now, Mr. Speaker, is cleaning up the mess they left behind. It is about closing the gaps that the PNM deliberately left in the budget. That is classic PNM. They spent the money without any clear idea of where the money was going to come from. No proper planning, no sustainable financing, just reckless expenditure, mastered governance. What we witnessed under the previous administration was not budgeting, Mr. Speaker, but a calculated scheme of financial deception. Year after year, they passed budgets that are deliberately underfunded and then come back to the parliament, cap in hand, for billions more. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the fiscal outturn. The 2025 budget projected an overall fiscal deficit of 5.51 billion, or 2.91% of GDP. An overall fiscal deficit of 3.97 billion was projected for the period 1st October 2024 to 31st March 2025. However, the actual outturn of revenue and expenditure resulted in a deficit of 3.44 billion, of which 524 million, it was lower by 524 million, lower than projected. But this reduced deficit figure, however, is deceptive, Mr. Speaker, because it was achieved by slashing expenditure, resulting in the accumulation of arrears of millions and hundreds of millions that the current government must now pay via the supplemental. It is fiscal recklessness and financial manipulation, Mr. Speaker. Fiscal recklessness and financial manipulation. What the former government did when they realized that their revenue target was substantially less than budgeted, they simply stopped meeting their obligations. That is fiscal recklessness. In terms of the revenue projections projected for the period October 2024 to March 2025, the revenue collections was projected at 24.58 billion. Instead, 24.09 billion was collected, a shortfall of 485.5, almost half of $1 billion. This 485.5 loss in revenue is very likely, Mr. Speaker, a direct result of the under-resourcing of the one entity engaged in tax collection, the Board of Inland Revenue. Again, Mr. Speaker, the tax revenue of this country effectively compromised by the PNM. The data also showed, Mr. Speaker, that the total expenditure was slashed by 1.01 billion for the first 6 months of the 2025 fiscal year. The total budgeted expenditure for period October 2024 to March 2025 was 28.55 billion. However, actual expenditure recorded for the 6-month period was 27.54 billion, $1.01 billion less than projected. Who did this and why? That was, Mr. Speaker, deliberate action by the then PNM Minister of Finance, a statistical conmanship, kicking the can down the road so that a new government coming in will have to find the money to pay. It resulted in the accumulation of over $1 billion in arrears owed for wages and salaries, loans, repayments, goods and services, etc. I wish to remind citizens as well, Mr. Speaker, that these figures do not take into account further billions owed in VAT, wage settlements, and to contractors which the member for Diego Martin Northeast failed to pay in his 2025 budget as he proceeded to bankrupt the country, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, we seek the Parliament's approval to supplement the 2025 budget in the sum, the PNM's 2025 budget in the sum of $3,143,983,761. This is disaggregated as follows, Mr. Speaker. Recurrent expenditure, $2.865046 billion. Development Program, $278,973,000, Mr. Speaker. These funds, Mr. Speaker, are necessary in large part to meet the multiple instances of deliberate under-budgeting or to meet obligations promised in the budget speech of the Minister of Finance, then PNM Minister of Finance, the member for the Dago Northeast, but for which no provision was actually made for new initiatives determined by the then PNM government, again, where no provisions were actually made. Mr. Speaker, it is instructed to note that until this government presents a full appropriation bill at the start of the new fiscal year 2026, supplementation continues to be provided under the existing or old heads of expenditure, with appropriate administrative arrangements being put in place to ensure distribution. The increase in the expenditure proposed is as follows, Mr. Speaker. Head 01, President, 1 million. Head 02, Auditor General, 4.9 million. Head 03, Judiciary, 50 million. Head 04, Industrial Court, 0.77 million. Head 05, Parliament, 26.9 million. Head 06, Service Commission, 1.5 million. Head 07, Statutory Authorities, Service Commission, 1.3 million. Head 09, Tax Appeal Board, 0.27 million. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board, 0.64 million. Public Service Appeal Board, 1.3 million. Office of the Prime Minister, 128 million. THA, Head 15, 32.7 million. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, 13.9 million. To meet shortfall under the contract employment payment for detainees' meals during the state of emergency. Shortfall, Mr. Speaker. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, $89.5 million. Head 26, Ministry of Education, $296.1 million. Head 28, Ministry of Health, $728.5 million, again to meet arrears outstanding, Mr. Speaker. Head 30, Ministry of Labor, $55.7 million. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, $275.8 million. Head 37, Integrity Commission, 1.6 million. Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, $489.5 million. Mr. Speaker, this $485.9 million is to meet shortfalls in personal expenditure, goods and services, traveling and contract employment, and to supplement TT Post's allocation for salaries and other remunerations under budgeted by that former government, Mr. Speaker. Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, 1.3 billion. Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, 122.1 million. Again, arrears, Mr. Speaker. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, 266.3 million to meet loans, repayments, to meet services, costs for NIDCO ferry services and the bonds, etc. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, the PNM chronically under-budgeted critical wages, rents, and essential services. This mid-year package, Mr. Speaker, is the cleanup bill. Mr. Speaker, under the development program, supplementation has been provided for $278,937,000. It's been provided as follows. Parliament, 1 million. Ministry of Education, 1.5 million for the acquisition of laptops and to cover the cost of school repairs over the July-August vacation. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, 50 million. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, 58.9 million. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, 10 million. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget was predicated on an average oil price of $77.80 US per barrel and a natural gas price of US 3.59 per MMBTU. Our estimation for oil and gas prices to the end of fiscal year 2025 is $66 US per barrel and $5 US per MMBTU. With this and other adjustments, we anticipate a decrease in total revenue of 556.7 billion, with an overall resultant fiscal deficit for 2025 of $9.67 billion. That is the PNM legacy, Mr. Speaker. That is their $9.67 billion. They need to take ownership of it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given the state of the economy at present, we are forced to fund this increased deficit, principally via borrowings on the local capital market, as well as by drawing down on existing multilateral facilities. Mr. Speaker, we will work assiduously to improve the revenue mobilization capacity of the Inland Revenue Division and ensure that further expenditure is provided to ensure that the efficiency, effectiveness of the Board of Inland Revenue, the Inland Revenue Division, is provided with resources to make sure that they meet their mandate. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, that this plan is an interim strategy aimed at restoring financial stability. It will be followed by a more comprehensive and impactful reform in the 2025-2026 national budget. Mr. Speaker, briefly the way forward. Mr. Speaker, congruent on our National Strategic Development Plan, we are already implementing the following suite of policy measures and structural reforms. The repeal of the TTRA Act, the repeal of the property tax, to ensure public safety and justice by establishing committees to recommend legislation and stand your ground policy on home invasions, the launch of the feasibility study on opening the Petrotrin refinery, the distribution of laptops to all incoming secondary students from September 2025, the refurbishment and completion of all long abandoned schools abandoned by the former government, the opening, Mr. Speaker, of the UWI Debe campus, the establishment of cauterization laboratories to address the rising incidences of cardiovascular disease, the amending of the Children's Life Fund Act to extend coverage to children with life-limiting and not just life-threatening diseases, the review and elimination of unnecessary state goods and services, including security details, Mr. Speaker, and abusive property rentals, Mr. Speaker, and much, much more, Mr. Speaker. Our key priorities include transfer pricing legislation. This critical reform will ensure that profits earned in Trinidad and Tobago are taxed fairly and in accordance with international standards. The Global Forum compliance, Mr. Speaker, exchange of information on requests, combined peer review, business levy reform, tax incentive, permanent establishment, Mr. Speaker. Oy, thank you. I have lots of time. No, lots of time. Mr. Speaker, we will be looking also at the qualified domestic minimum tax option, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are multiple opportunities presented before this government to develop some of the ideas we have been begging those opposite for the last decade. The Member of Parliament for Sipara, now the Prime Minister, has spent decades. In fact, the last 9.5 years, 9 years, 7 months, and 2 weeks, the Member of Parliament for Sipara has stood on that side, offering solutions, detailed transformation plans to take this country forward, and those opposite refuse to implement them. And they have the goal to ask us now where we're going to get the money from. We are going to put those plans in action, Mr. Speaker. Read the manifestos, read the UNC manifesto, and you get a clear direction as to where we will be taking this country. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago have nothing to fear except the PNM. They will continue to be obstructionists at every step, as we will see here today. I want to advise, Mr. Speaker, that we will take no advice from those on the opposite side who have collapsed this economy. We have a plan, we know how to fix it, and we will fix it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to address persistent foreign exchange shortages, we will collaborate with the necessary stakeholders to establish a foreign exchange allocation committee to bring greater transparency, equity, and strategy to the allocation of scarce foreign exchange resources. We will be implementing reporting obligations for high-volume importers to ensure that foreign currency inflows and outflows are better monitored and aligned with the country's national strategic economic priorities. We will ensure enhanced investor confidence through the development of profit repatriation protocols, dividend safeguards, and investment protection frameworks, drawing on the best practices such as those that have been implemented in Barbados. We'll explore foreign currency tax exemptions and investment tax credits as tools to encourage retention and reinvestment of foreign exchange within the local economy, Mr. Speaker. We will review the Trinidad and Tobago's network of bilateral tax treaties and work with our CARICOM partners to advance regional tax harmonization, promoting cross-border investment and reducing administrative burdens on regional businesses. Mr. Speaker, export-led growth is critical to building a resilient and diversified economy. Those on the opposite side have no clue how to do that. Fortunately, the citizens of this Trinidad and Tobago, my beloved nation, have chosen wisely, Mr. Speaker. To this end, Mr. Speaker, towards developing a resilient and diversified economy, we will examine the introduction of an export allowance and export growth incentive with a focus on high-potential non-CARICOM markets and target priority sectors including agro-processing, ICT services, and niche marketing. We will consider the establishment of an export proceeds retention facility, enabling exporters to retain a portion of their foreign currency earnings, thereby ensuring more predictable access to foreign exchange for reinvestment and operational expansion. We will expand, Mr. Speaker, international trade representation, not the shows, not those issues that they have raised, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's so much more that we are able to do, Mr. Speaker, so much more. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, in the debate where my members opposite will be given the opportunity to comment, Mr. Speaker, going forward. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the first session 2025 to 2026, 13th Parliament on the consideration of the proposals for the supplementary appropriation for the fiscal year 2025. Member for San Fernando East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the Minister of Finance this morning, it is clear that this government does not have a clue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, we have been asking those on the other side, where will the revenues come from? To date, no answer. Also, members on the other side, we thought we would hear in this debate whether they had reached into the HSF to help to support some of this expenditure that they had promised those during the election campaign. Not a mention of it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have reliable information that those on the other side have reached their hands into the HSF, but they haven't announced it to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. They haven't said so. Why have this debate?
Hang on a second. The constant resort to reliable information is something that has me concerned. If you're going to represent to the House that the information you have seen it, you rely on it, and there must be a reason why you rely on it, I'm going to allow you to continue. But I take that as a representation that you hold to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I retract. What I'm saying to those on the other side is that I'm asking a question. Have you reached into the HSF to support some of this expenditure, Mr. Speaker? I suspect they'll be reluctant to answer the question, Mr. Speaker, but the people of this country won't forget. The member is here today speaking, and he says that the former government left this economy in a shambles. Then he proceeds to say that there were only 8 months of import cover, Mr. Speaker. The shock and horror. Mr. Speaker, the international benchmark for non-energy producing countries for foreign reserves is 3 months, Mr. Speaker. For energy producing countries like Trinidad and Tobago, the benchmark, international benchmark is 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago is at 8 months of import cover due to the masterful management of this difficult economy by the People's National Movement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is confused. And I have to congratulate the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. I saw that the Prime Minister added a minister in the Ministry of Finance who actually has some governance experience, Mr. Speaker, because she realized that this Minister of Finance has none. And the gentleman needs all the support he can get. He is coming to this Parliament asking for $3 billion in additional expenditure, and to date cannot say what is going on. Then we have also talking about that when I spoke previously, that we knew who were the ones dodging taxes in this country. And yes, I stand by that statement. And that is why this government was implementing the TTRA, so that we could bring those persons who are dodging taxes under the tax net, so that the working class and the middle class of this country would not be overly burdened by excess taxation. And then those on the other side, the first thing they do is to eliminate the TTRA. That's what they did. Not only have they allowed their tax dodging friends in the professional and business class in this country to not pay their fair share of taxes.
Mr. Speaker, 48-6. 48-6. I don't know if my colleague opposite has tax dodging friends. He had confessed to knowing who the tax dodgers were, but I cannot be here.
Okay, can we, whilst making the interjection, can we just put the hyperbole to the side? Member for San Fernando East. I'm not sure what you mean by tax dodging friends, but can you use a more, as I said on Monday, a more anodyne phrase to describe it, please? That does not give the impression that members on that side, or any member of this House, is friendly with or consorts with people who indulge in that kind of behavior.
Mr. Speaker, I would
you
never...
are skillful enough to employ more anodyne language to make your point, please.
Speaker, I retract, but I could swear I heard far more derogatory statements coming from the Minister of Finance during his contribution. But Mr. Speaker, I may be incorrect in my assessment, so I retract, Mr. Speaker.
Contextual. And I would urge you to be a little more cautious in that regard. So can we move on, please?
Yes. Understood, sir. Mr. Speaker, those on the other side are coming here. We have maybe just about 3 more months left in this fiscal year. And if you look at the areas of expenditure, one of the largest areas is in current transfers and subsidies, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, the current transfers and subsidies are $811 million, 212,540, Mr. Speaker. That is in recurrent expenditure. In the development program, there's an allocation for $278,937,000, Mr. Speaker. So in the development program, that is where we invest in the revenue generating capacity of this country so that we can cover our expenses. Transfers and subsidies, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, it's just recurrent expenditure. And so in other words, they are borrowing money to pay these expenses, Mr. Speaker. That seems to be the only language that those on the other side understand. Let me explain to the people of this country. In Trinidad and Tobago, in an attempt to reduce the cost of living to the citizens of this country, almost everything in Trinidad and Tobago is subsidized. We have one of the lowest water rates in the hemisphere, one of the lowest electricity rates in the hemisphere. Right? We have free education, free healthcare. All of that is paid for by the state, by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we're trying to explain to those on the other side. When we have HGC housing in Trinidad and Tobago, HVIP starter homes, which the previous government had given to those, and many of them in squatting communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago, who did not have reliable homes, that was given to them by the state. That is a transfer. The previous government did all of that to try to protect the vulnerable in this country, Mr. Speaker. Vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And if you live in an HGC home in Trinidad and Tobago, you are not paying the full price for that home. If the home costs $1 million, it is being sold to the public at $700,000. So every HGC home in Trinidad and Tobago is subsidized. If you are a first-time homeowner and you go to the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank, you can receive, as a first-time homeowner, a mortgage of just 2%, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because that too is subsidized, Mr. Speaker, by previous PNM governments that did everything possible under the most difficult circumstances to protect the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we had implemented several policies in terms of generating additional revenues in this country to cover those expenses. And the first thing those did on the other side when they came into office was to eliminate many of them, Mr. Speaker. They have backed themselves into an economic corner and now want to blame the People's National Movement for their economic missteps. They were not handed any economy in shambles. That is nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago, last time I checked, is the only investment-grade country in the Caribbean region. The only one. Unless they want to come here to claim that the international rating agencies and the IMF and World Bank are also PNM party groups, then what we are hearing from the Minister of Finance cannot be true. Is our economy challenged? Yes. Has it been difficult? Absolutely. The past decade, Mr. Speaker, may have been the most challenging economic times in the history of this country, but it has been well managed by successive PNM governments, which try to stimulate growth within this economy while protecting the most vulnerable. And that is exactly what we did, Mr. Speaker, even through those challenging times where we had a collapse of global energy prices in 2016, massive collapse. And then in 2020, we had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. We were still able to come out of the pandemic with our investment grade rating, and were also able to show growth in this economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those on the other side, when they talk about a collapsed and crashed economy, are simply not being truthful. Yes. This economy is in no way collapsed. That is simply not true. The Minister of Finance is claiming that we on this side are attempting to undermine confidence in the Trinidad and Tobago economy, while he's coming here to say that the economy is collapsed at the same time. As I said, the gentleman is confused. What they are doing, Mr. Speaker, in a not subtle way, is laying the foundation for reneging on many of their ridiculous campaign promises. They promised the people of this country things that they knew they could not deliver. And now they are paving a road to try to blame the former government. But the people in this country are gullible and their eyes have been opened. They know that the TTRA, which was championed by the People's National Movement, would have been best practice globally to close a tax gap of $10 billion annually, Mr. Speaker. $10 billion. That is where the revenue is coming from. We also have transfer pricing legislation that we are ready to move forward with, Mr. Speaker, to also increase revenue collection by the state of Trinidad and Tobago. That was another initiative. Also, the Minister of Energy during his time in office also gave incentives to increase exploration so that we could increase production in the energy fields of this country so that we could gain more access to revenues from energy royalties. As I said previously, Mr. Speaker, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has two sources of revenue. It is energy royalties and also taxation. That is all. the first thing they did coming here is to eliminate $10 billion in additional revenues, which could have easily covered some of the salary increases they promised to the public servants of this country. Mr. Speaker, they have no intention of keeping those ridiculous promises. But let me inform the people of Trinidad and Tobago of the kind of economy that was inherited by those on the other side, because there's just too much misinformation in the public domain. Mr. Speaker, what those on the other side are attempting to do here, it's an expected expenditure of about $59.74 billion, a supplementary appropriation of $3.14 billion or 1.7% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, that means that we have an anticipated budget, anticipated expenditure of this fiscal year of $62.88 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if that holds true, that means that this would be the single largest budget in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And all we have heard from the Minister of Finance is coming here to celebrate accumulating more and more debt. That's it. That's it. The policy of this government seems to be borrow today, spend today, forget tomorrow. That is what they're doing. And that is no kind of sensible policy. Successive, responsible PNM governments have, yes, we have implemented deficit budgets, but we've always attempted to keep those deficits within a margin, within a band, so that we could have the ability to repay some of those loans. With an investment grade rating, it made it possible for PNM governments to access debt on the international and local markets at a relatively low cost. What the government is doing here now is definitely going to encourage an investment downgrade of this country by the international rating agencies, Mr. Speaker. It is going to increase the cost of everything in this country. Every single thing. Mr. Speaker, with this budget of $62.88 billion, which would be the largest in the history of this country, it also comes with a massive deficit, Mr. Speaker. A massive deficit of almost $10 billion, Mr. Speaker. I'm being distracted by the comedian from Barataria. Please assist me.
No. Mr. Speaker, I rise on 48.4 and 48.6. Member should know better.
Member for San Fernando East, could you withdraw that character? St. Augustine, member for St. Augustine, I'm on my legs. Would you allow me to speak, please? Member for San Fernando East, kindly withdraw that characterization and move on.
Mr. Speaker, I find it difficult that I'm speaking here and I have to field insults from the comedy duo of St. Augustine and Barataria.
Mr. Speaker, the member is defying the ruling of the chair. The member is clearly defying the ruling of the chair.
It's time to put him out.
San Fernando East, could you do as I asked and move on?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. But Mr. Speaker, I remind this House, this is not Sesame Street and that is not early on birds.
Can you move on, please?
Okay. I am here to do...
Member for St. Augustine. Member for San Fernando East, as I've said before, the excessive hyperbole is unhelpful, unproductive, and really doesn't carry us anywhere. So let's just withdraw the characterizations and just move on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, we move on. In those on the other side, during the last government's term, we did a lot of work to stimulate small and medium enterprises within this country, Mr. Speaker. And let me state some of the facts for the viewing public. We had economic growth was driven by a buoyant non-energy sector, which expanded by 5.8% in 2022, Mr. Speaker. This is coming out of the COVID crisis. While many of our CARICOM neighbors were in the warm embrace of the International Monetary Fund, Trinidad and Tobago was showing economic growth of 5.8% in 2022. That is the economy those on the other side inherited that they're now claiming has collapsed. Mr. Speaker, that is certainly not the case. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying earlier, we had implemented several revenue-generating projects. The main one, of course, being the TTRA. The TTRA was meant to close a $10 billion annual tax gap. It was also meant to identify leakages in terms of taxation within the system and also money laundering. It was also meant to close that tax net to ensure that everyone paid their fair share, Mr. Speaker. If everyone pays their fair share, it means we all would have ended up paying less in taxes, Mr. Speaker. That $10 billion in additional revenues would have easily covered the appropriation that they're coming to ask for here today, Mr. Speaker. All of it was being done. We had increased production in the energy sector. We had property taxes, Mr. Speaker, and they've said a lot about property taxes. They say they're coming to eliminate that too, even though the Minister of Finance promised the entire country a refund of those same taxes. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter, property taxes were also meant to ensure that government expenditure could have been reduced, because those taxes were meant to underpin local government reform in this country, Mr. Speaker. It meant that if you are a property owner in Trinidad and Tobago and you paid property taxes, those taxes would be used within your very community to benefit you, Mr. Speaker. It would have modernized our local government system to ensure that property owners can have quick service by their statutory bodies. So if I needed to have a road repaired, it means that the local government bodies would have funding available to get these things done quickly. It no longer had to go to the Ministry of Local Government. It didn't have to go to Cabinet. It didn't have to come to the Parliament. It didn't have to go through all of that. The funds from property taxes would have been available so that those issues affecting many homeowners and property owners across this country could have been rectified. They destroyed that too, Mr. Speaker. That was also a source of additional revenue to the people of this country to cover many of these expenses. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country are not fooled. Those on the other side are now claiming that the economy has been crashed by the previous government. That is simply not true. If they knew the economy was crashed, why were they making those promises on the campaign trail? There was no secret. There was no secret here. This is not some secret government. All of our economic indicators were available at the central bank. All of the international agencies had them. It was available to the public. They knew the state of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And they knew that we were in a good place. And that is why they made the incredible promises that they did. But they went overboard. And now they're trying to renege. They're trying to tack back, as we say in local parlance, Mr. Speaker. They came out here. They made those promises. And now they're trying to renege on those promises, because they can't keep them, because they keep shooting themselves in the foot. As a wise man once said, Mr. Speaker, economics will trump politics every single time. And this is a prime example of that. You could promise and promise and promise, but when it's time to deliver, it's a different story. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that this government is picking up right off where it left off in 2014, 2015. We are seeing record expenditure by this government, and of course, record debt levels at the same time. And let me take a look. Yes, have it here. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, well, even as far back as 2013, we had government expenditure of $59 billion, one of the largest in the history of the country. 2014, $62.8 billion. 2015, $59.9 billion, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, huge deficits. In the past 15 years, Mr. Speaker, the two largest deficit budgets were in 2021 and 2020 during the COVID crisis. Mr. Speaker, those on the other side are coming here today to break that record. And let me explain to the people of Trinidad and Tobago what a deficit budget means. A deficit budget means that there's a difference between your revenues and your expenditure. And that difference has to be financed, usually by borrowing money. If your revenues are below your expenses, you have to borrow money to cover that difference. That is what they are doing. They are borrowing and borrowing more and more money, and with absolutely no plan as to how that funding is to be repaid, Mr. Speaker. That is an appetite for destruction. That is what we are getting from those on the other side. So it has nothing to do with any crashed economy. It has to do with poor planning by those on the other side. Our previous PNM government had been very careful to manage our deficits. We did not make any ridiculous, crazy promises during the election season because we are a responsible party and government, and we understood what the future prospects of this economy look like. And I tried to advise the member from Labre to keep his words soft, because very soon, Mr. Speaker, the membership of the labor movement in this country is going to realize that those promises cannot be kept and that they have been deceived by this coalition of confusion and delusion, Mr. Speaker. They will realize that they've been deceived. They cannot keep those promises. We'll keep a spot for Labre over on this side. Don't worry, you'll be here soon. You'll be here soon. Because there's no way the labor movement of this country is going to tolerate the abuse being foisted on them by those on the other side. We have a country where most of the tax burden is being carried by the working class and the middle class. We implement a TTRA designed to close that gap to ensure that the professional class and business class pay their fair share in taxes. And then the government, with the working class representative, decides to shut down that TTRA. That cannot make any sense, Mr. Speaker. It cannot make any sense. We're also confused by some of our friends from Tobago, the TPP members. We came through this entire budget debate and not a word from our friends from Tobago. It is almost, anytime you're ready, St. Augustine, excuse me.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. New device.
Mr. Speaker, it's the usual suspects, over and over again. Mr. Speaker, it's almost as if the UNC is speaking on behalf of the TPP in this chamber, even after months and months and months of swearing up and down that there is no partnership between the TPP and the UNC. Yet the members of the TPP seem extremely comfortable in the UNC benches. They sat down here through various bills, including funding approved for Tobago, for the THA, and they had absolutely nothing to say, Mr. Speaker. That has not been lost on the people of this country. They had nothing to say. Nothing about the appropriation. Was it enough? How is this going to be spent? Nothing? That can't be, Mr. Speaker. The people of this country aren't blind, and they see right through the shenanigans of those on the other side. But let me move on, Mr. Speaker. Let me move on. Mr. Speaker, the last time expenditure in this country reached in the range of 62 billion. That was in 2014, even though there was a collapse soon after. Oil prices averaged $90 per barrel. Gas averaged $4.37 per MMBTU. Production was higher and revenue was 58.4 billion, Mr. Speaker. That was the projected revenue. Mr. Speaker, this, as I said earlier, this is maybe the largest single budget in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, but our international energy prices do not reflect a boom in our favor. Also, our production in the energy sector does not reflect any kind of boom period anytime soon in this country. So again, once more, where is the money coming from to cover these expenses, Mr. Speaker? I've asked that question over and over. The country is asking that question, and there is still no answer from those on the other side. The Minister of Finance seems to have a gift for speaking for long periods of time and saying absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. We are none the wiser for having heard him present within this chamber. Where is the money coming from? Please tell us. Mr. Speaker, as I had mentioned, 270.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. 48-4, offensive and insulting language. The Minister of Finance uttered something directed at this bench. I'll ask him to withdraw it. I'm not speaking to you.
I must confess I did not hear it. I was distracted by my clerk. Like when the comments were directed to Port of Spain North, I will call on the Minister of Finance if he accepts that he made a comment in contravention of 48-406, if he would withdraw it, if he decides to do so. But I did not hear it. My clerk was speaking with me. So in those circumstances, can we continue? Member for San Fernando East, you have 2 more minutes, unless you'd like your...
No, sir, it's fine. I'll take 2 minutes. This won't take long.
You won't avail yourself of the 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the current revenue estimates are predicted on the West Texas Intermediate oil price of $77.80 per barrel, and gas price at the Henry Hub at $3.59 per MMBTU. Mr. Speaker, the current energy prices that we've seen internationally are far below those figures. The revenues just are not there. Trinidad and Tobago does not determine international energy prices. That is done by the international agencies, Mr. Speaker. There's also the issue of transfer pricing, in which the previous government of Trinidad and Tobago had prepared legislation that was ready to go. And I'm sure these members at some point, if they're thinking at all, will bring to this House to be passed, Mr. Speaker. Transfer pricing, Mr. Speaker, means that many of the energy companies in this country, with their product, will have to sell to their partners or parent companies at international market rates, and not as they currently do at cost. Transfer pricing is based on the arm's length principle, Mr. Speaker. It means that a price should be the same as if the transaction occurred between unrelated parties under similar conditions. It would mean that this country would generate significantly higher revenues going forward from the energy sector. All of these things were presented to the people of this country for higher revenues, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that. Have a good day.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I propose to begin with just some introductory remarks, and they stem from matters raised in the course of the budget, the debate on the supplementary appropriations this afternoon. Now, first of all, I'm not an economist, but I thought that our business here this afternoon dealt with the supplementary appropriations. Now, what I understand by that, I'm not an economist, my friend there is supposed to be an economist, but the minister is bringing this supplementary appropriations because the budget presented by my colleagues, former friends on the other side, most of them, some my enemies, but former friends on the other side, well, that budget was presented by them.
Correct.
If there was a shortfall in the budget, obviously the shortfall has to be supplemented. If that is so, I think it is clear that it is not the job of the minister to say to the House this afternoon, well, this is what is to come in a year, or this is what is to come in 2 years, when he has sat on his behind for the past 10 years. I'm not sure that he has had.
Attorney General, can I just ask you to change that phrase a little bit?
He has sat without the use of his legs for the last 10 years. And in that time, he has raised little or no concern about the strategic direction of the economy, which is in large part the reason why he and a bunch of miscreants now find themselves where they are.
Again, miscreant is a bit of a strong word. Perhaps we could use, as I said before.
Now find themselves where they are. A lack of planning, a lack of communication to people, and a growing disconnect between the haves, those who play golf with a particular gentleman, as I will develop later on, and those who do not, because that is how our society developed. And also, and I hate to say this, but it also developed certain stratifications which were not normally known to the social scientists. So having put that apart, I did not rise because I'm accustomed to their foul language, and I say that without apology. I understand that a comment was made from one of the individuals who is better at foul language, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, who always has his mic open. He has the unfortunate misfortune of opening his mic when he wishes to say things about grandmothers, about persons on this side. Just for the record, I believe my colleagues here were the ones who clued me into this, that the word dunce was passed around. That's right. I didn't hear it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing order 48-1. The member has clearly lost his way.
48-1. Overruled for plain and obvious reasons.
I just want to remind that member that months before he was promoted, in defiance of the words of another prime minister on the other side, the late Patrick Manning, once he was promoted, the last thing that happened was that I happened to be involved in a matter with it. And at the end of correcting an affidavit in Reading Pen, the member then said to me, another hard lesson learned. I mean, I don't know how we could learn a hard lesson from someone who's a dunce, but that is life. So with those few words, I wish to begin my contribution this afternoon. And I begin that contribution, Mr. Speaker, by speaking about the Ministry of the Attorney General. Now, at the first meeting of the SFC on Monday, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs requested a supplementary appropriation of 89 million, roughly. Now, I want to be absolutely clear with this House this afternoon. That request was not a luxury. It was an urgent necessity. The allocation was meant to address arrears in salaries, allowances, contributions, and remuneration in line with the 120th report of the SRC. It covers departments, it was meant to cover departments such as General Administration, the Law Reform Commission, Criminal Law Department. Many of these were not optional expenses. They are obligations owed to public servants who continue to deliver vital services. But additionally, Mr. Speaker, funds were apportioned to cover, and I say this with some trepidation, fees and bills received by the Office of the Attorney General, obviously not by me. I went into that office when the government went in 7 weeks ago. So those were commitments made by my friends on the other side and their friends, some of whom the people have sent into other places, including into retirement. So the fees and bills included rental commitments at the Gulf City complex. Now you might ask, what does the Gulf City complex have to do with the Office of the Attorney General? Well, my friends, the Gulf City complex is not a mall as we used to think of it. It is now housing friends of my friends on the other side. Friends of my friends on the other side who provide, quote unquote, services to the Office of the Attorney General. That's what I meant. I walked in, and that is what I met on day one. Now, so we have been in office for 7 years. So, I'm sorry, 7 weeks.
7 weeks, but it will be 7
7
weeks.
weeks. Maybe it may be 7 years. It may be 70 years. So far, we have been here for 7 weeks. Now, on day one, I was greeted with a massive deficit. And my friend, the son of someone who I respect a great deal, would understand what a deficit is. I came to understand that the reason for that deficit was something which I have to describe. A substantial reason for that deficit was something which I have to describe as the former Prime Minister either once or twice or 3 times removed his golf game. Now you might ask, what does his golf game have to do with me?
Tell us.
Well, this is what it has to do with me. A substantial part of the fees that were paid by the Office of the Attorney General were paid to persons who played golf with the former Prime Minister, the benefactor of the leader of Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, much, I admit, to the chagrin of persons like Aruka Lupino and Arima and so on and so forth. But my budget was going to golf men. Some of them, some of the budget, not all of it. I don't want to go before privileges committee. Some of my budget was going to golf men. Now, so that is what golf has to do with me. That is what the Gulf City Mall has to do with me. All right, it might seem to be a bit of a stretch, but follow me, and I think you might get some insight into what is going on here. So that to understand the magnitude of what I'm saying, during this fiscal year, all golf players were paid in full.
What? Everybody else suffer.
Okay, so if you were on the golf team, you collected everything. So I mean, half of my colleagues need to know that in order to be well treated, you now have to study law and study golf if you want to be taken care of. But that is a fact. I don't know who carried bag and who didn't carry bag. So I don't play golf either. Now, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't end there. The previous administration left the people of Trinidad and Tobago with a hole, I hate to say a dark hole or a black hole, of about $150 million. That is $0.2 billion that we could have been spending for schools, hospitals, medicines, and so on and so forth. That is a dark hole. What I mean by that is this, that if you weren't playing golf and you're submitting invoices, some of which I received up to between Monday and last night, some of which it amounts to 150 million, $0.2 billion uncounted. Now, where that is going to end, I do not know at this point in time. And that is why I call it a black hole, not a dark hole. So what you're asking the taxpayers of this country to do is to fork out an additional, forget the golf thing, an additional $0.2 billion for persons still to identify themselves. They send in invoices. I have to vet those invoices and decide what I'm going to do with that. So the taxpayers of this country are being asked to pay, as of last night, midnight, an extra $200 million. I don't think it should be yawning at that. That is a lot of money. $200 million. I can't sleep. I can't yawn, I can't sleep. $200 million. Now, it has taken me just about 2 months, because I've only been there for 7 weeks, to tell people to stop. That's all I've been doing, telling people stop. But this is a gravy train, and a gravy train is very hard to stop. So up to this week, I had to have a conversation with somebody who described himself to be the last 2 letters of his name were KC. That means he's an English lawyer, I suppose. I had to tell the man, listen, you are not to go forward until you reconfirm your instructions with me. And I'm coming to say what that means. Because whatever the Minister of Finance has given me to pay fees, I want you to know, so you could tell your friends, and you could tell your former Prime Minister's friends that I will not be paying a single I will be paying work for value received. There are matters in which instructions were given by persons no longer in this house in the month before the general elections. In some cases, in 1 week before the general elections. And in those matters, people were so desperate that they grabbed at the name of Mr. Michael Dowlat, seated at the far end of this bench here. I had not met Mr. Dowlat before 3 weeks ago or so. Naming the Honorable Prime Minister, naming me. Now, I want to say that amongst an abuse of office, I have sought advice from Silk. I have paid nobody. I have retained no one, but I have sought advice because I have goodwill from English Silk. And I am told that that person giving those instructions, trying to throw his political opponents under the bus, or at least to open them up to some sort of scrutiny, that those things might amount, I have a note to that effect, misconduct in public office. Because what that is using the resources of the state. And I want to talk to the people in Caroni and in Belmont. The resources of the state is money that we should be spending in this parliament to provide health care for them and to make their lives better. Now, if that is in fact the position, those persons who were in the AG's office and elsewhere, giving instructions to persons in Trinidad and Tobago and elsewhere, all around the world, don't even bother to consider the damage that has done to us in terms of our mutual legal assistance responsibilities. Because you're not supposed to deal with politics when you're dealing with international agencies. And I have clued them into the fact that that is what was going on. There's damage to us there, there's wastage of money over here, and there's potential criminal wrongdoing. And when criminal wrongdoing is alleged, I don't mind you looking at me, I'm happy. But when you look at the political leader and Prime Minister of the United National Congress, her grandmother, who has served this country for however long, never had one standard raised against her, I will go to war with you. 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 My friends down the road there, You okay? The point is that this is something that needs to be investigated, and it will be investigated with every fiber of my being. Mr. Speaker, I want to make 2 points this evening, 2 short points. That in respect of the CLICO matter, first of all, I have met with the service providers, that is to say Deloitte and Touche, and the English attorney who has been involved in this matter since the collapse of CLICO. The service providers have not been paid in 24 months. By you. You have not paid the CLICO service providers in the past 24 months. So to come to this house behind my back and ask my colleagues about whether White and Kay is getting paid or Deloitte and Touche getting paid and so on, I find you fellas really bold. Really bold. Shameless. Now, it is true to say that when I questioned them about how much money they had been paid, because somehow the records in the Office of the Attorney General, where you have sat for 10 years, are not complete. I was told that the figure is north of $0.3 billion. Wow. North. They could not give me an exact figure. Wow. And I'm saying this knowing I've sat in this house for however long. I don't think I've ever been to a privileges committee. So all this currying across there, the side talk and the old talk, I know what I'm saying. $0.3 billion to Deloitte and Touche. The King's Counsel, in that case, someone who I have some respect for, he had not been paid in about 18 months. So you're looking at $0.3 billion plus. Now I asked him another question. I said to him, how much money do you need to complete this? Because Mr. Dupree is dead. They could not give me an answer. So what they were asking me to do was to commit an unknown number of money for an unknown number of time for an unknown possible result. I say no more on that. I flag it to say I will be returning to this house on that matter for us to have a discussion on it. The second matter is this one. I heard, I mean, I'm not supposed to be talking about hearsay, but the gentleman was a former prime minister. I think I heard a whisper in the wind. I don't pay too much attention to the former prime minister because his words hurt me so much. Can you all see how much I am hurt by it? In the least. But I heard something about the matter involving White and Case. Now I want to say some things in this house this afternoon because my friends on the other side seem to be excited by that. There was a discussion when I wasn't here. Well, the CLICO matter started with me in 2003 when your last prime minister was in Pampers. I'm not sure if you're permitted to say that. Might have been in Pampers. Withdrawn. An apology without, he was an infant in the profession. And most of my colleagues there, salute to my brothers, you all were similarly circumstanced. My leader tells me that some of you all were not born as yet. So long ago. But that matter started in 2003. I want to tell you something. People who were convicted of murder in 2003, some of them are now walking out of the royal jail, having served their sentences. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has paid money repeatedly over the years, and I hesitate to put an amount to it. Everything is $1 billion this afternoon. That is $1 billion. I am going to return to this house. I started it. I am going to return to this house on this matter because after 20 years, with recovery which took place largely in my time, I do not know whether this is value for money at a time when there are serious monetary constraints and serious matters that we have to deal with as a country. I will look at it, see where we are, and take a responsible decision. One thing that I can promise the people of Trinidad and Tobago is that Michael Dowlatt's name will not be on it, because and that is a monument to the waste that has taken place there. The UNC as a whole will not be on it. The Honorable Prime Minister will not be there.
Mind you, there's 1 minute unless you wish to avail yourself of your 15 minutes. Thank you.
The Honorable Prime Minister's name will not be there. I have dealt with that nastiness already, and I make no apologies for it. And I'm not finished yet. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Tobago Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't say much about the contribution of the previous speaker because his language was chosen to hide the emptiness of his contribution. He made some amazing statements, such as the Honorable Attorney General, that to get paid, you had to play golf. And that people, unknown, anonymous people, were desperate. So close to the date of the general election, they grabbed at the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West, I think it is, the leader of the opposition, and himself to investigate them. And he has decreed that this is misbehavior in public office, and he will go to war with members opposite. And he's making sure that all of these matters will be erased from the record. We shall see about that. We shall see. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to deal with the supplementation of the appropriation. Now, the Minister of Finance, again, the volume of his contribution also was designed to hide the emptiness of his contribution. They said nothing, absolutely nothing. And apart from the storyline that they are pushing, that the former government crashed the economy, without any data, without any evidence, without any figures, without any analysis, without any facts, they're just saying it. He also refused to advise this parliament as to how the government is going to finance the proposed $9 billion deficit for fiscal 2025. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Finance had bothered to do his work and taken a look at what the rating agencies have to say with respect to the threats to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, then he and the government would not be so cavalier in terms of widening the deficit from the proposed deficit from $5 billion to $9 billion. It is clear to me that this exercise we are about was not prepared, was not designed, and was not done by the Minister of Finance. Somebody else just put numbers on a piece of paper for him, and he just followed suit. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Finance had bothered to look at what the rating agencies are saying, and I'm going to read from the last report from S&P Global Ratings. This is the statement they made, and that report was September the 5th, 2024. And the rating agency in particular, S&P Global, made this point. And it seems members opposite are oblivious to this fact. Trinidad and Tobago's economy is heavily dependent on oil, gas, and petrochemicals. It therefore remains exposed to global price volatility in those sectors, while facing declining production in the near term. We heard nothing from the minister. I wasn't surprised in terms of what are the forecasts for oil production, gas production, and petrochemical production for the balance of the fiscal year. What has been the performance of those sectors for the first part of the fiscal year? What is the revenue that the country has received from the oil, gas, and petrochemical sectors for the first part of the fiscal year? And what is the expected revenue for the second part of the fiscal year? We heard nothing. And the important point that S&P made is that not only is Trinidad and Tobago exposed to global price volatility, but we are also facing declining production. And they made this statement a fact, which members of opposite seem oblivious to. And that is why you could scrap the Revenue Authority. You've said today you're going to scrap property tax. On the campaign trail, you said you will reduce corporation tax. And you just seem to be on a crazy spree of reckless expenditure while having no source of funds. But listen to this. Oil production peaked in 1978, while natural gas production took off in the 1990s. However, the country's oil and gas reserves are declining, which highlights the importance of sanctioning new gas projects to maintain output. Now, there were some projects that were expected to come on stream over the next couple of years. In particular, the projects that involve cooperation and collaboration with Venezuela. Those projects are now on ice. And they seem to be happy about that. They seem to be happy about the fact that the prospects for increased production in Trinidad and Tobago waters are primarily in deep water, which are very difficult and costly to commission. And the cross-border prospects are now on ice. So the situation that Standard & Poor's was describing in September 2024 is no better now. It has deteriorated. It has evaporated, it has deteriorated. So there were prospects of cross-border gas coming in the next 2 to 3 years. That ain't happening now. And in the Trinidad and Tobago EEZ, all you have to look at is deep water prospects, which take 7, 10, 12 years to operationalize. I wouldn't even bother with the statements made by the Honorable Prime Minister about gas from Grenada, Guyana, Suriname, where else? From Barbados? Because that has already been debunked by the governments of those countries. Those countries, the governments of those countries have already debunked that as nonsense. Nonsense. So there's no revenue to come from gas from Grenada, Barbados, Suriname, Guyana. Not happening. There is no gas to come from Venezuela, and they seem to be happy and gleeful about that. Happy and gleeful. In fact, they seem to want to go to war with Venezuela. Because how else can one interpret a statement about using deadly force against Venezuela? You only use deadly force when you're going to war. So prospects of cross-border gas out to the question.
48.6. 48.6. Speaker, we never.
Whilst I'm going, I've taken 48.6 into consideration. I'm going to ask the member to use more proportionate language.
Certainly, members opposite seem to wish to engage in hostilities with Venezuela using deadly force.
You hang on. I think if you're going to say that, member, and this is just my view, is that you have to put it in proper context. That's all I'm saying. You have to give both sides of it and come to a fair assessment. I'm not going to restrict your analysis of it, but a proper and fair contextual analysis is required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The context is that the prospect of getting gas from Venezuela in the near future is zero. That's the context. So I am speaking about the possibilities of new sources of petroleum, whether oil or gas. The sources of petroleum that was spoken about when the Honorable Prime Minister had her first press conference or second press conference, I can't remember, it is early in the day. All of this gas from all these regional territories has been debunked as nonsense. And certainly with the current situation, with sanctions from the United States and a less than pleasant relationship with Venezuela, the prospect of getting gas from Venezuela is nil. So, thank you. So, what Standard & Poor's was telling us is that declining hydrocarbon reserves and the global energy transition away from oil will weigh on the country's economy over the next several years. And they go on to make the point, which seems to have escaped members opposite, that declining hydrocarbon production has dampened economic performance in recent years. Now, these are all facts. It is factual that the new government has decided to abandon potential sources of additional revenue for the government, politically abandon potential sources of revenue. And I heard the Honorable Minister make a very weak presentation with respect to having abandoned the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, which had the prospect of generating billions and billions of dollars of additional revenue for the country, having abandoned that having declared that he is going to cancel property tax, and the UNC in their manifesto, whatever you want to call it, said they're going to reduce taxes, the effect of all of this, the sources of revenue that were expected to come, not coming. The source that could have come, they scrap it. And they have declared they're going to reduce taxes. So the revenue outlook for Trinidad and Tobago going forward is very, very dim and dismal. And therefore, the only way that the government can fund the $9 billion deficit that they are projecting for 2025 is through borrowing. It's through borrowing. And the minister made a song and dance about our current debt profile, carried on about it as if it was a bad thing. But you are adding $9 billion to our public debt. You're adding to our public debt, and you are going to be increasing our debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, I know they have a problem with the truth. You know, they're averse to the truth. You know that they don't like it, and that was Standard & Poor's. Let me go now to what Moody's had to say in December of 2024. Moody's came up with the same issues, that there's structural challenges based on our reliance on hydrocarbon revenue in the context of a mature oil production profile. Now, for those of you who don't know, we have been exploiting commercially oil in Trinidad and Tobago for approximately 100 years, since the 1920s. Actually, there is a theory that the first oil well ever drilled in the world was driven in forest reserve in the 1800s. There's a theory. But the fact of the matter is we have been exploiting our hydrocarbon reserves commercially for 100 years. Now, if you look around the world at all of the countries that have been engaged in that kind of action, drilling, producing oil and gas for 100 years, you will see there's a natural decline in production. And our geology is so complex that there's such a tremendous decline and fall off in production when you drill a new oil well or gas well, as the case may be. This is well known. I've heard in previous years, I heard former deceased Mr. Manning speak about this, that our geology is so complex that you would drill a well today, high production today, and tomorrow it falls off drastically. And this is why you have to keep drilling all the time to even keep the current levels at the level that they are. So we are a 100-year-old oil province, and we suffer from natural decline in production. But our economy relies structurally on revenues from petroleum. We also have significant government debt. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, let me put some more facts into the system. When we came in, Mr. Speaker, when we came in 2015, government revenue had dropped from 57 billion the year before to 44 billion in the first year of the PNM government. Reason for that, not only you have decline in production, naturally decline in production, but the price of oil fell from $100, where it was in July of 2014, down to $25 in February of 2016. So you had a 75% reduction in the price of oil, and naturally a 75% reduction, or more than a 75% reduction in the revenue coming to the government. In fact, in the situations where companies like BP is one of them, for example, pay petroleum profits tax based on profits, we actually had a situation in 2016 where the head of BP in Trinidad at the time came to visit myself as Minister of Finance, came to visit the Prime Minister, and I dare say they would have visited my honorable colleague from Portishead North, and told us that Trinidad and Tobago would be getting no revenue from BP until 2024 for 9 years. 9 years. And that is because it had become unprofitable to produce petroleum in Trinidad and Tobago because the prices were so low. Because not only did the price of oil drop from $100 to $25, the price of gas also dropped drastically, down to below $2 a MMBTU. So these are the facts. So this is why government revenue dropped from 57 billion in 2014-15 to 44 billion in 2015-16. And then it continued to decline because oil and gas prices continued to be depressed. So revenue dropped to $36 billion in 2016-2017. To finance the economy, because the former administration, as I have said, they came in and they met an annual government expenditure of $46 billion. And they exploded that all the way up to $62 billion by the time they had left. But revenue did not keep pace with it. So you had a 60 billion economy where people, in terms of their wages and salaries, in terms of mandatory expenditure that must be paid, you had a $60 billion demand for expenditure in the economy, but you had revenue of $36 billion. Now, we had advice. There are all kind of commentators in the newspapers, and I see some of them giving the new minister advice, and I hope he don't really take them too seriously. The advice that we got was your revenue has dropped from 57 billion to 36 billion. Reduce your expenditure to $36 billion. In other words, balance the budget by taking out $20 billion out of government expenditure. If we had done that, 20,000 public servants would have gone home. All state enterprises were shut down. The country would have shut down. And we decided we could not take that advice to reduce expenditure from 60 billion to $36 billion. So we had to borrow to keep economic momentum going. And most countries do that. You spend in the productive sector in order to generate economic growth. And you see it, because I see time is getting close to the tea break, and I will continue afterwards. But you see it, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the statements made by the International Monetary Fund in their Article 4 consultation with Trinidad and Tobago. You will see, Mr. Speaker, what the IMF said about Trinidad and Tobago. And this is what they said in 2024, May 2024. For the first time in a decade, Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery. Real gross domestic product is estimated to have further expanded by 2.1% in 2023, reflecting a strong performance of the non-energy sector. Inflation has declined sharply, mainly due to decelerating global food and imported goods prices. The point I am making, Mr. Speaker, is that we had a decision to make. Should we continue with a government expenditure somewhere between 50 and $60 billion in order to keep economic momentum, in order to keep people in jobs, in order to continue to subsidize WASA, which needs to be subsidized by $2.5 billion a year to keep water rates down, subsidize Tech, which is subsidized to the tune of $700 million a year, and so on. We had a choice. Should we maintain government expenditure between 50 and 60 billion to do all what I just said, pay old age pension, pay social grants, and so on? Should we do that, or should we take the advice of the commentators and cut expenditure by almost 50%, send everybody home, shut down every school? So we did not. And the only way you can fund that level of deficit is by borrowing. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we had managed to level off just before COVID. We had stopped the increase in debt to GDP. We had stopped the increase in public debt. Of course, COVID came. They seem to forget that the entire world was affected by COVID. I heard the minister talk about withdrawals from the Heritage Fund. But we had to withdraw from the Heritage Fund to keep people alive during COVID, Mr. Speaker. So for the last 9 to 10 years, we have engaged in deficit budgeting to keep the country going and to keep people alive and to keep people in jobs. But there's a limit. Sooner or later, it's going to catch up with you. Sooner or later, it's going to catch up with you. You can't keep running these huge budgetary deficits. And that is precisely what this government is going to do. They talk about crashing the economy. They will surely send this economy into a deep, dark hole, Mr. Speaker. A deep, dark hole. Because what I pick up from the members opposite, they don't have a clue on how to run a country in the face of declining production and declining prices, Mr. Speaker.
Subject to what the members say, if you don't intend to avail yourself of your 15 minutes, I'm minded to, you stop at 4:37. But if you are minded to avail yourself of your 15 minutes, that takes you to 4:52. So we could continue to the end, or you could come back after the break.
Mr. Speaker, I want every single minute available to me, including the 15.
Sitting of the House is suspended until, can I take it, we've established up 5:15? Thank you very much.
Now the election back and I'll die away. In short, this is what I have to say. Let us forget fights and grudges and concentrate. Come, let us sit and try to relate. Because now, more than ever, we must show discipline, tolerance, and production to build a strong and better nation. I say that is the main foundation. So come, let us work hand in hand, because this is our land. Come, my brother, come, my sister, and let us build a nation together. Oh, yeah. Remember, the key to success is working hard. For our country we must have regard. Forget all your differences, let we start to build. And onward to progress we surely will. Because now, more than ever, we must show discipline, tolerance, and production to build a strong and better nation. I say that is the main foundation. So come, let us work hand in hand, because this
In
is our
spite
land.
of how
Come,
you
my
were
brother,
treated
come, my sister, and let us build
when
a
you
nation.
offered yourself as general counsel. And of course, that matter has not been resolved because you would have written I am told you said, and you have not been responded to. Why have you offered yourself? Why do you feel the outcome will be any different? And that is, in my view, out of the hands of the voters.
Well, Darian, you used a word just now that I think is very important, and that word you used was hope. And it just so happens that my symbol for this election coming up on Sunday, my symbol is the word hope.
Nice.
And the reason for that is because on April 28th, we went to the polls in a general election, and over 100,000 people that previously supported the party turned their face from the party in that general election, largely because they did not have hope that the PNM would represent their interests. They didn't have hope. They didn't see in the PNM the hope that the needs of their community would be addressed. They didn't see in the PNM the hope that the needs of their family and their neighbors would be addressed. And as a young person who, I mean, the good Lord has promised me 10, I still have a good 3 decades left to live here. And we have to step up and we have to make a contribution to the development of the space. So I've offered myself for chairman of the PNM. I've had a very long career of service in the movement. I've served as the youth officer on the national executive. I've served as vice chairman of my constituency for 2 years, and I'm back as the vice chairman now. I served as a constituency chairman for 8 years. And of all of the candidates that have offered themselves for chairman, there's only one candidate with a track record of service at all levels of the party, coming up through the Youth League, serving on constituency executive, national executive, in the general council, in the central executive. And that candidate is me.
Yeah. First of all, before you go further, right, a number of people are saying hello to you. And Jennifer Manwaring is identifying a situation that I want to ask you about. She said, is there information out there as the location of the polling stations? And I know that one of your contemporaries and a number of other people have raised the concern about timely information to the public one and to those competing outside of the one PNM team. How do you respond to Ms. Manwaring, who probably wants to vote in the election?
Well, I'd respond,
as a candidate.
I'd respond to her in 2 ways. I'd say search for me on Facebook or on Instagram. My name on Facebook and Instagram is Uncle Chinua. Search for me and I will post all of the information so that you can be assured that you know exactly where your polling station is. I saw a list come out earlier this week. The information for the polling station in my own constituency, where I'm the vice chairman, was not correct on the information that was released. I see that that's been corrected in a release today. And I'm hoping that the information that has now come out today, 4 days before the election, is accurate.
You, as somebody who previous to this struck this election, had some challenges and was, in my view, robbed of the opportunity by misconduct in the General Council elections, where 2 people who voted, 2 former members of parliament, one in the Senate House, voted unlawfully. Having experienced that, and am I correct, did you write the General Secretary?
I did. I 2 days later, I mean, when the vote took place on General Council, that was on Monday, a Tuesday, I'm sorry, and I was not aware at the time. You know, the members of General Council do not have before them a list of all of the members.
Correct,
You
understand.
Yeah, the General Secretary is the keeper of the records, and you depended on the General Secretary in that meeting to manage the registration of who's supposed to vote versus who's not supposed to. But it came to the attention of members the following day. And so the day after that is 2 days after the General Council meeting, I wrote the General Secretary asking for some certain disclosures, the information about who was eligible to vote and who actually attended the meeting, so the attendance register. I'm still awaiting a response, and I remain hopeful that a response will be forthcoming in the not too distant future.
Che Barkley also sent me his letter.
Yes.
And he is saying he wrote and he has yet to get a response on the same issue. let me ask you, do you believe that the General Secretary, well, at the time, had the accurate information as who should have and shouldn't vote?
Well, it's the General Secretary's responsibility to have the accurate information.
So let's assume on the evening he didn't have it. And do you think by now the matter should have been rectified?
But most certainly, this is now almost a month and a half later since the matter has been raised. As I said, I'm still waiting on a response to that correspondence. And you asked a question about why I have offered myself, given the outcome of that vote.
Yeah.
And the reason that I've offered myself, given the outcome of that vote, is because so many people reached out to me via, whether it was a WhatsApp message, a phone call, or otherwise. So many party members reached out to me from across the country, demanding that I offer myself again, that I make myself available to them, because they had the opportunity in the General Council to register their discontent. They had the opportunity to the point where the votes came down 60 to 58, and they wished to have the opportunity to register their discontent again in this upcoming election on Sunday. And so for that reason, I've raised my hand up, I've put my hat in the ring, and I am hoping that my candidacy will give voice to the voiceless in this election.
I want to ask you a question that I asked one of your competitors, and he said you all are colleagues, good friends.
So Farah and I were in confirmation class together. We grew up in church together.
He told me you all are good. I asked him, and I'm asking you, especially based on your experience with that General Council vote, your letter, and pleadings from others, do you have any confidence in the election process in light of all that has been transpiring on a daily basis since it was called? Do you have confidence in the process?
I have seen correspondence from several candidates to the Election Supervisory Committee. I have not seen any responses, and I was surprised this morning when I woke up and read in the newspaper that the vice chairman of the supervisory committee, he resigned.
Yes.
And that for me is troubling. That on the eve of the election, an officer no less at the status of the vice chairman would tender his resignation from the supervisory committee. And it really casts a very poor light, I think, on what's happening. And it's even more imperative that the ordinary member, the ordinary grassroots member, gets off the bench, gets into the game, and comes to the polls on Sunday so that they can vote overwhelmingly for the best candidate that is available to them on the ballot.
And I share your view. I hear what you're saying. But if Ms. Warren, who raised the question there about where, and by the way, I've gotten many calls from many PNM members as to the where to vote.
Yes.
I hope that you're correct that the list being republished is accurate.
I certainly hope so.
And that it will be done in such a way that the widest cross-section of people who want to participate gets the information.
Yes.
However, I will just pray. I will just pray. What makes you believe that you, in offering yourself as chairman, that you will suit the office of chairman of the PNM at this point in time? What makes you the best man for the job?
Well, there are 3 candidates on the ballot for chairman. And I'm the only candidate that has a track record of experience, a track record of service in the party. I'm the only candidate that has, listen, I was the youth officer of this party for a term. And during that term, we rebuilt constituency youth leagues all across Trinidad and Tobago. Went into several communities where our youth leagues were not functioning up to the standard, if they were functioning at all, and working very closely with the National Youth League executive at the time. We went constituency by constituency, met with small groups of young people, encourage them to come on board to preach the gospel of the PNM, encourage them to get their neighbors, their friends to come on board. And we built youth leagues all across the country that we were able to benefit from that work going into the 2020 general election. We need to get back to doing that kind of work on the ground, that kind of work of engaging grassroots people, focusing on rebuilding our party groups across the country, because we depend on the party groups to maintain the connection that we have with the communities. It's through the party groups that questions that members of the public have, they will see a party group member by the shop, by the parlor, and they'll be able to engage in a conversation. We need to reignite that spirit in the movement and rebuild those party groups, rebuild our infrastructure from the ground up. I have the experience of having done that with the youth leagues, and I know that I can do that for the entire party.
If we were to look at the outcome of the last general election, and the result shows that 102,000 people who would have, in terms of number,
yes,
because we don't know who the individual voters are.
Correct.
But if we do the homework, you need to raise your voice a little bit.
Yes.
Katiana says she can't hear you. We need to probably do the homework of looking at the list individually, constituency by constituency, and see which polling divisions the votes came from in terms of what we would have won before, what was the margin of votes and so on. Right? There's a lot of homework to be done.
Yes.
So that I don't believe that the 102,000 people were all card-carrying members of the PNM.
Certainly not.
They may have
Certainly
been supporters in one way or the other.
Yes.
How, as chairman, would you suggest, or you, if you were to become chairman, would guide the party? Because, of course, you have to consult with your leadership, membership, and your leadership and the political leader.
Yes.
What would be one of your suggestions as to regaining the confidence of the 100 and, well, whatever amount where you found that you would have lost votes in constituency by constituency, polling division by polling division?
You know, the people on the ground in the different constituencies, whether they be on the executive or the party group members, and if they participated in the last election, they know the people who didn't vote. They know the people that they were accustomed getting to come out to the polls that they could not get to come out on this occasion.
Yeah, they do.
They know, we know who didn't come out and support.
Yeah.
And so we have to go to those people, visit them in their home, in their yard. We have to go to them, sit, close our mouths, open our ears, and listen. Listen to what it is they have to say about why they did not see in us on this occasion any hope for their own advancement. We need to listen, and we need to give them the hope that they require. We need to renew that social contract between the PNM and the electorate. We need to renew it and rejuvenate it so that by 2030 or before, the PNM will be ready to go back to the polls, go back into battle to be successful on the next occasion.
I have another question for you.
Yes.
And it's a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
So you become the chairman,
yes,
of the PNM after, well, not Sunday, but whenever the results are announced of their convention.
Mm-hmm.
Very disturbing period of time for me.
Indeed.
But let's say you get through.
Yes.
Apart from those among the 102,000 who didn't vote, in the past week, there are a number of unfortunate and derogatory comments being made by certain members of parliament and others in the existing executive. PNM people, members, who have a different view to the one PNM. Is it one PNM?
Yes.
Are being called frauds and a number of derogatory names. That is a turn off for me and for others. I've gotten calls.
It is a turn off for me too.
But how, as chairman, would you treat that to win them back? How?
To win back the people that have been turned off, or the people making the comments?
Well, I don't know that you could do anything about the people making the comments because if they're saying it now and I don't. That to me, it appears now we can say that they misspoke, but they say it with such conviction that I am myself concerned.
Yeah.
Because if you could call me a fraud, because you're calling me a fraud because I express in my views.
Yes.
And then one say that I am part of some game changers.
Yeah.
I will do that in next hour.
Yes.
Those people will be turned off. But you need our hands on that.
Yes.
How, as chairman, do you feel you can best treat to that?
Well, it starts by just role modeling the appropriate behavior. You know, the tone at the top matters in any organization. The tone that the leader of whatever it is, whether is a pan side, is a football team, is a dance group, a cricket side, whatever it is, tone at the top matters. And so I'm giving every single member of the party, as well as everybody who may not be a party member, but they are supporter of the PNM, I'm giving them the assurance that under my chairmanship in the PNM, that sort of public display that one might best describe as being unbecoming. That is not something that I will tolerate during my chairmanship.
I'm glad to hear that. However, unfortunately, you spoke of the issue of leadership. They have been making these comments on our platform, and they are part of a team that the leader belongs to. So why would they listen to you if and when you become chairman, when it seems, it could seem and be perceived that it's facilitated by the leader, the political leader, leader of the opposition? How would you want to treat that? Because it means that, there might be conflict.
Yeah, I think that part of the responsibility of the chairman is to chair the meeting and to lead in the meeting setting. The chairman has some specific powers and duties under the Constitution. And listen, we have to, at all points, be willing to speak truth to power. We have to be willing to speak truth to power and to do what is required in order to make sure that there's something that my late uncle used to say about the PNM. He said that in my father's house there are many rooms.
Your late uncle is who?
Patrick.
Was who?
Patrick. That in my father's house there are many rooms, and the PNM is one big house, one big tent. There is room for everybody. But there's a certain standard of conduct and behavior that is expected, and that standard is to be maintained and enforced by the chairman.
Satu Ramcharan, you missed the message.
Yes.
Who's a long-standing member of the PNM.
Yes.
I don't know if you know Satu.
I do.
Satu is making the point that mediation is required at this point in time between the opposing members or divisions in the PNM. What are your thoughts on that when and if you become chairman?
There are a lot of people across the country that are hurting. There are a lot of people that have experienced a very, very deep loss coming out of the general election. Whether that loss is emotional or spiritual, there are some people that are experiencing a financial loss as well.
Yeah.
And I want to agree that that mediation is important. There needs to be regular spaces where the ordinary party member can simply come and express their views, get it off of the chest, and whatever comes forward, we just need to treat with it. Don't dismiss the views of even the smallest party member. We have to treat with it, because if we don't, we run the risk of not being a well-oiled machine going into the 2030 election.
Well, you've gone very far in terms of 2030. But we have Tobago elections,
We do.
where we are not in a very good position at this time.
Yes.
And then we have local elections, which I think if this government follows its pathway, They may call it before.
Yes.
How do you, as chairman, see the urgency of bringing the party together? And how will you treat to that?
It's extremely urgent. The conversation needs to begin constituency by constituency with the executives, with the party groups, with the membership. And I had the opportunity to attend a meeting in a constituency in the eastern part of the country 2 weekends ago. And there's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of hurt. And there are a lot of people who have things to say. And we need to give them the opportunity to say it, and we need to address it. And I know I keep harping on that point, and it's because I believe that. I believe that if we don't treat with it, we are going to have to suffer further consequences. And then there's no need for us to do that. There's an opportunity for the persons elected to the leadership of the PNM to just have clear, frank, open conversation and allow people the space to vent and to create a forum for people to heal so that we can help the members process what they went through with the last general election. We can help the members heal, because if we don't heal the membership, at the end of the day, the PNM is about the people. It's not just the party's constitution and all of these formal procedures. The party members are the people who make up the movement. And so we need to treat the party members in a particular way so that they can feel renewed, rejuvenated, empowered to be able to do the work that we need to do in the communities to get this ship back on track.
As we wrap up, let me hear from you. Tell our listeners and those who are PNM and want to vote that may be going to vote, why you feel you are the best option to them to vote for on Sunday as chairman, in the position of chairman of the PNM in this challenging time.
There's only one candidate that has served, has come up through the ranks as being a member of the National Youth League. There's only one candidate that has served as the vice chairman of a constituency for several years. There's only one candidate that has served as the chairman of a constituency for almost 10 years. There's only one candidate that has served for a long period in general council and central executive. There's only one candidate that has served on the national executive. There is only one candidate that has a track record of rebuilding the structures in the party. And that candidate is yours truly, is me, is Chinua Allen. I'm offering myself for the role of chairman of the PNM. And I'm offering myself and making a pledge to all party members that I will defend their right to express their voice without any fear, that I pledge that I will represent the views of the grassroots in the party leadership. I pledge that I will support the political leaders' vision, policies, plans, programs that are geared towards rebuilding the movement and getting us back into office by 2030 or before. I'm making myself available to all party members as an option. And one of the things I learned very early whilst I was in the Youth League is that democracy means that you can have your say. It does not mean that you can have your way. There's an opportunity for all party members to have their say on June 22nd, this coming Sunday. So I'm asking everybody to get off the bench, get in the game, participate in this upcoming internal election. Take the opportunity. If you did not vote on April 28th, you have the opportunity to vote on June 22nd.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Because as chairman, you have to deal with this. A number of people who support the PNM and who are members of the PNM were, and this has contributed, I can tell you, people have told me, to some of them not winning, not participating, because there was a conversation about the PNM is an African party. And there was this move, again, to isolate. I was targeted at Chiot Young not being the right person because of his ethnicity to be political leader, to be prime minister. Now, this offended many people who thought the PNM was a place open.
It's offended
for
me
all races. That is out there still. As chairman, how would you treat that? Because many people who are non-African and those who are African who feel very strongly about this, how would you address that issue to make the PNM attractive and invited to people like that at this point in time?
Darian,
because those are some people who didn't vote.
I reject that notion out of hand. In this campaign, I was very strategic in choosing a particular color scheme for my campaign material. And if you look at all of the material that I put out for the campaign, you see 4 colors that are represented. Those colors are black, brown,
I should notice that,
yellow, and white.
Not many people know that.
And the reason why I chose that color scheme is because Dr. Williams, in his infinite wisdom, when he was drafting the Constitution and laying down the foundational principles of the movement in 1956, took note of the callaloo that this country is made up of. And because of a commitment to all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, those 4 colors were chosen as the official colors of the movement. If any party member has a constitution at hand, you just have to go to Article 26. And in the Constitution, it lists those colors. And the reason why is because it represents the PNM's commitment to interracial solidarity.
Correct.
The PNM's commitment to interracial solidarity. And so I think that one of the things that I said during this campaign is that we need to show our true colors. And we have to ask the silent majority to wake up and speak up, so that a vocal minority are not the group that are telling our story, or rather telling their story and wanting to convince the population that it is our story. Their story isn't our story. We know what our story is. The 102,000 plus people, they know what the PNM is. And if we do not present to them something that is authentic, something that is real, and something that represents all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they go punish we. And if we don't make a change in some of the rhetoric that some people are hoping to espouse and to associate with the PNM, if we don't speak up, if ordinary people don't speak up, then we will continue to suffer those consequences. And so I've chosen those 4 colors. Interracial solidarity is a founding principle of the PNM. It's a principle that I ascribe to.
Chinwalin, our time is up. I want to thank you for coming. It was a pleasure chatting with you. And I guess the feedback from you seeing on Facebook and the responses are again telling. I want to thank you and wish you all the best on Sunday, in spite of my own feeling, and you shared yours, of uncertainty of the transparency and integrity of the process.
Darian, thank you so much for making this opportunity available for me.
Pleasure is mine. All the best to you.
Thank you.
Take care. We go to the Center 5.
At 5.
At 5.
With none other than Senor Kevin Garcia.
Remember, in the next hour, I will have my say.
Yes, you will
but
have your day.
We will also have a short interview with Mr. Ferdy Ferreira.
Stay tuned.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio, I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 5.
Government moved to halt column embed before privileges committee. Road safety coordinator urges motorists to be cautious on wet roads, and U.S. Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on gender transition care for minors. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Now with the news in detail, I am Kevin Garcia. A motion is raised to have former Finance Minister Colin Membert brought before the Privileges Committee of the Parliament. The motion was read out in the Parliament today by Minister of Legal Affairs Saddam Hussein. the issue surrounded a court matter.
Quote, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Imbert, Standing Order 49. The member obviously does not know he is new that the matter is under appeal. It is therefore sub judice. Honorable members, interruption. Mr. Imbert, it is sub judice, Mr. Speaker. It is under appeal, and I stand by what I say. It is under appeal. After members indicated that the appeal of the said matter has been dismissed, the Honorable Speaker inquired from the member for Diego Martin Northeast if he can confirm the appeal is alive and active. And again, the member for Diego Martin Northeast confirmed the appeal was alive. I quote, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there has been some contribution from the floor that the appeal has been dismissed. Have you been able to confirm that any appeal is alive and active? Mr. Imbert, as far as I have been aware, it is alive, end quote.
Minister Hussain said the matter was not under appeal and could have been debated in the House.
The said statement that the said matter is sub judice as it was under appeal is absolutely false, untrue, and misleading. Mr. Speaker, it is pellucid that the member for Diego Martin Northeast misled this honorable House to prevent the member for Labre from prosecuting the matter about his irrational and unlawful conduct as Minister of Finance in the said matter. This motion is grounded on the fact that the member for Diego Martin Northeast deliberately misled this honorable House, the Speaker, and by extension, the viewing citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, as he knew or ought to have known the statement he made was a deliberate untruth. It was false and incorrect.
However, in response, former Finance Minister Imbert sought to set the record straight. He offered this explanation.
For the avoidance of doubt, I was sent no status reports on the matter, nor did I receive any communication about its status in any way, whether by telephone, email, WhatsApp or text messages, letter, word of mouth, or otherwise, prior to or during the debate on the TTRA repeal bill. This is what caused me to believe and state in good faith that the appeal was still alive. I have attached for you, Mr. Speaker, a self-explanatory letter from the attorney handling the matter, which confirms everything I have just said. Having said this, and although I spoke in good faith and without any intent to deceive, I wish to unreservedly apologize for my misstatement in the House regarding the status of Civil Appeal 268 of 2023.
Mr. Imbert is also the opposition MP for Diego Martin Northeast. A 42-year-old woman of Piparo is reported missing. Her name is Melinda Mohammed. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service says Ms. Mohammed of Pascal Road, Piparo, was last seen on June 16, 2025, and was reported missing to the Princess Down Police Station yesterday. The TTPS says Ms. Mohammed is of East Indian descent, approximately 5 feet tall, slim-built, brown in complexion, and has a long black straight hairstyle. She has a tattoo with the words "I love you" on her left upper arm. It says she was last seen wearing a pair of short black pants, a light blue top, and a black slipper. Anyone with information on the whereabouts of Melinda Mohammed is asked to call the Princess Down Police Station at 655-2231 or call any police station. The head of the Road Safety Project of the TTPS has some words of caution for motorists during the rainy season. Sergeant Brent Batson says flooded roads can put drivers and their passengers at extreme risk.
The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service wishes to remind all drivers that when encountering flooded roadways, it is best not to take the chance to venture into a depth of water that they can no longer see the edge of the road or the center line. Motor vehicles are major investments, and especially with hybrid and electric vehicles, this chance taking can quickly result in thousands of dollars of damage, including batteries and electrical connections.
And for persons assisting drivers in parking their vehicles, Mr. Batson says there is a right way and a wrong way to do this. Yesterday, Ethan Collymore was crushed to death in an accident at the Gulf City Mall car park in La Romaine. He was assisting a woman while she attempted to park. Mr. Batson sent condolences to Mr. Collymore's family. And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago. The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld a Tennessee law banning gender transition care for young people in a decision expected to have consequences nationwide, given that 25 states have similar laws. The justices voted 6-3 that the 2023 law restricting minors' access to treatment such as puberty blockers was not discrimination. 3 Tennessee transgender teenagers, their parents, and a doctor who provides transition medications had argued the state's ban violated a U.S. constitutional guarantee of equal protection under the law by discriminating on the basis of sex. The case, known as United States versus Scarametti, was the first time the court had taken up transgender healthcare. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos files this report.
The core question in cases like these is what level of scrutiny applies? What does the court look at in deciding whether or not to strike down this statute and declare it unconstitutional or allow it to survive? That's why there's so much discussion of scrutiny. And the key is, in equal protection challenges, the key is what is the classification? Does the statute classify based on transgender status, or instead, does it classify based on medical diagnosis and procedures that are requested? And so in this case, the court concluded that what the law does is it doesn't discriminate based on transgender status. Instead, it removes a certain set of diagnoses from the large list of treatable conditions and procedures.
Therapy,
exactly.
puberty blockers.
Right. And the diagnoses that are removed happen to be all diagnoses that relate to transgender persons. But the court says that is still not enough of a distinction to be the invidious, and that's the magic word, the invidious kind of discrimination that would be unconstitutional based on transgender status.
That report there from NBC legal analyst Danny Savalos. And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 5 o'clock. As we go, here's another look at the headlines. Government moves to halt column membered before Privileges Committee. Road safety coordinator urges motorists to be cautious on wet roads. And U.S. Supreme Court upholds Tennessee ban on gender transition care for minors. I am Kevin Garcia. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our next Major News Center 5 can be heard this evening at 6 o'clock.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio.
From World Cup to Gold Cup, Trinidad and Tobago is in the USA for Gold Cup action from June 14th to July 6th. TNT battles the mighty USA on June 15th at the PayPal Park, San Jose, California, 6 p.m. local time. Then it's TNT versus Haiti on June 19th at the Shell Energy Stadium, Houston, Texas at 6:45 p.m. local time. And it's TNT versus Saudi Arabia on June 22nd at the Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas, Nevada at 7 p.m. local time. Only I-95.5 FM, the most influential name in sports, will be there live. Join Andre Earl Batiste and Tony Lee for Gold Cup action. Gold Cup action. Gold Cup football brought to you by Coca-Cola, Republic Bank Limited, the TTFA, and I-95.5 FM. I-95.5 FM, the most influential name in sports.
Wendy and Friends present their all-inclusive White Affair.
Don't you miss it. Wendy and Friends presents their 9th all-white annual White Affair all-inclusive fundraiser.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the contribution by the Attorney General, there's a matter that I was not able to deal with within the time before the break. But I think it's necessary to deal with it now because the impression given by the Attorney General was very misleading. The Commission of Inquiry into CLICO was initiated and completed under the UNC administration of 2010 to 2015. Arising from that Commission of Inquiry came the engagement of Deloitte and Touche by the Director of Public Prosecutions, or by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, or on behalf of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And the bill for $300 million that the Attorney General spoke to was not incurred by the government in any form or fashion, Mr. Speaker. So that $300 million had absolutely...
Just to make a point of order.
Just as a matter of correction.
What's the point of order, Mr. Speaker? What standing order is it?
Attorney General.
Attorney General is an experienced parliamentarian, and he knows that you need to rise on improper motives or something like that. So anyway, the fact of the matter is, the bill is, the Deloitte and Touche bill is a bill that arises from work being done by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, which is a constitutionally independent office, and it is not a bill incurred by the government, as the former PNM government, as the Attorney General insinuated. So let me move on now to some points I was making about revenue. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, because of the collapse of oil prices and the collapse of gas prices in the 2016-2017 period, revenue declined to $36 billion. However, we continued to provide the economic momentum that the economy required, and also to ensure that people were kept in jobs. Not a single public servant on the establishment was sent home during that very, very difficult period when revenue dropped from 57 billion to 36 billion. As we continue to work in terms of stimulating the productive sector, with no significant improvement in oil and gas prices, the government revenue began to increase. We took a number of different measures to deal with that pronouncement by BP that they would not be paying any taxes to the government for 9 years. And in fact, what we did is, recognizing that royalty is a tax on gross and is not associated with profits, we imposed an across-the-board royalty of 12.5% on both oil and gas. And that is how the government revenues began to improve, because whatever the price of oil or gas is, once there's a royalty associated with, you will get revenue. But if your revenue is only profit-based, you are not going to get anything at all in a period of very low oil prices. So the revenue began to improve, improving in 2018 to 43 billion from 36 the year before, and then improving in 2019 to 47 billion, 46.8 actually, in 2019. So we began to climb out of the deep economic hole that we found ourselves in 2016 because of the collapse of commodity prices. Then came COVID, and the whole world suffered as a result of COVID. There was shutdowns everywhere, lockdowns everywhere, borders were closed, transportation was suspended, and so on. And the revenue dropped again to $34 billion during the COVID period, because even though we withdrew from the Heritage Fund, you cannot count withdrawals from the Heritage Fund as revenue. I'm educating members opposite because they don't have a clue. So that when you are looking at total revenue, you cannot count any withdrawals from the Heritage Fund, because the Heritage Fund is money earned already in a previous year. It is not revenue in the current year. So we withdrew, yes, we did. It is a matter of public knowledge that we withdrew substantial sums from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund during the COVID period because revenue had dropped to $34 billion. But as time went by, in 2021, the year after COVID first came, because of all of the initiatives that we were taking, because we were still driving the momentum in the economy, revenue went up to 37 billion in 2021. And then in 2022, revenue went up to $54 billion. Now, some of that is attributed to the Ukraine war. However, it continued in 2023. Revenue went up to $54.7 billion. So here we have a situation where in 2016, revenue was at 36. It climbed up to 47 and then dropped to 34 because of COVID. And we got it back up to $54 billion. Mr. Speaker, we generated an additional $20 billion per year in revenue in just a 2-year period. I'm saying all of this because of the blanket statements made on the other side that we crashed the economy. Blanket statements without producing any facts, but these are facts, that we grew the revenue from 34 billion in 2020 to 54 billion in 2023. Now, if you take a look at what is happening, or what has happened, what happened when we were in government, Mr. Speaker, whenever Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, went on the international market to raise funds to support the economy, we raised international capital in 2023, 2024, and so on. What we found from a market perspective is that Trinidad and Tobago was performing much better than its regional peers in terms of the interest rate that we were able to secure on the international markets. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we went on these road shows, which involved a presentation from my good self and my technocrats to international investors, the world's best investors, what we were getting in terms of demand is that within a couple hours, as soon as we launched the bond, whether it's 500 million or 750 million, in fact, we were being, in US we're talking, we were being encouraged to increase the size of the bond. Whenever we went on the international market, within a matter of hours, the Trinidad and Tobago offer was oversubscribed, sometimes by 200%, sometimes by 300%. And we were getting interest rates much better than our regional peers. I recall just last year, we raised a significant sum on the international market, and we got an interest rate of about 6%, whereas other countries in the region, like the Dominican Republic and so on, they were forced to borrow at 11%. Just this week, Mr. Speaker, if you look in the Trinidad and Tobago Express, you will see a story that TGU, Trinidad Generation Unlimited, returned to the international bond market. This is a bond that TGU had been working on for several months before the election. They had done all the investor outreach and so on long before the election. And they went to the market and raised US $525 million to refinance their existing debt and improve their financial footing. And this statement, I am reading from the Trinidad Express here, and the date is, let me get the date. The date is June 17th, 2025. That's yesterday, I believe. And this is what was reported, that the bond drew strong interest from investors and was priced slightly better than early estimates. Now, how is that possible in a collapsed economy? How is it possible how is it possible 1 month after a general election, with all the work being done in the 6 months prior, for TGU, a state-owned enterprise, don't even have a board properly, because I'm seeing, Mr. Speaker, that the government opposite has thrown caution to the wind. Let's take the case of Angostura, for example, where they bullied the board members into resigning. Angostura was without an audit committee, which is a requirement of the law when you're a listed company, when you're an issuer of a security that is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The law requires you to have at least 3 directors to form the audit committee. When this administration terrorized directors of Angostura, so they resigned en masse, the company was left without an audit committee and was subject to, and still is subject to, a fine of $1 million for failing to have an audit committee. I saw something about EMBD recently. I think the honorable member for Oropouche East did not attend court. I'm just referring to what I saw in the papers. I'm subject to correction. I'm subject to correction. Subject to correction. I saw that the judicial officer, I saw it in the papers, was not happy that the honorable member for Oropouche East was not there. But the fact of the matter is that that is another state-owned enterprise that is without a board. It is without a board. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member for Oropouche East could make a laugh and joke about it. But these are serious matters, because you see, there is a storyline outside there that it is the intention of the new administration to discontinue a number of matters that were active prior to the general election, which are not favorable to members opposite. In fact, I heard the Attorney General himself say that he intends to discontinue certain matters. I heard that. He said that in this space today. He said that. He said that. So the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the UNC has inherited an economy that is described in this way by the International Monetary Fund. And I'll go on to what the rating agencies have to say. Economic growth, this is the International Monetary Fund, in its 2024 Article 4 consultation press release, June 2024. And the IMF was looking forward into the future. And they said this: economic growth is projected to gain momentum in 2024, supported by the non-energy and energy sectors. Inflation is projected to remain low. The current account surplus will narrow, mainly due to a decline in energy prices and energy exports, and is estimated at 5.7% of GDP in 2024. International reserve coverage is expected to remain adequate at 7.5 months of prospective total imports. And I heard the Minister of Finance, the new Minister of Finance, the inexperienced Minister of Finance, See, imagine they only have 7.5 months of import cover. They only left us with 7.5 months of import cover. I mean, it's a joke. The international benchmark is 3 months. 3 months. 3 months. And here you have the IMF saying international reserve cover is expected to remain adequate at 7.5 months of prospective total imports. External public buffers in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, the same fund they say we raided, are large at about 20% of GDP. The fiscal position is projected to remain adequate, reaching a deficit of 2.7% of GDP in 2024. Now, of course, all of that has gone out the window because we are here today. What we are talking about today is the fact that they have decided to balloon, explode, expand, skyrocket, however you want to call it, the deficit from just less than 3% of GDP to somewhere in some unimaginable region for no good reason, Mr. Speaker, and it is inexperience that causes that. When you are running a country like Trinidad and Tobago, where the UNC caused the appetite of the country for a $60 billion annual expenditure, and now they want to go to 70, because when they fulfill their campaign promises, all of them, assuming that they do, I doubt that they will, but hypothetically assuming that they will, that is when you start to balloon the expenditure from 60 billion to 70 billion. The maths is all there. If they do what they say they are going to do, you're going to have a ballooning of public expenditure up to $70 billion a year, and you're not going to collect more than 50 billion. And therefore, they're going to be putting this country into a tailspin. I am certain that when the rating agencies come again, we are certainly going to lose our investment grade rating. Certainly, as night follows day, because they have no plan. And I was hoping, because we all have to live in this country, all of us have to live here. All of us are hoping they don't put God out of their thoughts and engage in some kind of massive devaluation. Nobody wants that in this country, except the people who are hoarding US dollars overseas, who want to make a quick profit. Nobody wants that. So I am hoping they don't go crazy and devalue the dollar. I am hoping that they exercise some fiscal restraint and don't result in a downgrade of Trinidad and Tobago. I am hoping they don't balloon expenditure to the point where it becomes impossible to finance the deficit unless you suck everything out of the Heritage Fund or some other crazy scheme. I am hoping they are not crazy, Mr. Speaker. But from what I'm seeing here, they have come to us and told us that the fiscal deficit for 2025 is going to be $9 billion. And they have not given us any indication except words. They're going to provide the Board of Inland Revenue with resources. What on earth does that mean? The problem in the Board of Inland Revenue and in the customs is the fact that the Public Service Commission, a constitutionally independent institution, has failed, not last year, not the year before, has failed for the last 20 years to fill the required positions in the Board of Inland Revenue and in the Customs Division. They failed. And that is why perennially, if you go into the statistics, you will see under the UNC, under the NAR, under the UNC again, under the PNM, that consistently there were huge vacancies in Inland Revenue and Customs. And there's nothing that honorable members can do opposite to address that in any meaningful or accelerated way. It just can't be done. I don't know what resources they're talking about. What are they going to do to cause the Public Service Commission to fill vacancies that they have not filled for the last 20 years? Are they going to threaten them like what the kind of veiled things that we heard from members opposite during this debate? Are they going to terrorize the Public Service Commission? How are they going to get them to do it? So it's just pie in the sky, it's just empty words. So that we are going to find ourselves in a situation where using the traditional bureaucracy, We cannot balance the budget. We cannot fund the deficit. We will have to borrow and borrow and borrow. And Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, all of us live here. We don't want a government to take the economy from what I have just indicated the IMF is saying, and let me go back, it needs repetition, Mr. Speaker. It needs repetition. For the first time in a decade, Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery. First time in a decade. And they, by what they're planning to do today, they intend to reverse that trend. We had 3 years of economic growth, 2022, 2023, 2024, real economic growth, 3 consecutive years. And I am certain that they are going to reverse that trend. And if not in 2025, because the economy is still running on a momentum that we created, but by 2026, they're going to send the economy into recession. That's what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker. So that I would hope that instead of engaging in fluff, instead of engaging in vacuous, empty platitudes, that somebody on that side will tell us how the government intends to finance this huge $9 billion deficit in 2025 in the context of scrapping the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, in the context of scrapping property tax, in the context of paying huge increases to state sector workers that will amount to a bill of maybe $10 or $20 billion, in the context of their promise to reduce taxes, cut tax, abolish this tax, and so on. I would want someone in the other side, bereft of fluff, with some kind of knowledge, to tell this parliament and tell the country how you intend to finance this deficit and how you intend to maintain the economic health of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Barataria, and one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to enter this debate. And firstly, I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance for presenting this video review under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Superior. Mr. Speaker, it's quite ironic that the member for Diego Martin Northeast speaks of growth. So I'll start there. The member for Diego Martin Northeast presided over about 10 budgets, and every single budget ended up with a budget deficit. Every single one. Every single one. 10 years of budget deficits under that Minister of Finance. And then he comes here to pretend as though they are growing the economy. Mr. Speaker, I have the figures in my possession. They went into the HSF over 10 times and took out $17 billion worth of savings. $17 billion worth of savings for the taxpayers of this country, and they put not a single red cent inside it. The member speaks about what rating agencies and that they're doing so well and so on, Mr. Speaker. This member for Diego Martin Northeast had Trinidad and Tobago on a blacklist by the European Union for the last 10 years. For the last 10 years. We had instances where banking relationships were lost in Brussels because of their incompetence, neglect, and their failures to properly take us out from the blacklist. But I listened to the contribution from the member for Diego Martin Northeast and the member for San Fernando East, and both were feeble. They were feeble. Diego Martin Northeast's contribution was as feeble as his earlier apology. And the member for San Fernando East, when I listened to him, Mr. Speaker, that member may have born on a hill because he certainly fell far from the tree. He certainly fell far from the tree. Mr. Speaker, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, earlier on, didn't catch your ear. He referred to a member on this side, the Honorable Attorney General, as dunce. I want to tell that member that we never had an Attorney General on this side that took 10 years to finish law school. I want to tell the member that we did not have an Attorney General who didn't pass mathematics. We have an Attorney General who is going to war with white-collar criminals. That is what we have. We have an Attorney General who will do that. So, Mr. Speaker, they on that side are obsessed with taxes. They are obsessed. I want to remind them, during the period 2010 to 2015, we built hospitals, a children's hospital, the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, 100 schools, box drains, roads, highways, sporting complex that they refuse to open, police stations without a single new tax. Without a single new tax. But they conveniently forget that. And I want to tell the members opposite, as the Attorney General is going to war with white-collar criminals, Saddam Hussein is not afraid to go to war. Not afraid to go to war. You see, Mr. Speaker, we sat here for 5 days last year with something called the Standing Finance Committee when we were dealing with the budget, the fiscal package for 2025, which we are now supplementing. And members, when we were sitting on that side of the House, we keep asking the government, are you under budgeting? Are you under budgeting? And the answer that we were given is that, no, we have enough money. Now, when mid-year review comes, we have seen where they were cutting and under budgeting, Mr. Speaker, and they were doing that deliberately to fabricate a small deficit. They were doing that to fabricate a small deficit, and now they have the goal to ask us where we are going to get the money from to fund the deficit. I will tell them, Mr. Speaker. I will tell them, because I want to ask them where $600 billion went in the last 10 years. Where did it go? Not a single new school was built. 5,000 Petrotrin workers went home. Trinidad workers went home. TSCT workers went home, Mr. Speaker. TDC went home. They closed down small and medium-sized businesses because they starved them with Forex, giving it to their friends, families, and financiers. That is where the money gone. That is where the money has gone. There will be no more Forex cartel under this government. So it is quite disingenuous for the members opposite to come to criticize us here today after 7 weeks in office when we are trying to find money to pay their bills. It is quite disingenuous. And we are not going to take the blame for that. We are not taking the blame. We are not doing that. And you see, the member for Diego Martin Northeast tried to couch his presentation on the fact that they had to go through COVID and that they had to find money and nobody went home and they save and so on. Mr. Speaker, it is disturbing to know that to date, we cannot find out the exact amount of money that the last government spent for COVID-19. Exactly. But the Honorable Prime Minister promised that she will ensure that Trinidad and Tobago finds out where the money gone. And if it went into anybody's pocket, it will have to come out their pockets. It will have to come out. So, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General gave us a trailer. He gave us a trailer of the conversations that were happening on the golf course. He gave us a trailer of what was taking place at Gulf City Mall in San Fernando. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to continue on that conversation on the golf course. I want to. Because, you see, the member for Laventil West just arrived on the compound. And he started to inquire from this government about legal fees. And that was the biggest mistake the member made. It's a political mistake he made. Because today I'm going to tell the member for Laventil West about the legal fees and the amount incurred over the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that this government, in the Attorney General's office alone, forget all of the state enterprises, that government spent $1 billion on legal fees in the Attorney General's office. $1 billion. This is not state enterprises. This doesn't deal with Petrotrin, ministries, anything. This is just the office of the Attorney General. You want to know where some of that money went, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, do you want to know where that money went? Yes. There's a company called White and Case in the US. They spent $157 million in legal fees to that one company. $157 million. Russell Martineau, senior counsel, $38 million. Fayad Hussein, $33.9 million.
No relation, right?
We're on the golf course now, Mr. Speaker. Gilbert Peterson, $29.3 million. Friends, families, and financiers of the PNM. Claude Denbo, $27.6 million. Sequel Law. You would remember Sequel Law, Mr. Speaker, when the former Attorney General Amo was disqualified in the Miami court. That cost us $23.2 million. 23.2. Edmonds, Marshall, and McMahon. SRP Kate, $20.7 million. 20.7 million. Ravi Rajkumar, $16.8 million. Douglas Mendez, $15.7 million. The personal attorney of the former Prime Minister, $15.4 million. Michael A. Kwamina. Michael Kwamina. Kerwin Garcia, the first gentleman, $14.6 million. Deborah Peake, $13.8 million. Edward Jenkins, $13.7 million. Natram Kaulesa, $13.3 million. And this name might be familiar to some. Reginald T.A. Armour, $13.2 million. Dharmendra Punwasi, $11.3 million. Vincent Nelson, $10.9 million. Vanessa Gopal, $10.2 million. Tamara Tulsi, $10.2 million. Roger Kewal Singh, you all know Roger Kewal Singh? How much you think he get? $9.3 million. Amira Rahman, $9.2 million. Terence Barrett, the same fella from Angostura who didn't want to resign, $7.7 million. Rafaela Joda, Jr. to the former Attorney General Reginald Armour, $7.6 million. Elaine Green, $5.7 million. Ian Benjamin, $5.1 million. Andrew Dalip, $4.9 million. Jason Mutu, $4.8 million. Jerome Rajkumar, $4.1 million. And Mr. Speaker, I'm doing this because last year I came to this house and I asked the former Attorney General, disclose the legal fees. He said no. This government gave the assurance that we are going to be transparent with this matter. There's a name here, Mr. Speaker, called Keith Scotland. $3.3 million. That name bears a resemblance to a member of this house. Gregory Delzin, $3.2 million. Justin Phelps, $2.77 million. J.D. Celia, $2.5 million. Ralston Nelson, you remember him? $2.3 million. Martin Daly, I think he writes a lot in the newspaper about our Honorable Prime Minister. $2.2 million. Anthony Bullock, I believe the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West knows him well, $2.1 million. MG Daly and Partners, where the former Prime Minister's wife was employed, $1.9 million. Ravi Nanga, $1.9 million. Fitzwilliam Stone, $1.7 million. I still have more pages. Pauline Blade Labussian Jaslo, $1.5 million. Ravi Hefesdoon, $1.5 million.
And then there's a lady here called Christiane Morris Allen, and I'll give you all a story about her a little later.
Yes.
She has a retainer. This lady had a retainer at the Office of the Attorney General, for the DPP's department, for the Registrar General's department. Simon de Labastide. I'll get to Simon de Labastide. Christiane Morris Allen. And she also had a contract for the Chief State and Solicitor General's office. And those retainers amounted to $800,000 each, while she was still working with the judiciary. So remember that Master Allen was working for the Attorney General's office and the judiciary at the same time. That is clearly obscene to the doctrine of the separation of powers. Obscene. Simon de Labastide.
Who's that?
I think he's an independent senator, I'm not sure. $2 million. $2 million. And then I also have another independent senator here.
Another one?
Yeah. There's another one. Anthony Vera. Anthony Vera, $257,000 paid out from the Office of the Attorney General. And Mr. Speaker, this is where the money gone. This is where the money gone. So that when people come for a food card, and when people come from a house and they can't build a house, they were spending $1 billion feeding their friends, their families, and their financiers in one ministry alone, excluding all of the state enterprises, excluding the other ministries. This is where they were feeding at the trough. They were making deals on the golf course, Mr. Speaker. They were making deals on the golf course. And they're quick to run to court. You know, Mr. Speaker, the matter with Jaiwanti Ramdas cost the taxpayers alone close to $1 million just from the AG's office alone. And we are trying to find out how much was paid out through the Ministry of Finance for that matter. And we will find it. They can hide, they can run, but they cannot hide. They cannot hide. Mr. Speaker, the legal fees in the missing file matter, it cost the taxpayers $2.3 million, a matter that they lost. $2.3 million, and they have to pay out over $20 million worth of damages. That is recklessness, negligence, and incompetence at the highest level on that side. That is why the electorate voted so resoundingly and voted them out with a landslide. So while they were busy crashing the economy, they were involved in corrupt dealings. And I want to support the Attorney General in saying, do not pay those attorneys. Do not pay them. I support the Attorney General when he made that statement, because they were feeding at the trough for too long. Could you imagine that they couldn't pay $1 to the family of the Paria divers, and the attorney at law who was on that commission got how much? Close to $10 million, plus now he's getting, under the Attorney General office, $29.3 million. That is obscene. $29.3 million. Gilbert Peterson, golfing partner of the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, golfing partner. That is the man. And they, on that side, have the gall and the temerity to come to tell us that we are going to borrow and so on. You must account to the people of where the money gone. And if you don't want to account, if you do not want to account, we will tell you where it gone. So those were the conversations on the golf course. Let's take a stroll at Gulf City Mall. At Gulf City Mall, Mr. Speaker, in San Fernando, there's one arrangement that was made with Gulf City Mall to now house the Registrar General's department. So it already has the office of the DPP there, and now they want to house the office of the Registrar General at Gulf City Mall in San Fernando. And what was strange about this entire deal is that even the Ministry of Public Administration, who is involved in these matters, found that the arrangement was very strange. It will cost the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, in rental alone, $162,000 per month in rent alone. in rent alone. And it will cost the taxpayers $6.2 million to outfit that space. So we have to pay to outfit this space. But how they're doing it, Mr. Speaker, is that they're giving us it over a 5-year period. So they say you're going to pay the $6 million over 5 years, and you just add it to the rent. This is an arrangement that the public servants were baffled when they saw. So we have to now pay a total of $162,000 in rent plus a $104,000 for the outfitting of the Registrar General's Department at the Gulf City Mall. But it gets even more strange. They could not find another suitable building in San Fernando. And I keep asking, why Gulf City Mall? Why Gulf City Mall? When I got the cabinet, the note, Mr. Speaker, it says this, that the directors, the shareholders of Gulf City Mall, so the shareholders are the owners of the company. It's a company called Domhad Properties Limited, amongst other shareholders. So then they told us that the directors of Domhad Properties Limited, several Hadids and Mohammed, but a strange name came up. Michael Allen Andrew Kwamina. So this Michael Kwamina is linked all over. So he is receiving millions at the AG's office, and now he's going to receive millions from the Gulf City Mall. Mr. Speaker, when will you stop eating? When will your belly get full? But this government gives the assurance that this will not happen under its watch. It will not happen under its watch. So, Mr. Speaker, they are feeding at the trough, and we have now closed the trough. We have closed it. And if you think that is bad, Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. It gets worse. So I know, thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, that I serve in 2 ministries. I now serve also in the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. And one might think, that's a space where nothing really happens under the last government, because they have totally decimated the agricultural industry. I think they had a Haji there and a fellow who's plant sweet potato overseeing that ministry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NAMDEFCO is part of this entire media review. We are allocating some money to NAMDEFCO. So you remember right before the general election, all of them, the whole cabinet, they run down to Moruga Tableland, because that's a marginal constituency. And I want to congratulate the member for Moruga Tableland for bringing this home to the UNC. All of them, Mr. Speaker.
Big margin.
All of them, the whole cabinet run down to Grand Chimay to open the fishing facility. Front page, former Prime Minister, 2 carries on his hand, right? Everybody saw that. Mr. Speaker, I got a report of what was happening at Grand Chimay. Since they did that ribbon cutting ceremony there, they did not sell a single fish at that facility. And I'll tell you why. Because when they looked at the deficiencies at the site, new site has deficiencies. It has non-functional water supply, no water.
So we wash your fish.
Engine racks in the locker room, none. No, the security gates, signage and deficiencies are rusting already. Fire safety systems, unsecured gratings, water pump housing not present, outdoor showers and so on not present.
Serious?
Cracks in some areas in the internal services. But here the thing, they did not build a jetty. So not a single boat could land in that facility. That is why they cannot use it.
They bring you 2 fish from Port of Spain.
The note that I have says, additionally, this is what the note says, additionally, local fisher folk have emphasized the need for a jetty, noting that the facility's distance from the shoreline makes it difficult to access without one. So they cannot operationalize this fishing facility because they did not build a jetty. But they go to Mamagai people along in Moruga Tableland, and on the April 20th, the people run them out of Moruga Tableland. Don't take that Mamagai. Do not take that Mamagai. And I'm happy, and I congratulate the people of Moruga Tableland, because they understand when the UNC wins, they will also win. They didn't take the fish bait. And that was what was happening. They have another facility, Prime Minister run down to open, Karanaj, former Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, because if I say former, I'll be referring to the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West.
A double former.
They have a Karanaj fishing facility, Mr. Speaker, but a company called Guardsman keeps coming up. Guardsman Security. They are securing almost everything that the Ministry of Agriculture has.
I'll talk about Guardsman and housing.
Namdevco Karanaj Fishing Facility, they have 4 officers, and that is costing the taxpayers $130,000 every month. And you know how they got picked, Mr. Speaker? Do you know how they got picked? They tell them, listen, we now open this thing here, or let's just go and send 4 officers first. No procurement, no oversight, no RFQs, no single source, not even. It was the minister telling Guardsman, I don't know if that's your partner, former minister, go down Karanaj, put 4 officers and we will pay you. That is the arrangement that they were involving themselves in. That is what they were involving themselves with. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign trail, I raised issues with the same individual, the owner of Guardsman. His name is Mitra Dharam Singh, and he had contracts with the RDC, and they were doing contract. Let me be very kind. They were bid rigging. In that RDC, they were bid rigging. That's being kind. That is being kind. And I'm going to get to those matters, Mr. Speaker, because that is what they were doing on that side, using state enterprises. I will get into those matters with respect to what was taking place at the RDC. But before I reach there, Mr. Speaker, the new portfolio item called the reforestation program, the National Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, is one that now falls under the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. And I got a report, Mr. Speaker, when I went into the ministry about this program. Do you know that there are about 100, and I'll get the number, 127 contractors under this program? Mr. Speaker, almost 80% of those contracts were renewed the Friday before the general election. They were renewed the Friday before the general election. I asked for the contracts. Do you know what they were doing, Mr. Speaker? They were taking pen and scratching off date and initialing. I have the documents. I wish if I could display it here. I have the documents in my possession. They were renewing contracts the Friday before general election. And I happened to cause a search to be done with respect to those contractors. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that in certain instances, one contractor, Kemel's Construction and Maintenance Services Limited, the director there, Anton Lynch, is the chairman of PNM Moruga Table and Party Group number 26. Mr. Speaker, Nadsam Construction Services Limited, one of the directors, Nader Nazruddin Hussain, no relation to me, was the former PNM candidate for 5th Company, Princestown. Toyland Limited, Francis Paul, PNM activist in Moruga Tableland. Triumph Construction and Maintenance Company Limited, Anson Allen, the Moruga Tableland Youth Chairman. Zima Bless General Services Limited, director being Paul Mongolas. He is a sitting alderman in the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation. These were the contracts that they were renewing the Friday before the general election. This is what they were involved in. This is what they were involved in, because they were using these contractors to mobilize for PNM public meeting because nobody wanted to go. And you know what this program cost us, Mr. Speaker? This program is costing us $100 million. $100 million. And the reason why we are coming for $20 million, $80 million was the original allocation. The reason why we're coming for $20 more million is because they didn't contemplate that they were increasing the minimum wage. So you have to get more money now to comply with the law, which is minimum wage. The member for Arima, I believe, was the Minister of Planning, and she didn't plan that. You couldn't plan that. Mr. Speaker, could you imagine, right? One of the companies, and this was baffling to me. One of the companies in the RDC that gets this contract, and these are to go and plant trees and so on for climate change and so on. This is one of the contractors.
the Bruin School of Martial Arts. When you watch what is the purpose of the company, it's to teach Kung Fu. So they have a school teaching Kung Fu under the reforestation program, the Bruin School of Martial Arts. So this is what was taking place at the RDC, Mr. Speaker. This is what was taking place.
I'm not involved in that.
This company, this company is actually in Kudapia, I believe, in the constituency of Chaguanas East, Diatrice. So Vanana, remember for Chaguanas East, you may have a Kung Fu company planting trees in your constituency.
Kicking up the trees.
Again, unless you want to avail yourself of your 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, time is flying on me. I have to take all my time.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to now move to the RDC. I told you I will get to the RDC. Mr. Speaker, under the RDC, 147 contracts were awarded. Almost all of the contracts awarded by the RDC were during the time of Kazim Hussein and now Senator Faris Al-Rawi. And those contractors all coincidentally came in within 5% of the engineer's estimate. How?
Wow, what a coincidence.
How? Mr. Speaker, the engineer's estimate is a confidential document. Out of the 147 contracts, which amounted to $257 million, as estimated by the engineer, the actual bids were $248 million. A difference of just about $9.2 million. And it is beyond coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that 147 of those contracts fall within the 3.5% range. And I now have companies here, Mr. Speaker, that are linked to Keith Rowley, I could say it now. Former Minister Kazim Hussein, Senator Faris Al-Rawi, and one Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal.
No. Who's that? Last one is who?
Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal. And Mr. Speaker, what I want to explain to you is that I spoke about one, Mitra Dharam Singh and Guardsman.
Again?
He's the owner of Guardsman, who's providing security for almost all of the agriculture departments. And Mr. Dharam Singh, or persons related or connected to him, is the owner and beneficial owner or the controlling mind of companies that entered into contracts with the RDC. One, Chase Logistics, $8.7 million in contracts. Mitdas Enterprises Services, a sole trader. Mr. Speaker, I don't know that we have sole traders that could be awarded construction contracts in this country. $1.1 million. The environmental friendly company, $14.4 million. These contracts that were awarded to Mitdas were around $7,000 below the engineer's estimate. $7,000 below the engineer's estimate. Mr. Speaker, one family, the Bikram Ramnarayan family, would have received contracts totaling $69 million. One family. $69 million. Sycon Developers Limited, 13 contracts, $22.7 million. The engineer's estimate for these jobs was $23.1 million. They came in roughly 1.9% within the engineer's estimate. Noah Distribution, owned by Stephanie Alexander, the daughter-in-law of Bikram Ramnarayan, received contracts in the sum of $5.7 million. And when you look at what Noah Distribution Services was in their company's documents, it was a restaurant company building box train in Sanssouci. They were getting box train contract in Sanssouci, and they registered the business to run a restaurant. Then we have one Mr. Alvin Mohammed, who is the constituency chairman for San Fernando West, PNM, campaign manager Terence Bipat, cousin Priya Sukaran Singh, all received contracts from the RDC during the tenure of former Minister Al-Rawi. America's Marketing, which is a company associated with Mr. Alvin Mohammed, received 6 contracts in the sum of $11.2 million, and the engineer's estimate was $12.4 million, roughly 9.1% below the engineer's estimate. Alvin Mohammed is also associated with Zorina's Maintenance and Landscaping Company, which received 8 contracts in the sum of $9.5 million, roughly 8.9% within the engineer's estimate.
Mr. Speaker, Terence Bipat, who is also employed at UDCOTT, campaign manager of Faris Al-Rawi, owner of a company IESL Engineering Limited, received 2 contracts in the sum of $1.3 million, and the engineer's estimate was $1.4 million. And I am told that Mr. Bipat is the chairman of the famous party group number 38.
What is that?
Famous party group number 38. The Mitco, which is owned and controlled by the cousin of Faris Al-Rawi, Priya Sukaran Singh, and Samir Singh received a contract of $428,000 on the 2nd of May, 2023. This was information that was provided to us during the campaign trail, Mr. Speaker, because the people simply wanted the corruption to done. They wanted the corruption to done. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time I have again?
I think you might have 12 minutes more.
12 minutes more. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move to another company, another state enterprise. PSAEL, Palo Seco Agriculture Enterprises Limited. And you, Mr. Speaker, will be surprised of what was taking place there. Again, former Minister Kazim Hussein entered into a memorandum of understanding through the ministry with the PSAEL, so Ministry of Agriculture, entered into an MOU with the Ministry of Agriculture, fishy already, but it can't be in Grand Chame because there's no fish there. They entered into a MOU for the construction of, and I'll tell you what, I'll read the MOU. It's for agricultural infrastructure works that will provide access for farmers within rural and urban communities to facilitate the increase in agricultural production, support the National Food Security Initiative, improve infrastructure, assist in alleviating flooding, and reduce traffic congestion, and so on.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So it sounds good. So there was $150 million, which was for agricultural access roads, drainage, to help the farmers out. Mr. Speaker, when we got a briefing from the Ministry of Agriculture, we were made to understand that there was a list of roads in the MOU that were in fact agricultural access roads. The minister then comes close to the election date and amends, the then minister, and amends the MOU to say, well, the minister could direct which road. Mr. Speaker, I am told that the former parliamentarians from the PNM all had to do was submit the list of the road that they want fixed, and PSCL would do it, abandoning the MOU. Mr. Speaker, we are told now that in this company, and I have the site visit reports, that most of the roads that were constructed had no agriculture whatsoever. They were building box drain and fixing road in marginal constituencies on the eve of the general election. My friend from Arangwa, St. Joseph, they were fixing road in Sundar Singh Drive. They were fixing road in Lopino, in Lopino Bonnet then, now Aruka Lopino. Had nothing to do with farmers. And when you look through the site visit reports, Mr. Speaker, the Friday before the general election, some of the same companies in the RDC were winning contracts in the PSCL. You see, there's one connection between the both. The former minister, I'm told, hearsay again, I don't like to rely on hearsay, were bullying public servants to pay out $21 million on the Friday before the general election to these contractors. Why did you have to do that? We are not going to pay a cent until these works are properly audited. Mr. Speaker, I can show you that there are several projects here. When you look at the photographs, on the site visit report, Mr. Speaker, they say they build a box drain. You know what they do? They take a shovel and make a little drain on the side of the road. Impression. If you walk too hard on the pitch, it will fall apart. Mr. Speaker, if you see the quality of the work here, and this is going to cost the taxpayers several $1 million. And what is even worse is that PSAEL was awarded a loan for $200 million from ANSA Bank without a board resolution asking for the loan. It was an arrangement with the former Minister of Finance, now Senator Vishnu Danpal, instructing the board really, hey, look, we have a $200 million loan for you. Come and take it. When I was looking at the board resolution, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I was shocked. In that meeting, there was a board meeting, and the chairman of the board at that time was one Junior Regrello, who I think was hiding under somebody's house for the election day, right? Mr. Speaker, in the board meeting that they have now to talk about this loan, there's one person called Laurette Hope McDonald, who is a director, and they indicated she was absent. And then they attached it a unanimous resolution of the board of directors of PACL. You know, while the woman was absent, her signatures affixed to the unanimous shareholder agreement.
Show the right signature.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. These were the documents that were provided to us. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We are, in fact, discovering more. And as the Attorney General said, we are at war with white-collar criminals. And Attorney General, I want to ask your leave to be part of that army against those white-collar criminals. We will find more and more, Mr. Speaker. But what we are doing right now is that we are assessing where the money gone, because we intend to get back some of that money that they. All. Because when a political party could go and build a headquarters for over $50 million, and they can't tell us where the money gone because they were selling car raffle, we now have to question where the money gone. And we are seeing where the money is going. We are seeing where the money is going, Mr. Speaker. And this, as I said, is just the tip of the iceberg. We are going to discover more. I have so much more evidence in my possession. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish not to detain you any longer, because we have serious business to do, and we have a lot of work to get done, because some of my colleagues will be visiting them in a different institution very soon. We will, Mr. Speaker. We will, in fact, be doing that. So I covered various areas with respect to the legal fees, what is taking place at the Gulf City Mall, what was taking place at the reforestation program, what was taking place at PSAL, what is taking place at the RDC, Mr. Speaker. And these are very serious matters that will trouble any right-thinking citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, because they need to understand and know where their money has been spent and where the money has gone. So it is quite disingenuous for my friends opposite to now question us after 7 weeks in office to account where the money gone. They should be the one telling us where the money went. Where the money went. And before we left this other place where the Parliament prorogued last time at the 12th Parliament, we told them, Mr. Speaker, that they were in the departure lounge. And before they leave, we will be checking their bags. Mr. Speaker, we are checking their bags, and I thank you very much.
Member for Port of Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to remind the population through you, what we're here to deal with today is the mid-year review, as we commonly call it. The Finance Supplementary Appropriation Financial Year 2025 bill. And I'd like to start just by very quickly responding to some of what the speaker before me raised, because I think it's important and it can be very easily dealt with. It came here with a lot of hype, came here with a lot of busting mark, as we call it in local parlance, on lawyers and legal fees over a period of 10 years, and said that there was a bill coming out of the Attorney General's office of $1 billion, and that is a large sum of money. Every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago who is civic-minded would accept that $1 billion is a huge amount of money, but that must be, to use a phrase that Mr. Speaker has very quickly coined himself in this House, taken in context. The first contextual spin on it is that it is over 10 years. And with ease, I remind the population that in the period of 2014, 2013, there was a lot of questions. There were a lot of questions being asked about legal fees, and in particular, literally a small handful of attorneys who seemed to be preferred by the then Attorney General for briefs in matters. What we quickly found out, because of course there was objection as to the provision of it, but we subsequently found out that in the period of 2010 to 2015, over $1 billion in a 5-year period was expended on legal fees. And a great amount of that was on a few attorneys. So to help my friends, very quickly there began to be a following of the money behind this handful of attorneys. The next thing we knew is there were criminal charges laid, because for those legal fees to these handful of attorneys, it was found, and there was a confession by a King's Counsel, then a Queen's Counsel, of a kickback scheme to the then Attorney General and a then UNC Senator during that period of time. So let us not fool ourselves and take ourselves out of context. If there's any corruption with respect to any of those figures called, so be it. Let the chips fall where they may. But one thing I stand here careful, one thing I stand here cognizant of and fearlessly can say, out of the PNM Attorney Generals over that period of time between 2015 and 2025, there will be absolutely no kickback of legal fees from any attorney to any PNM Attorney General. So that's the first context to be put on it. The second is a lot of litigation, because these are fees spent by the state to defend the state and to defend state bodies, as the Attorney General has the authority to say where money should be spent, which lawyers should be appointed. When the Attorney General is the person who, throughout state enterprises and in particular ministries, must give permission to the retaining of external counsel, external law firms, and all of those would have been approved by an Attorney General. This, Mr. Speaker, is for the defense of the state or state enterprises. And the public and the population would have heard, for example, the period of COVID, when the government was charged with the responsibility of trying to protect and save lives. There were over 30 claims brought during that period of time at a cost to taxpayers of $16 million. That cost to taxpayers falls into the bundle that we've just heard of. We knew that every week Freedom of Information matters were being filed by those associated with those on the other side. And of course, that would have led to the expansion of legal fees and the bills. I heard the Whiten case, for example, being called. The large amount of fees paid to Whiten case, I heard the sum of $150 million. I am certain that if particulars are provided with respect to that, that is in pursuit by the state of Trinidad and Tobago and the Attorney General's office in courts in Miami to try and recover over $100 million for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I sat here, Mr. Speaker, I sat here today and I heard code from the Attorney General suggesting, it's a mere suggestion because there's a lot of code being spoken, about the possible discontinuance of PRCO matters and the possible discontinuance of matters to recover sums of money. So I'm putting the population, on notice today. Well, no, is it a standing order that he's raising? Because I'm not giving way.
Well, let's give him.
I'm not giving way.
Well, hang on a second. Let's give the Attorney General the opportunity to determine what he's going to say.
I don't know what code is. It could be yellow, it could be red, it could be anything.
Member, can you rephrase what you said in a different way?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. The Hansard will reflect very clearly the contribution of a member to whom I've referred and what was suggested about recovery of funds coming out of the Piarco matter. So, Mr. Speaker, the next point I'd like to make, because we sat here, most of what I was hearing for the first time. We heard the suggestion about certain state enterprises, certain state companies, the award of contracts, etc. I want to tell the population through you, Mr. Speaker, that during the period of time that the Honourable Member for Barataria Sawa was quoting the award of contracts, the public procurement legislation was very, very much in full effect. The public procurement legislation, disposal of all of that, because he was saying it was just before the general election, all of that would have been covered by that legislation. And the population should know, Mr. Speaker, that ministers do not award contracts, that boards do not award contracts, and there is a process, including a PDAC and a procurement process for the award of contracts. So again, if my friends on the other side, with all of this speculation and saying the evidence, or not evidence, the information they have, let the chips fall where they may. But to come here and make broad-brushed allegations or suggestions of corruption when that legislation is very much and still in play, I tell the population, let your hearts not be troubled. Let us see where it goes. If there's anything there whatsoever, then there's legal recourse. And I wondered to myself, because I heard my friend for Diego Martin Northeast ask about a certain case that I saw in the newspapers came up this week. And I actually heard people on the other, heard my friends on the other side, I don't know who it was attributed to, saying, is this another EMBD? And I thought that was quite interesting that that analogy would be used. So, Mr. Speaker, the points are, take it in context with the legal fees. And it is typical of those on the other side to come here, as they've done for the last 15 years, and to personalize attacks on individuals, professionals, to personalize attacks on professionals, to cast aspersions on persons who play golf, to say all sorts of things, and to call lawyers names, etc. But what you never hear from the member for Separia is talking about her former Attorney General, who is still on criminal charges before the criminal courts for witness tampering. We don't hear anything about that.
Mr. Speaker, may I turn your attention?
Sit down.
May I turn your attention for 48.1?
What is the standing order?
Mr. Speaker, may I turn your attention? Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a point of order. The member is an experienced member to know when you're raising a point of order. You sit down. Mr. Speaker, point of order, 48.1 and 48.6. The member is imputing improper motives towards the Honourable Prime Minister.
Insofar as the witness tampering case is concerned, I'm going to apply the sub judice rule to that. Those are proceedings that are alive. Those are proceedings that are, let me use the language of the active. Those are criminal proceedings, and those are proceedings ultimately which may or may not be heard before a jury. It's not a judge alone trial. It is not an appeal. So ultimately, the matters of witness tampering, I'm going to apply the sub judice rule.
So, Mr. Speaker, not to let this interfere with the presentation that I must make this afternoon, I'd like to turn now, on Monday we were here at the Standing Finance Committee, and a certain matter was raised under an appropriation for the Auditor General's Department, and it was a matter of $2 million in fees. And quite properly, I raised the issue with the Minister of Finance, asking for particulars of what these fees were for. in full view of the population. The Minister of Finance threw it aside, said we give it consideration, said, look, and he was reading with much aplomb. He was saying that, look, it is there in the explanatory notes. It is there in the explanatory notes, 2 million reimbursement costs stemming from a judgment in favor of the Auditor General as per the Privy Council appeal. Number, Auditor General versus Minister of Finance to legal fees in connection with the Office of the Auditor General. I said, but it's quite improper. It's unusual. It should not be that. It should be because, in fact, Mr. Speaker almost got himself involved referring to a consent order. Well, I'm quite happy to tell the population today, through you, Mr. Speaker, that as will become the norm for the next 5 years, a responsible opposition protected the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago and the truth. Because what I have in my hand today that came from the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, through the Clerk of the House, is a response by the Auditor General's Department, dated the 18th of June, addressed to the Secretary to the Committee, Office of the Parliament. Dear Mr. Caesar, request for additional information, re-meeting of the Standing Finance Committee, and the particular $2 million. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's Department, signed by, quite properly, the Deputy Auditor General, Accounting Officer, Ms. Gayatri Maharaj, says, and it is important that the population gets this, after quoting what I just said, the description of this, the explanation, she says, the description of this item should be changed from the 2 million reimbursement cost stemming. Exactly what the Minister of Finance purported to the population was correct and referred me to as being an explanation, but press. The Auditor General's Department has now told the population, the Parliament, and the Standing Finance Committee that that is wrong information and that the description should be changed. And she goes on to say, subsequent to my mid-year review request dated the 24th of April 2025, the courts ordered the Minister of Finance and the Cabinet to pay legal costs. And she goes on to say, legal costs awarded by the court in favor of aggrieved citizens who were successful in their claim for legal redress against the state are normally paid by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, which was the same proposition being put forward by the opposition bench. The good lady goes on to say, this budget provision for legal fees has nothing to do with and would no longer cover the legal costs in that case. It is an unrelated item of expenditure to cover the cost of legal advice which the Auditor General was obliged to seek in connection with the performance of her duties in preparing the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Speaker, I use the opportunity of my contribution to thank the Auditor General's Department for its honesty and for coming forward and correcting the misinformation of the government and the misinformation of the Honorable Minister of Finance on that occasion. And I'll now get to the body of my contribution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the population would be aware by now that revenue, and I heard some of the disparaging remarks of the previous speakers on the other side, and to just correct the member for Barataria Sawa, no one on this side has asked, where has the money gone or where has the money been spent, you know? But as is typical, they attempt to change and paint a completely different picture narrative. The question that is being asked by the opposition on behalf of those that we represent is, where is the money coming from? Where will the revenue come from for the $3.1 billion that the Parliament will consider appropriating? So the question is and remains, as the population deserves an answer, where will the revenue come from? And as we know, revenue either comes from taxation and royalties, it comes from borrowing, or it comes from the sale of state assets. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, may I be allowed? I sat here quietly and allowed those on the
Allow
other
the
side to
member
make
to
their
continue.
contributions, as painful as it was. Thank you. So it comes from, revenue comes from either royalties or taxation, borrowing, or from the sale of assets. And the population is entitled to ask through us, where will the $3.1 billion go? But I have another question that I'd like to ask. And maybe the honorable member for Faizabad, he can choose what he responds to, may respond to it in his winding up. The population needs to know from the 1st of May 2025 to today's date, the 18th of June 2025, how much money has the government borrowed, and included in that amount, how much money have they borrowed through state enterprises? Is the government embarking on a borrowing campaign? The Honorable Attorney General has had his opportunity to talk, you know. The Honorable Attorney General is a visitor here, but he insists on mumbling and mumbling. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you have a word with him.
As I have repeatedly said, let us not derogate from the dignity of this House, please, members. And that goes for both sides. You see, sometimes you complain what the other side is doing, but you yourself are engaging in it. And this goes for both sides. So please, let us proceed.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, another concern, and it was touched on by my friend from the Honorable Member for San Fernando East, and I'll develop the point. The main people who carry the burden of taxation, unfortunately, throughout every democracy that has income tax, are salaried people. And in this case, the public service and those who are paid a salary in Trinidad and Tobago through PAYE. And the middle class and those who are paid salaries are the ones who carry the burden of taxation. So it's all well from a political policy point of view to get rid of the Revenue Authority and to stand here and to say that we're going to create a more efficient BIR. And I wish the government well, because the truth is Trinidad and Tobago would be better off with a more efficient tax collection service, and one that targets those who avoid and evade tax. The revenue from energy, as the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast touched on, and I will develop now, comes from three areas: prices, production sharing contracts, and royalties. It was this government that took a decision in 2018 to introduce a royalty, and what was left out by the Diego Martin Northeast member is a royalty on the wellhead. We sat and we said every molecule of gas, every drop of liquid oil is owned by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and they deserve to get revenue from every molecule pulled out of the ground and every drop of liquid of oil pulled out through the ground. Prior to that, it did not exist in that format. And I am happy to stand here today and to tell the population that that singular policy decision to charge 12.5% of royalties in 2018 earned the population up to the end of 2014 $28 billion that we would not have received. Sorry, 2024. So from 2018 to 2024, that singular decision, in addition to royalties, in addition to all the PPT and the SPT taxes, earned the population 28 billion. So you see, it's easy to sit down and say, we will find the money. But we've sat here in 7 weeks, but the 7 weeks of being in charge, we've sat here and we have not heard a single I am answering what we've done in 10 years in one area of energy, how we earn the country additional revenue. Because you see, to run a budget, and especially of the deficit type we're hearing now, where prices are very, very volatile and production is low, we are looking at a deficit this year of over $10 billion by conservative estimates. So the population needs to know and deserves to know, by those of us who are elected and not selected, the population deserves to know where will the money come from. And I am saying how the money has been raised. A point that needs to be hammered home, Mr. Speaker, because it is a very serious one. You see the rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, the rating agency, Finch, we use Carisis as well, but more importantly, that Article 4 consultation by the IMF. We went through that for 10 years as the government. They examine everything. They will go to every energy company and ask them to verify everything the Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Industry says. They look at production, and I will tell the population today what saved us, and go and read the past reports, one of which the Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast referred to tonight. What saved Trinidad and Tobago and kept us in investment rating grade was the cross-border work on gas. They sat, they explored, they even went to the Treasury when we told them we will get an OFAC license. They went and they explored, and they were able to say, and when you read the language, they talk about how that is going to provide for the medium term. When we are downgraded, because there is no more.
Speaker, 55B, we have heard this argument from the member for Diego Martin Northeast, revenue, oil, we've heard this tediously before. 55B.
No, I've heard you on that, but I think the member is on a different point.
You see, what I am doing now, Mr. Speaker, to help the member for Mayaro, is I am talking about when you actually have to sit with the rating agencies and go through the exercise of them examining where revenue will come from. Go through the exercise of projections, because they will ask the Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, why has your production fallen? Why is it that this hasn't happened? Why is it that this well has not produced? And if they are not satisfied with the answers, it will lead to a downgrade. Because you see, it's easy to sit here and say, we will find the money. But you have to have the plans. You have to have the policies. Another policy that we successfully implemented for the people of Trinidad and Tobago is renegotiating the price of gas and the formula used for the sale of gas. And that, in addition to the royalty of 12.5% produced for the people of Trinidad and Tobago from 2018 to March 2025, $38 billion in additional revenue. That is P&M policy. That is the implementation of plans to raise revenue. But there is no more headway there. It has hit the ceiling now, Mr. Speaker. So the population of Trinidad and Tobago, listen carefully, because at the end of the day, it is a country being run. At the end of the day, you have to find the revenue somewhere, and there is no more room for negotiation. The restructuring of Atlantic LNG has come, and it was successful, thank God. So now you have the upstream companies investing in Trinidad and Tobago. And I will tell the population, because I have the list here, an irrefutable list. I will tell the population what has kept the revenue alive and what will continue to keep it. But it will dip. It will dip. And there is no more room, Mr. Speaker, because every bid round that had to be performed was performed. Every field that can be exploited domestically is being exploited. What we're facing now is the potential of the oil and gas companies looking to leave Trinidad and Tobago if it is not managed properly. We will hear about Woodside soon, and that they've sold off to Perenco. And we will hear whether that deep water gas will come to be. And if persons don't have the experience, don't have the confidence, and do like what happened in that 2010 to 2015 period, where I saw the Honorable Minister of Energy and the Minister in the Ministry of Energy this week, within the last week, meeting with CGCL, and I wondered whether they asked if there would be another $1 billion loss booked this year to NGC through CGCL, but that is the only contract that was negotiated between 2010 and 2015. So to tell the population now, this is what will keep us going, but only in the short to medium term, and there is going to be a decline in production. This is what happened. This is what earns the revenue for Trinidad and Tobago. In 2016, it was with De Novo, the Iguana development. In 2017, we delivered through BP, Angeline. 2018, Cassia Sea Compression Project and Matapal, both with BP. 2019, the Ruby Delaware development, BHP, that was then Woodside, that is now being looked to be bought off. With Shell in 2020, Barracuda, Colibri, again another project with De Novo, Zandali. In 2021, onshore gas for the first time in decades, first time commercially sold, Touchstone with Cascadura. BP in 2022, SIP. BP in EOG in 2022, Osprey. Mento, that we are all happy has come on, and I am told that it may be a prolific well that may bring a bit more production on than predicted with EOG. That was the work on this side, 2023. And what we also secured is work onshore for Tufco with the Mento fabrication. You then had in 2023, Mento with EOG, Parula with EOG. 2023, EOG again, Oilbird. But you see, after this, the question is, what next? In 2024, we secured Manatee. And I heard the Honorable Minister of Energy talking about he's asking Shell, hoping that they will extract more production from Manatee. And I'm putting the country on notice now. Manatee is part of a cross-border field. It is Loran Manatee. And God forbid, based on the relationship or the lack of relationship now with the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Venezuela, if a single molecule of gas that doesn't belong to Manatee is pulled from Loran, it is going to end Trinidad and Tobago into a lot of problems. So I'm putting the population on notice now, because it has happened in the past with these fields. Trinidad and Tobago cannot.
The time is up.
My extended time is up.
Oh, sorry.
I
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. I actually got it wrong. You're 15 minutes. I'm sorry. I got it.
Thank you very much, Mr. So my full, that was the normal time, and now
Yes,
the extended
sorry.
time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I neglected to make the extended time note as I normally do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, just to touch on the point, because it's an important one, with Manatee, Trinidad and Tobago cannot expand its production from Manatee and affect the fields of Loran, because that will lead to travesty. And because of the relationship or the lack of relationship now with the government of Venezuela, it is going to be closely monitored. And it can lead to billion-dollar claims against Trinidad and Tobago, as has happened in the past. 2025, and it was sanctioned the other day, I'm happy, BPTT with Ginger. The other projects, again, we negotiated the Aphrodite with Shell. Well, Dragon, we heard the first utterance, one of the first utterances of the Honorable Prime Minister after being sworn in is Dragon is dead. That doesn't hurt us on this side. It hurts all of us in Trinidad and Tobago. And unfortunately, without cross-border gas, as was recognized by the government, because they immediately said they will fill it with Grenada, Guyana, Suriname. There are no proven reserves in Grenada, none. We negotiated a commercial term sheet. 2018, one well was drilled by a Russian company. That well sidetracked and was plugged, and that's the end of that. Even if there's a gas field there, it will take over 10 years with exploration, seismic, wells being drilled, commercial negotiations to be taken place. So it is not going to happen in the short term, not even in the medium term. Guyana, well, we heard the response to us in Trinidad and Tobago, because I'm not going to say the government, we are all in this together. So Trinidad and Tobago faced the immediate retort of the Vice President of Guyana when we heard this government, who I hoped had made their preliminary arrangements, come out and say, we'll get gas from Guyana. We were immediately shut down. You ain't getting no gas from Guyana. In fact, Guyana right now is negotiating with Exxon to try and bring it to shore. Suriname, no proven reserves there either. And I was quite surprised to come here today and see my friend from Oropouche East and Point Fortin, my friends, actually here. Because they said a few weeks ago, they would be in Suriname talking at the international conference in Suriname. It's going on now. So all these great relationships that we had already established, because it is actually us who spoke to Petronas. I was glad to see Suriname signing Block 66 with Petronas. It is us, me, Mr. Speaker, in Vancouver, sought Petronas, told them that they have to look at Suriname, develop it, invited them to Trinidad, took them on a tour of Atlantic LNG. And I'm happy that that came to fruition for Suriname. But again, it is not even at exploration stage. So the population, Mr. Speaker, has two questions that need to be desperately answered beyond the fluff, beyond the old talk. Where is the revenue going to come from? We showed how it could be done, but that has now hit the ceiling in the energy sector. Anything more and they will run the investors from Trinidad. And then two, where is the future production going to come from now that you have shut other things down? The remaining projects that we negotiated to be brought in but are dead now, due to those on the other side, Mannequin gone. BP, we could look at Canicona, we could look at Frangipani, we could look at Juniper Phase 2, Matapal Phase 2, and the Savanet infill drilling. And I wish Trinidad and Tobago well. But one caution, when negotiating, do not give it away the way you gave it away in 2014, which is what the former Minister of Finance and Honorable Member for Diego Martin Northeast reminded us here today, that BP could say with glee in their eyes in 2015, there is no income to be had from gas because of the incentives that the UNC then government gave until 2025. 10 years with no revenue. Fortunately, we negotiated and we found ways around that that are now at the ceiling. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a somber time because ultimately we are all for Trinidad and Tobago. So I would hope anyway. So I've sat here patiently as a representative for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. And I've listened out of concern for my constituents. Where will the revenue come from? Because borrowing can only go so far. When you start to break that debt to GDP ratio, and you start to not have the answers for the rating agencies and the IMF, it can quickly spiral down and we can quickly end up in junk bond status, which means higher interest rates. which means the cost of borrowing across the board becomes more expensive and maybe out of reach, which also means where are we finding the additional revenue to pay more for the loans? So, Mr. Speaker, all that is left for me to do in this contribution is to wish my constituents of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West all of the best for Corpus Christi and Labor Day, and I'm sure we'll deal with that later on in the proceedings, and to thank them for the continued opportunity to represent Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Member for Claxton. No. No, point of it. Carry Central, I'm sorry.
Carry Central. Thank you. Was that? Shifting boundaries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first congratulate you for your position as Mr. Speaker in this August chamber and in this 13th session of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by saying, before I get into my substantive, and I listened to my colleague for the Spain North St. Anne's West, and you know, I thought my colleague would have come with something new after 10 years. After 10 years. And I mean that not sarcastically, but I really thought that he would have brought something more of substance here this afternoon. And I'll get into his presentation or take it apart in a few minutes, Mr. Speaker. All right. I know there's a substantive Minister of Energy, and I will allow him to deal with that later on today. But there are some things that the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's has been troubling me while he spoke here this afternoon. But before I get into that, Mr. Speaker, let me first start off by saying it is a deep humility and a profound sense of responsibility that I rise to contribute to this important debate here. On April 28, 2025, Mr. Speaker, the people of Trinidad and Tobago delivered a resounding and unmistakably message.
What's that?
Tedious repetition. Delivered a resounding 55.
Mr. Speaker, 48-1 is relevance, not tedious repetition.
What?
48 what?
55-1. Relevance, Mr. Speaker, 48-1 relevance and 55-1.
You don't know what you're saying.
Tedious repetition. I know what I'm saying, Oakridge East. Thank you.
Insofar as 48-1 is concerned, overrule, reasons plain and obvious. 55-1B, overrule, reasons even more plain and obvious.
I know my good friend from Port of Spain South, you know.
He's thinking about that $3 million.
I will deal with him later on. I will deal with him later. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago I was on that side, and they're now afraid of me on this side, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record my deepest gratitude, not 55-1B, to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, for the confidence she has placed in me by appointing me to serve as the Minister of Housing and Urban Development. I thank her so much and my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member for Diego Martin Northeast early on in his presentation. And I'm amazed at some of the things he was discussing here this afternoon. And I just want to remind the member for Diego Martin Northeast of his budget statement on September 30th, 2024, for the 2025 budget. And his theme was steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. To prosperity, Mr. Speaker. That was the former Minister of Finance theme for the 2025 budget that we are here today in a mid-year review. So I want to ask him if for the last 8 or 9 months, when he presented his budget back on September 30th, he saw prosperity Why is he not seeing it now for the country, Mr. Speaker? Why all of a sudden, every 13 members on that side, it's doom and gloom? And we are just following what they left behind. And I will tell you what they left behind. They left behind mayhem, corruption, crash the economy, Mr. Speaker, all because of the former Minister of Finance, how he used to budget for this country, Mr. Speaker. For the last 10 years, we sat on that side. I sat on that side. And year after year, the member for Diego Martin Northeast would present a budget that has always been underestimated year on year, Mr. Speaker. And every year at mid-year review, he came with the same song and dance that they needed more money to run the country. What my Minister of Finance, and I want to thank the Minister of Finance for a great presentation here this afternoon. The Minister of Finance brought the facts of what was left behind for us to deal with. Based on the, I have a word to use, but I want to be guarded, Mr. Speaker. Based on the, help me here. Based on the recklessness done by Diego Martin Northeast for the last 10 years in our country, and the negligence. Mr. Speaker, when you listen to the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, in his substantive position as past former Minister of Energy, he brought nothing new this afternoon. Absolutely. Absolutely nothing new. Everything that the member spoke about, I used to bring it, we used to raise it on the opposition side. All the, from 2015 to 2019, all the revenues that we were getting from the oil and gas initiatives were all due to the PP government led by the former Prime Minister at that time and present Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar. It was based on the PP government's initiatives that this country was able to survive in oil and gas for at least 5 or 6 years between 2015 to 2021, Mr. Speaker. The member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West raised an issue about, he saw in the media the present Minister of Energy and the other Minister of Energy meeting with CCGL. And he raised a matter that whether or not there will be another $1 billion loss that NGC would impose. And I want to say for the record, for the umpteenth time, Mr. Speaker, back in 2015, 2016, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West came right here, I think he was sitting down in the seat, right here in this chamber, and told this country that he renegotiated that contract. And the country will be in a better position because of his great negotiations. And the former Prime Minister also bragged and praised the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West for the renegotiating of that contract that would have saved this country millions of dollars. So I'm surprised that he's now saying to this country he hopes that NGC does not post another $1 billion loss due to his renegotiation of that contract, Mr. Speaker. So if it's anything that was happening with NGC, it would be his bad negotiations that he would have done on that contract that they renegotiated back in 2016, I think, there, Mr. Speaker. So for the last 9 or 8 years, it is the same rhetoric that the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West keeps bringing up under energy. The member raised another issue in his presentation about cross-border, the Lauren and the Manatee. Last year, I raised the same issue that he is raising here today. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. At that point in time, when it suited them, the Manatee was divorced from the Lauren. And nowhere, when I raised the issue back in the October budget. And I said we have to be careful of how we treat with that cross-border gas negotiations. And you cannot divorce with, and come to that just now with Delcy and you. And when I remember distinctly, when we said here that you cannot divorce the two because it is a cross-border, I'm amazed that the member is now saying that the same thing, that the Lauren relies on the manatee, and if you pull 1 ounce of extra gas from the Lauren, it will cause an issue with the negotiations. This is what the opposition was saying when we were there in October, and he disagreed with us. He said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I want to say that is why on April 28th, the country voted them out and they put us here. For the last 10 years, we were saying, be guarded with how you deal with Venezuela. We have always said we had no issue with the dragon gas, but it cannot be at the expense of, as I would always say, putting all your eggs in that basket with Maduro. It could never be healthy for our country. Again, the member raised the issue about gas production low and oil production low. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years they were in the range. The gentleman, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, was there, Gary Sobers and everything. That was the Gary Sobers, right? And the former Prime Minister used to boast of the great negotiations that the member of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West used to do in Venezuela. And production collapse. Right? But for the last 10 years, oil and gas production has been on the decline. 50%. It has been on the decline. And I'm amazed that the member is now coming to talk about production declining. But production declined under them for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And when we spoke about it and we told them, you cannot disregard your oil companies in Trinidad. You need to incentivize them. Keep the incentivization going with the oil companies. Also work, as you want to do, work with Maduro. You work with them and Delcy Rodriguez. All right? And hopefully the two will come together. But what they did, Mr. Speaker, for the last 10 years, they disregarded incentivizing the oil companies and gas companies in our country and did all the negotiations for the cross-border gas and deal with Maduro. Now I'm hearing crosstalk from my friend, all right? And this is the same member back when we had just shut down for COVID back in March 2020, Mr. Speaker. And this is the same member that brought in a plane carrying us officials from Venezuela, led by Delcy Rodriguez. And when the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister now, brought right here in this house, spoke about who was on that plane, who came on the plane, right? They said they didn't know who came on the plane. The former Prime Minister met this delegation in the diplomatic center, and he said he didn't know who was coming to see him. So I assume he didn't have any security at that point in time, Mr. Speaker. So these are the kind of, mischief and secrecy that this past administration did to our country in oil and gas, Mr. Speaker. So it is disingenuous here this afternoon to come and give us a lecture about where the money coming from, where we getting the revenues from. I want to tell you on that side, we just being here, we will get the revenues for this country. Have confidence. Because we exude confidence on the economy. We exude, for 10 years, this gentleman, Diego Martin Northeast, was the Minister of Finance. And for 10 years, the growth in our country kept declining, year on year. And the only reason, I think it was in 2022 or 23, he got a minuscule surplus. And that was due because of the Ukraine-Russian war. Ukraine-Russian war. All right? Nothing to do with any of your policies, nothing to do with any great work you were doing, nothing. And I remember one year, the theme of their budget is, I can see clearly now. The rain has stopped falling and the sun is shining. Right? What happened? What happened? Now, so I know my colleague from Oakbridge East will deal more in the energy sector. I don't want to encroach on his time. Now, my colleague here, the member for Barataria Sanwan, the Minister of Legal Affairs and Minister within the Ministry of Agriculture and what? And Land and Fisheries. He raised an issue in one of his state companies that falls under his jurisdiction, I think as RDC, and a company called Guardsman.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm the Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Right? There are real people inside of here who have connections to that housing ministry. And if I start to talk here this evening, I'll need more than the time to let go information here. And I'm not really about that. But you see that company called Guardsman, I think his name is Mitra Dharam Singh. There's a compound, I say compound, called Federation Villas. That falls under housing, HDC. Federation Villas and Federation Park, Ellerslie. Right? That gentleman purchased or bid for 3 townhouses in that compound.
What?
3 townhouses in that compound. One under Guardsman, one under his name of Mitra, and then another under a lady's name. I wouldn't call it lady's name. Oh. All right? So that fellow, that Guardsman company is all over. And there's another company called Riverlet Investment. You know that?
Yes.
Or Riverlet? Sounds familiar?
They foster relation.
Right? So all right? So I'll say much more on this housing. And when they talk about where the money gone, or where we finding the money, I listen to my friend on next door on my side. Just before election, my colleague here was talking about signing contracts just before election. Just before election in HDC, not the Ministry of Housing, in HDC, they hired on March 17, 2,300 people. 2,300 people.
HDC.
2,300. Right? Put it in South. You want me to talk? I'll talk. 2,300 people, Mr. Speaker.
We have $3 million.
Between March 17 to May 17. And when they lost the election April 28, they didn't want to pay the people. So they hired them for 2 months. So when you ask where the money gone, where the revenues will come from, they hired 2,300 individuals, right? Especially the member for San Fernando West at the time. He had one of the biggest slices of that 2,300. And he paraded the people up and down San Fernando West. Right?
And he lost.
Right? And you see that fellow called, there was a chairman in the AGC, his name is Noel Garcia. Well, I will say plenty about Noel Garcia in the talk. Plenty about Noel Garcia. So don't come here to tell me or tell us where the revenue is coming from. You all spend out all the revenues. You all spend out everything. And San Fernando East, you enjoyed in that 2,300. You enjoyed in that 2,300. You enjoyed in that 2,300. You want me to call name who enjoyed? Yeah? There are some who lose and enjoyed in 2,300. Point 40 enjoyed in 2,300. Labre, not my colleagues. Not my colleagues. But the people saw the true meaning of it. Right? all in Laventille, 2,300 was part of. It started off at 600 employees. And then overnight, it mushroomed to 2,300. And then on April the 29th, there are people complaining that they didn't get paid. And then when I asked, they're saying, well, the people misinterpreted the contract for the 2 months. Now, these are people, these are simple people that you all used for election gimmickry. And then you come here to play pious. Where we find any revenue? Well, I told AGC, if the people work, pay them. We will, because it is only fair. It is only fair. You agree with that, San Fernando? It is only fair. How much you get? Well, I will tell, another day I'll tell you how much you got. Yeah. And Marcus still beat you. Right? I will tell you how much you got. All those HEC, under these guys, they'll come and do maintenance, and they will do, but it's really election gimmickry. And you all still lost. Oh, you all still lost. Mr. Speaker, we are here, and I only got a paltry $25 million. All right? Meaning, and that was just to repay back a loan that this government took to build starter houses, utilizing LSA as the project management team. So they took a loan of $150 million $150 million in March this year. Right? In March this year, they took a loan for $150 million to allow LSA to build self-starter homes. Great project. Noble. But the loan was so badly structured that the first repayment from March, the first repayment is in September, due for $25 million. Out of that, they were supposed to build that $150 million, 500 starter homes. They built 85 or 86 starter homes so far, Mr. Speaker. And if I call out where they build these homes, let me tell you where they build these homes. Starter homes. Let me tell you over the period. Right? Arima, 38. Between 2017 to 2025. 38. Right? They love Lopino Bonnet. 68.
That's why you really see.
Right? La Hospital Talparo, they felt they wouldn't lose it. 68 they did. And they lost. They like to play down in Moruga. My colleague Michelle Benjamin, right? They built Moruga. They built 74, and they still lost. Right? San Fernando West, there is one. San Fernando West, 78. And San Fernando West is more urban than anything else. And they still lose. All right? Right? San Fernando East, 78. So when you look by 78, right? The other short man up in Sandy Grande, Toko Sandy Grande at the time. Right? Something Roger Moore. They built 128 up there. 128? Right? And my friend, Mr. Sturge, beat the fellow. So when you look at the UNC areas, starter homes was non-existent. You might have gotten 1, 2, 3 out of the time, right? Right. Let me tell you where they put. Let me tell you how much they built in the Prime Minister's constituency of Sipario. 4. Well, Belmont get plenty, yeah? Right? So what I am saying is that even within that LSA, and I know my colleague here, the Honorable Saddam Hussein, the Minister of Legal Affairs, that LSA needs an entire inquiry into that operations of LSA. I know what went on there. I think my colleague, the member from Sama Bartari understands what went in there, still going on. And I will say no more at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when they ask where the money gone, they have a company, where the money gone? Where you going? They have a company, Mr. Speaker. They have a company. I'll just call out the initials of that company. JNCO Enterprises. What is that? Anybody know that company? That company alone in 3 years got contracts over $70 million.
Who was that company?
JNCO Enterprises. Right? That company alone in 3 years got contracts for over $70 million. Over $70 million. You don't find anything wrong with that? All right. I'll tell you who it is just now. All right. Now, that company, I would call it Johnny Come Lately. All right. So it never really had a proper track record in AGC. But in the last 3 years, it seemed to be getting all these contracts. All these contracts. Now, I don't really want to call out the names, but I'll call it out not today, maybe another time. But I just want to put it out there. All right? Now, when you look at the contracts,
Standing order 48,
you really want me to call out? You really
I believe
want
at
me to
one
call
point
out?
you said you couldn't call company names and put them into disrepute. I believe that's what the member is doing here today.
Well, the standing order says, no member shall impute improper motive to any member of either house. I have not heard any member of either house named. Let's carry
Mr.
on.
Speaker, I had mentioned SIS in this chamber, and you had informed me that it was inappropriate to do so, to call SIS
In the
any kind of scandal.
circumstances which you mentioned, the company name tying it to money laundering. That was the gravamen of my ruling, and perhaps.
So the member is tying this company to corrupt practice. I believe that's what he's saying.
Can I be allowed to finish? I have not said that, I have not heard the member allege any form of corruption, criminal activity, insinuation of any wrongdoing. The member said that this company, which had no previous track record, in the last 3 years was the recipient of a certain sum of money. There was absolutely no insinuation of any wrongdoing, quite unlike what you had previously suggested and connected that company in the same sentence and juxtaposed the crime of money laundering against the company. So there is no such juxtaposition in this instance.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask how much more time I have to full time, please?
It is not, you have 2 minutes more, sorry, man. Unless you wish to avail yourself of.
Yeah, I'll take my extra time now.
Yes, well, please. That will take you to 8:09.
Thank you. 8:09?
Oh, sorry. 7:40, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're so kind. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, HEC has a mandate to deliver homes for this country. And I'm happy to have on my side two colleagues right now who are former executives of HEC. I mean, the member for the now Minister of Works and Infrastructure, the member for Cuba North, past Managing Director of HEC, and then past Minister of Housing, member for Opuchis. Underneath their stewardship, between 2010 to 2015, they delivered homes for this country. They delivered homes. We delivered delivered homes for this country in that short 5 years? Besides delivering schools, besides delivering better roads, besides delivering hospitals, police stations, highways, we delivered homes for this country. Between 2015 to 2025, this government for the last 10 years delivered only on an average 475 homes per year. And we have a waiting list of over 200,000 people, applications for homes in this country. And that is why our Honorable Prime Minister said, homes for our people are a priority to be delivered over the next 5 years, and we will do it. We will do it because we have the will to do it. You all did not have the will. There's a gentleman, Diego Martin Northeast, starved the Ministry of Housing for funding over the last 10 years. Yes. Every time they brought a proposal for loans, he shut it down. He shut it down. You have good people working at HDC, but they did not get the financial support from this past administration that told the people of Trinidad and Tobago that they were about delivering houses and homes for the people. Right? So over the last 10 years, they built on average only 475 homes. Right? Now, Trash Trail, will come to Trash Trail. Now, just before election, just again, we have similarities between Sama Barataria Ministry and the Ministry of Housing. Election gimmickry, right? Just before election, they went and paint up and they fix up Edinburgh 500 Tower, right? And they brought the people and they cut a ribbon and they gave out keys and they allocate, I'll talk about allocation, and they allocated that entire tower. And one of the Edinburgh 500 has 2 towers, Minister of Energy. They cut a ribbon, they bought, at the time, I think was the Minister of Housing at the time was Laventil East Mover. Not this one? No, not this one, but his predecessor. But I think this one better looking than the last one. All right, so he went and cut a ribbon, Edinburgh 500 towers, gave out keys, allocated the entire tower. And they take back, at the end of the ribbon, they take back all the keys. And you know in that tower, that has about 8 or 9 floors, has no elevator. It has, up to today, it doesn't have an elevator. It has not even had water and fire approval in that tower. Right? And that is the gimmickry that administration, the previous one, did on this country and kept fooling the people for the last 10 years. Now, my colleague Farima, she was a past Minister of Housing.
Yeah, a short time.
Yeah, she had a short time. Right? So then they had the colleague from Trinity, Maloney, was the Minister of Housing. She took over. And then for 1 month, the member for Lavender East Mover. I think he did a weekend. That's the weekend he cut the ribbon for the tower. All right? And they took back the keys for the people. Now, when we came in, Mr. Speaker, I came into the Ministry of Housing. I was eager because from the time I was known to be the Minister of Housing, my phone started to ring off the hook. My WhatsApp messages where everybody wanted a house. And rightly so, because there is a high demand. I think I got a call from Aruka Lupayu.
What? For what?
Right?
For what?
No, he was congratulating me. All right. I think the only person didn't call me. The only person didn't call me on that side was Paul Spain, not in that way.
You want to start a home?
But some people who are no longer MPs calling me. All right. They want house for their friends, family, and etc. All right. I'm not telling tears and people, I don't do that. So when we came in, and I started to ask with my other two ministers, Minister Roberts and Minister Alexander, right, about homes to be able to at least have a random draw, or even have, some sort, to understand what is the stock to give out. You know what they did, Mr. Speaker? For the last 3 months to the run-up of election, they started to allocate all the houses out. Houses that did not even start to be constructed, they started allocating. Right? Houses in Arima, houses in the Trail, in Cora, Eden Gardens, homes that only see in brick, no roof. They're giving it out. So when I asked, well, what do we have this new government to give out? Allocations, nothing, Minister. We have nothing for you. Nothing. So that is what happened in the Ministry of Housing and HEC under the chairman called Noel Garcia. And they had another company called the Construction Company. The chairman there was Newman George.
The golfer.
Right? The golfer. Right? Well, I will say much more about that gentleman called Newman George in that construction company at another time. I don't want to say everything here today. I know San Fernando East is eager. I know he might want to be the new leader. But I know he might want to be the new leader. But I want to say it's very difficult to be the member for Arima. It's very difficult to be the member of Arima. All right? So what we are saying here this afternoon is that the Ministry of Housing, like all the other ministries that we have come across, you all spent out all the money, you run down the ministry, you left nothing for this government to be able to give the country a better standard, but we will do it in the next few months. I assure you, we have a great Minister of Finance, we have a great Minister of Planning, and we have a team of experienced, young, dynamic ministers who will get the job done for this country. And we have one of the best prime ministers this country has ever seen. I want to say, it is so refreshing to come in this chamber and not get buffed by, like what we used to get buffed and listen to a former prime minister. Every time he got up here, he used to buff everybody. I think he used to buff himself. So angry. But it is nice and refreshing to have a new speaker of this house. Democracy is alive and well in this chamber. Alive and well. So before I come to and close, I want to thank Mr. Speaker. Over the last 10 years, between 2015 to 2025, I was a member for Pointe-a-Pierre, that is now Clarkson Bay. I want to thank the constituents of Pointe-a-Pierre, Clarkson Bay, for the love and the support they have shown me while in opposition for those 10 years. And I know they are in great hands with my new colleague for Clarkson Bay, Mr. Hanson Narayan Singh. I also would like to thank the new constituency I'm representing, Caroni Central, for the love and support that I received so far. And I will promise that we'll do great things for Caroni Central, along with all my other members and colleagues here on this side. I also, before I end, Mr. Speaker, I just like to say, it has been after 10 long years of decline, of broken promises, of wasted billions by this past regime, Mr. Speaker, the country has said, finally, enough is enough. And I know, Mr. Speaker, It has been long in coming, and I want to give the assurance to the public out there, with the Honorable Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and his team, the Ministry of Housing, you will see delivery that you have never seen before, Minister. I give you that assurance along with the Honorable Prime Minister. And Mr. Speaker, it has been a pleasure, and I will say much more at another time. I thank you so much.
Member, if you'd allow me to just do the procedural motion, please. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit to continue the debate.
Honorable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the end of the debate, continue the debate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Member for Arima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to start by also taking the opportunity to thank my constituents of Arima for the confidence reposed in me to allow me an opportunity again to represent the constituency of Arima. And I want to comment on a couple of things, comments made by the Member of Parliament for Orpuch East. Unfortunately, he's leaving, but I'm sure he would still be able to hear my contribution. Caroni Central. The Member of Parliament for Caroni Central, formerly Pointe-a-Pierre. The last comment that the Honourable Member made was that he would be delivering houses like you have never seen before. If I recall correctly, the UNC during the campaign indicated that they will be delivering some 500 houses a month. So I think they are now, should have already delivered by the end of next week. They should have delivered 1,000 houses. And I think I'll file a question to find out exactly where those 1,000 houses are. You see, Mr. Speaker, talk is very cheap. And it is very easy when one is aspiring to get into government to make all kinds of promises. So the population will believe that when you say you're going to deliver 500 houses a month, that you can actually do that. 500 houses a week. But let me say something, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member speaks about delivery, but I want to remind him, and the population of Trinidad and Tobago is well aware, there is no government other than the People's National Movement that has delivered more houses for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And it matters not whether you talk about Port of Spain, San Fernando, Mayaro. It matters not what part of the country, but the People's National Movement record in delivery of housing cannot be questioned. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the many contributions that I've heard this evening reminds me of a typical phrase in Trinidad and Tobago called taken in front. And what this government is doing is taken in front. Because they know very well that having closed down and repealed TTRA, and every single member that has spoke here today, I heard the Honourable Member for Sawa Barataria talk about I being the former Minister of Planning and not having any plans. This government has presented absolutely no plans. So when they want to focus consistently on accusing the government of mayhem and corruption and crashing the economy and reckless management and negligence, is because they know very well that is the direction in which they are heading. And they therefore want to take in front. And they want to take in front because they know very well that when they crash the economy, when they cause the devaluation in our dollar, that they will then want to say it is because of the policies of the People's National Movement. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the public that we approach our role as the opposition with utmost seriousness. And it is our constitutional obligation to hold the government accountable, and that we shall do. We shall persist in our efforts to ensure that the government and its agents are answerable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And from all the contributions I've heard so far, it is abundantly clear that this government operates under the erroneous belief that they are immune from accountability, and that includes their agents. And they believe that they can act and speak with impunity. Be assured that the opposition will not allow such behavior on the part of the government to go unchallenged. We will remain vigilant, meticulously observing their every action and every decision, and we shall hold them to account for their choices. It is our duty, and we shall fulfill it with diligence. Mr. Speaker, from the contribution of my colleagues on this side, it is no secret that this country has been challenged for revenue over the past decade for a number of reasons, inclusive of the issue of the price and production factors. This is a matter that is well in the public domain. So it continues to be mind-boggling to see one of the first actions of this government, as I mentioned earlier, was to repeal the Revenue Authority. So in its first attempt to rebalance our financial position, this government has chosen to implement revenue reduction measures while increasing expenditure and consequently expanding the deficit. These will have consequences, and we await patiently because we know what those consequences will be. Earlier on, Mr. Speaker, I think it was the Minister of Finance that spoke about the opposition sabotaging growth and development of Trinidad and Tobago. And let me say that when you make reference to that, you do not make reference to us on this side. Mr. Speaker, the largest portion is directed to goods and services, and we are talking about 1.2 billion. And that is mainly current transfers and subsidies. 811 million, and current transfers and subsidies, statutory boards, 704.5 million. The majority of the expenditure is directed towards expenditure, recurrent expenditure, with 207.89 million, or 9%, directed towards the development program. However, I noted that in examining the details of the increase in the development program expenditure, only two items amounting to 84 million, or 2.5% of the increase is directed towards upcoming construction activities, which typically drives direct economic activity and direct job creation. In the light of the assertion by the Minister of Finance that the economy has crashed, I'm simply left to wonder why his increase in expenditure did not include sufficient expenditure directed at the activities aimed at generating economic activity. His supplementary appropriation is largely directed at recurrent expenditure, allocating just 2.5% of the total increase to real direct economic activity. So even in this supplementary appropriation, there appears to be a misalignment with what the Minister of Finance and this government has stated as priority areas and where the spending is directed. This statement by the Minister of Finance that the economy has crashed is, of course, misleading and, to say the least, insensitive, and it is calculated to cause mischief. It is aimed at causing...
Mr. Speaker, point of order, please. 4410. The member is a seasoned and experienced member and is reading a prepared text from her handlers this evening. One would thought that if you are leading, you lead from the front, Mr. Speaker. 4410.
In this Congress. No, whilst there's a general rule on reading, I have a peculiar interpretation of that rule because sometimes the accuracy of parliamentary statements become of paramount importance, more so in dealing with legislative intent. It occupies a higher scale, a higher position on the scale. In this instance, I will allow, because of the complex nature of the contribution of the member, I will allow the leader of the opposition to read.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say to the member for Couva South, there are times when if I have to read, I will read. Right? And you are not the speaker. And you might have missed it, but there are some of my contributions I did not read. And there are certain matters that requires me to read. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, let me say that the honorable member for Sawa Barretaria, and I was saying a while ago, made reference to the fact and stated that as Minister of Planning, that when we look at what this government, what the opposition has been saying, that there was no plan. And he made reference to several increases in the supplemental allocation for this budget review. I just want to say that in the event that the Honorable Minister does not recall, but we have consistently referred to the National Budget Strategy, Vision 2030, that has guided us. And we have also referred to the Roadmap for Recovery and the Community Development Report. And those are the reports, especially Vision 2030, that has guided almost every single activity done by the People's National Movement. So the statement used that we governed without a plan is absolutely false. They would like to convince the population that we govern without a plan, but the population knows that that is absolutely false. Mr. Speaker, and we have come from here from time to time, and we have provided answers during questions of the Finance Committee that speaks to training of technical officers in almost every single ministry to be able to provide them with the tools so they can deliver in almost every single area and in every single ministry for the purposes of benefiting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is an undeniable fact that the supplementary funding for Parliament includes $13.7 million, which represents back pay for, I dare say, UNC MPs of the previous Parliament.
Yes.
And I want to say that when the question was asked in the Standing Finance Committee to the Minister of Finance, he deliberately did not answer that question. As a matter of fact, he ducked, he ran, he avoided. And I'm hoping that when he wraps up, he makes it very clear to the public of Trinidad and Tobago whether that allocation of $13.7 million includes arrears for UNC members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I know we are getting to the stage, and I don't want to be accused of what you call repetition, because a lot of the matters have already been discussed. But there are probably just a few more that I want to deal with. And one of them has to do with the issue of property rentals. Because it is a fact that both administrations were involved in property rentals. It is also a fact that many of the property rentals that exist today were actually started under the United National Congress during the period 2010 to 2015. And I want to know whether or not the Honorable Minister of Finance and whether the Honorable Prime Minister were aware of that. As a matter of fact, Estate Trace Barataria property, which the Honorable Prime Minister specifically used as an example as a rental by the People's National Movement, actually started during the United National Congress government, when they were in office during the period 2015. And at that time, the United National Congress paid the sum of $41 million without occupying the building. And therefore, it was absolutely misleading and disingenuous for the Honorable Prime Minister to come to this Honorable House and give the impression that the UNC government were actually not the government that started the rental, and to give the public the impression that it was rented by the People's National Movement. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the UNC government, as usual, is going about the business of the people in their particular way, in playing, I will say, smart with foolishness. Mr. Speaker, in this supplementary bill, adding $3.1 billion to expenditure, the government has squandered this unique opportunity to report to the country that the comprehensive plan for their term in office as leaders for their first 100 days and the first quarter of the new financial year, they have instead decided to utilize this debate to focus exclusively on the crashing of the economy, the negligence of the opposition. Yes, alleged crashing of the economy by the People's National Movement, because to date, they have not presented an iota of evidence to substantiate that. And we await, of course, the evidence that they will or will try to provide as it relates to that fact. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, we take note of the fact that to date, no evidence has been provided. And I will go so far as to say there is no evidence to provide.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at pains 55(1)B, please.
What?
This is about the fourth speaker that continues to persist with tedious repetition on these issues.
Well, the member did say that she was about to move on to other issues, and I will hold her to that. So, yes, it is repetitious. Yes, it's been repeated by everyone ad nauseum. So I will allow the member a few minutes to move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say I do not recall any of my colleagues saying that this government has failed to provide any evidence that the economy has crashed. But Mr. Speaker, I did say in the beginning that I will make every effort not to be repetitious. But I want to just warn this government that their honeymoon is over. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, and if you'll allow me a little luxury, because I know that some of this was said before, but just for the purposes of context and making sure that I make my point. Because I think it's important to remind the country, and specifically now I'm referring to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago's Annual Economic Survey 2024, and I don't recall that anybody made such reference. Nobody. Right? Nobody. Domestically positive economic growth was sustained during the first 9 months of 2024. And I want to say, in that survey, they also stated that meanwhile the non-energy sector grew by 1.0%, supported by positive performance by several of the subsectors. And the areas they refer to: transport, manufacturing, financial, insurance areas, and wholesale retail. Indicators monitored by the central bank suggest expansion in both energy and non-energy sectors, activity as well over the fourth quarter of 2024. I want to also say, in relation to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mr. Speaker, they were referring now to the Monetary Policy Report. Based on data from the CSO office, real GDP improved by 2.0% in the third quarter of 2024. And this reflected improvements in both the energy and the non-energy sectors, 2.1% and 1.9% respectively. As well, the non-energy sector activity as well improved in the fourth quarter of 2024, and that is according to the estimates again of the central bank. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst it is that they will give the impression that that was not the case, unless, of course, they are going to say that the information that provided by the central bank is wrong, that is the information that we will stand by. And Mr. Speaker, if I could also say that if we looked at the data from the IMF, we would see that it is the same. If we look at the data from the IMF World Economic Outlook, they indicated that they estimated the growth in 2024 to be 1.4%. So it matters not what information that we use, we are going to see that Trinidad and Tobago, under the leadership of the People's National Movement, there was sustained economic growth over the last couple of years. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to, in my last, can you tell me how much more minutes I have for my 15 minutes? 8 minutes.
Regular time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'll just use my 8 minutes. Mr. Speaker, so that I want to say that whilst this government may deflect criticisms through attack on the opposition, we must address, of course, what is very pressing concerns. Our nation has faced numerous economic challenges, yet our vulnerabilities have amplified. Prolonged low revenue generation has necessitated deficit budgets, financed through borrowing and withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, And consequently, we know that our debt now exceeds 73% of the GDP of 2024, with debt servicing consuming approximately 24% of our revenue. This situation demands, of course, very serious attention. Mr. Speaker, I just want to close by saying that we consider ourselves a very responsible opposition. And we want to advise the government that it is their duty to take proper stock of their current and financial economic situation. The faster this government accepts the economic reality of the country, the better it will be for them. That our circumstances are, of course, as a direct result of external and structural issues that require, no doubt, some difficult choices and some very difficult decisions. And the faster they can move away from the illusion that the PNM is the cause of everything that is going on now, the faster they're going to see better. And yes, I heard my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Southern Barataria, say correct, but the people of Trinidad and Tobago know better. The essence of good leadership is to speak the truth, okay? So if I would want to suggest to you to stay out of PNM business.
Mr. Speaker. All right, let's calm down. We're almost going to be at the end of the speech.
Mr. Speaker, there are those of us who know very well you don't just get up and talk for the sake of talking. Right? And I want to suggest to the Member of Parliament for Cuba South, who somehow has convinced himself that he is the real Prime Minister. Right?
Member from Cuba South, please.
No.
Come on.
Siparia took every attack. She led from the front.
Members, let's have some order. Well, San Fernando East, as I said earlier in the week, it is somewhat rich to complain about a fish market environment when you are a substantial contributor to the noise. Let us all take it down. Let us all take it down. Let us restrain from the finger pointing. Let us restrain from the gratuitous hurling of insults across the aisle. Please. Member Farima, kindly withdraw that unkind and uncharitable statement you made about the
Uncharitable to refer to him as the Prime Minister? Sure, I'll withdraw it. If he doesn't behave that way, he would not tempt me to make that statement.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, let me say that in many of the contributions today by my colleagues on the opposite side, we are seeing a politics of bitterness, vindictiveness, and spite. No doubt born out by 10 years in the wilderness. We in the opposition, we will be ever vigilant as watchdogs and the guards of our democracy and patrimony. Yes. We will hold this government to account and raise the relevant issues as it should, prescribing the policies and wherever we see necessary, the alternate perspectives as well as solutions. We will ensure that the citizens understand the issues at hand because it is clear that they are not willing to be upfront and transparent in several matters. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not often that I find myself agreeing with members of the opposite side. But today, I think there is no doubt, and I have to agree with the member for Arima, that the PNM as a political party has lost its way. They really lost their way. Mr. Speaker, the member of parliament for Arima now leads a political party that has left this country penniless, absolutely penniless. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, a leader leads from in front. A leader shows up. A leader is present, stands up, and speaks up. I am always happy to see women in politics find their voice. I am happy to see the member for Arima finding a voice. Yes. And I felt sorry because I heard the member trying to raise an issue about the TTRA. Mr. Speaker, we had a whole debate on TTRA. Where was the member for Arima? Today, I think, was the first utterance we heard from the member for Arima after several other members on that bench spoke. Several others. Mr. Speaker, we had a debate to select a major officer in this land, the Commissioner of Police. Was the member of Arima present? Where was the member for Arima? We had a debate, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the TTRA. All the suggestions the member for Arima trying to make there should have been made in that debate. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 48-1. This is about the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Bill, and I fail to see the relevance of what the member is raising at this time. I'm speaking to the Speaker.
As I have given every member in this particular debate a certain amount of leeway for their run-up, I'm going to give St. Augustine a short time for her run-up before she hits her delivery stride. She's as tall as Michael Holding, but I'm sure she'll get to the delivery stride quicker than Michael Holding.
Mr. Speaker, you know why other members have to jump up to defend Arima? Because Arima is not here. Once again, Arima is not here. So they're trying to defend, but you cannot defend
Speaker,
an absent leader. But I move on, Mr. Speaker.
What is the relevance of this to the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Bill?
Okay. MP for St. Augustine, member for St. Augustine, let's skip along a bit, shall we?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was moving on, but I see the jumpy over there. That is all right. That is all right. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that came up a lot in this debate, and this is not political rhetoric, it is a fact. The supplementation that we brought in this bill is a supplementation to deal with the shortfall for the budget that was brought for the member for Diego Martin East when he was the Minister of Finance. That is the truth. And there is no defense from the other side for them to come today. And when you look at them, I noticed something, Mr. Chairman. You see the members, the experienced members who sat in government. If you notice their demeanor, they all sit with their heads bent as if in shame. And shame. And I have also observed the newer members, the first-timers who first time to the bench. Mr. Chairman, you should see the shock on some of them faces when the members of the government reveal what the former government was doing. Their own senior members. You should see the shock on their face. When they hear about the millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, and the billions of dollars that was squandered the bid rigging, the friends and families and golfers, and they themselves, some of them have noble intention, you know. Noble intention, because they put themselves up to be elected to represent the people in your constituency. You walk and see poor people, and I want you to remember those images of those people you see when you walk to your constituency, and remember every one of them. Money that should have sent them for surgery, sent them for health care, sent them to school, went into the pockets of PNM friends and financiers. Sorry, you had to break all your heart this first time in the Senate, in the Parliament. But Mr. Speaker, I make no apology, because on their behalf, the people of Trinidad and Tobago saw it and made the right choice by voting for the UNC to be in government. Vote them out. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't the member for Couva South or any one member on this side who removed them. Everything they want to do, they want to blame somebody over here. Look internally, blame yourselves. You are the one who was involved in all the squander mania that brought you there. And Mr. Speaker, I am a person, I am always very much on the ground. When our Prime Minister said boots on the ground, it's not only the Minister of Homeland Security in terms of security boots and police boots. We put on our rain boots, we put on our boots, and we are out there because we listen to the people. And you know, one of the things that a lot of people felt, they felt that even though they were taking care of their own, they felt that there was a double standard. There were many people who previously supported the PNM who realized that this PNM till a dead thing can't work because I will dead.
Mr. Speaker, point of order 48-1. Mr. Speaker, once again, we are speaking about the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Bill. And I fail to see how the member's contribution at this time is relevant to any of the clauses of that bill.
Every member who has spoken here tonight has spoken in general terms about the appropriations bill. So I am going to allow the leeway. I'm overruling it.
Mr. Chairman, when the people of Trinidad and Tobago are suffering, Mr. Speaker, when the people of Trinidad and Tobago are suffering, and they're finding out about friends of and golfers, and they're finding out who running the MTS cafeteria, and they know it related to a minister of government, a PNM minister of government, a former minister. That is the kind of injustice people feel, and that is why, Mr. Chairman, we are here to speak, Mr. Speaker, to speak on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, when I saw the supplementation, the proposed supplementation, well, I was excited because Ministry of Local Government is something that is close to me, as you know. I know we have plenty of things to fix in there because I know there was a fella there before who really didn't know much about local government. God bless him, he gone away. But in so much as the new government came in, I was excited to see what we could get going in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, all the Minister of Finance could afford in this budget to give to the Ministry of Local Government under head 42 was some money for CPEP to deal with contracts that they awarded just before the election. Yeah, there too. I'll come into more. I have more. They had to deal with, they had 60 million plus to meet the expenses of CPEP. Mr. Speaker, they asked for 20 million to give to RDC to deal with, you know what, the reforestation program. My colleague for Barataria Sawa spoke about the reforestation program, and there are details, you know, friends and family again. Mr. Speaker, when we had the other item under that head was to deal with some back pay to councillors. And I want to draw a little hypocrisy with this government when it comes to councillors and their back pay, the former government and their back pay. But Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that it is public knowledge that when we first came into government, we were greeted with showers of blessings. You know, the old people like to say you have to wash away the bad spirits. You have to wash it away. And I recall in 2010, when Kamla Prasad Bisesa first became Prime Minister, the country was also greeted with that deluge. But you know what happened? It meant that every government minister, every member of parliament was on the ground responding and dealing with the flooding situation. And I think it's important for me to, at this juncture, point out some of our findings based on what happened with the flood mitigation. When the Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, instructed her ministers to respond and to be on the ground, we initiated a joint flood mitigation program with the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure led by the Honorable Jerlene John, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries led by the Honorable Ravi Ratiram, all working hand in hand in a coordinated flood mitigation response. We were out there, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that water courses that were not cleaned in 10 years under the PNM was finally being cleaned. We were out there ensuring that people could salvage whatever little they own and it will not be destroyed by the weather. But you know what? I want to tell you, in the Ministry of Local Government, I was amazed that all these years we were in opposition, up to we neck in water, literally. There's a street sign in Valsayn South that the water covers, and I'm not joking, that's to tell you how high the water level comes. When bamboo, and I tall and it reaching past my neck. Mr. Speaker, while we out there in water, up to we waist, as the old people say, up to we neck, fighting up. Mr. Speaker, I am amazed that between the resources held by the state, between every regional corporation, the state agencies within the Ministry of Local Government, we were able to attend to flood mitigation like never before without spending a single additional cent. I am amazed at all the equipment that they have available there, and I'm asking myself, where was this? If you had a government before who had all these things available, you know what was lacking? The political will to care for the people. And that is the difference that we have. We have flood mitigation activities on the ground. We have equipment out there. We have manpower out there. We have water courses being cleared. And this is not limited to any one constituency. When the UNC win, everybody wins. So it's flood mitigation in every single area. But we will continue our efforts, Mr. Chair. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, we will continue our efforts. And you know, when I see how much was not done, I am even more appalled. We are meeting water courses, Mr. Chairman, with whole tree growing inside it. Whole tree. That didn't grow overnight. Big trees. Because it meant that for 10 years, the former government failed to clear those water courses. It meant that for 10 years, they're spending millions and millions. I remember 34 million, 32 million being spent under drainage. And we in opposition at the time asking where the money gone. And now I am seeing the Minister of Infrastructure doing more in less time and spending less money than the wastage that took place before. And I am saying, Mr. Speaker, this 60 million plus that they asked for CPEP could have gone to better use had they not been trying to deal with friends and family. And when you go through that list, Mr. Speaker, I know everybody has come to bus mark, and when you go through that CPEP list and you see the names of the directors of these companies, and you see their names and similar names sitting opposite, Mr. Chairman, when you see how close relatives of members opposite are on that list in terms of CPEP operating as CPEP contractors, and then their own supporters and the rest of Trinidad and Tobago balling, Mr. Speaker, it really is atrocious. And CPEP is really supposed to provide meaningful work for ordinary citizens and to support environmental projects, cleaning up the community and so on. You know what used to happen? I don't know what other areas. I know in St. Augustine, every time it have a political meeting, a PNM meeting, the poor CPEP workers had to put on the red jersey and go outside there. I know, in fact, up to nomination day, I don't know what, also after, up to nomination day, the CPEP workers were in their red jersey, coming up by St. Augustine South Community Center to file. And the members, the new members on the bench, I want you to watch your colleagues' head, see how all them head bend down. They have a reason for it because they know it is truth. They know it is truth. So, Mr. Speaker, I recall there was a time when CPEP sent out a press release to the media to say that there was a memo circulating in the public domain alleging to be from CPEP instructing the workers to go to a political meeting and so on, a PNM political meeting. This was under the former government. And the officials of CPEP at that time sent out a press release to say that it was fake. Now, I don't know whether the memo was true or fake, but Mr. Speaker, I can tell you as a matter of fact that in practice, that is what they did. They forced the CPEP workers to come out to political meetings. That's what they did. Mr. Speaker, it had plenty of people who vote for me who work CPEP because they had no choice, and I see them in their red jersey. But they voted for the UNC, they voted for the UNC, and they will come to all of us on this bench, they will come to us, and they will say, they will tell you quietly, MP, I have no choice. I had to make a living. But don't worry, I am voting for the UNC because they had no choice and they getting just bare minimum. But Mr. Speaker, they couldn't afford macaroni pie. They can't even afford coals for a coal pot. But they knew that they had to get rid of the PNM. They knew that.
They could afford to go double.
Under the PNM, Mr. Speaker, the CPEP and became a political control, and it really lost its purpose. But I want to tell you that while people in Trinidad and Tobago may have paid a price, there is a new government in town. There's a new government in town. People have voted for accountability. They voted for fairness. They voted for us to clean up the mess, and we will do that. Mr. Speaker, there were over 360 CPEP contracts renewed between April 14th and April 24th, 2025. 360 CPEP contracts. And these contracts were renewed days before the election, as you will appreciate, but they were done without cabinet approval. So, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Utilities now has the remit of CPEP. And the minister, I know he has not spoken in this debate, but he and I have regular conversations because the money to pay off for all CPEP bills is still coming from the Ministry of Local Government until the end of this fiscal. And I trust that the Minister of Public Utilities will have a full audit an operational review of CPEP to reveal the wastage and what, in terms of what went on in CPEP. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, I have full confidence that the minister will indeed do so, as he has indicated publicly. Mr. Speaker, there are questionable spendings that we have to now put money to supplement. Out of that 60 million, you know what one of the expenses is? We have to pay 3.5 million to fulfill a lease for a building along the east-west corridor. And the lease, Mr. Chairman, the owner of the building is a close relative of a former government minister. $3.5 million. Mr. Chairman, that building was never even used. And the lease has been terminated, and it is now under review by the Attorney General. But Mr. Speaker, I'm just sharing with you, this is just one of the numerous examples of how the former government has saddled this government and then have the gumption to come here and ask where we getting the money from. Where were you getting the money from? When you passed the budget initially and you had no allocation for these things, and we now have to come to supplement it, where were you planning to get the money from? So, Mr. Speaker, not one of the members on that side has the moral authority to come here and ask where we're getting the money from. Mr. Speaker, when the budget was read in September of 2024, and they knew the expenses, they knew what each of these ministries were doing, they should have asked the former Minister of Finance where he was getting the money from. And it is that incompetence, that failure to plan, that we on this side are fixing, and we have to fix more, and we will fix it, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, I spoke already about workers being threatened if they don't attend rallies. I spoke about CPEP, But Mr. Speaker, there were other state agencies where they did this as well. The RDC was one. The RDC had in it the reforestation program. This reforestation program, Mr. Speaker, was supposed to plant trees in forested areas, particularly along the northern range. It is a whole environmental trust in terms of preserving the environment, preserving the hills, putting back trees where you had fires, bushfires, and so on. And if done right, it could have a positive impact in terms of flood mitigation. You would slow the runoff and this type of things. We had a conference recently where Trinidad and Tobago hosted a conference on climate change. And we have all these things going on. And instead of utilizing the millions of dollars allocated to the reforestation program, you know what they do, Mr. Speaker? They make it into a program where they will use it for political mobilization, political gain. There were workers who had to go into maxis provided by the companies on the instructions of their contractor. These contractors were getting between $45,000 and $50,000 a month to employ the workers to plant trees. Mr. Speaker, given the amount of money they spend, I would really like to know how much tree they're planting. Mr. Speaker, all of us in Trinidad and Tobago want to know value for money. And if your mandate is to plant trees in terms of reforestation, you must have some accountability in terms of where the trees went, where the trees gone, what is the value for money? And just as the CPEP workers were, the reforestation workers were also forced to attend rallies or lose their jobs. I remember a former employee of that program coming to me in tears Poor thing, she come to a UNC Monday night meeting. Next morning, she got to work 5 minutes past 6. 5 minutes late, and they fired her. They used that as the excuse to fire her because they saw her or they were aware that she was at a UNC meeting. Victimization. And that is why they are on that side and we are on this side. Mr. Chairman, I also want to deal, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also want to deal with an issue when connected to the overemployment done by this government. Yes, I call it overemployment because if you have money to employ 10 people for 12 months and you put that in the fiscal and you approve it and Parliament approves it, you have money to hire 10 people. But if you go and hire 10 people by 10, you hire 100 people and you have them walking with you in San Fernando West, you have them walking in Maruga Tableland, you have them in Aruca Lopino, you have them walking with you because you're afraid you lost the election in the marginal seats. And if they don't walk with you, they will get fired. You are hiring beyond what you have money for. And therefore, you give them 1 month contract and 2 month contract, and then trying to create a false kind of narrative that UNC going to fire people. You put the people up a monkey tree, and you are fooling the population or trying to fool the population, and nobody is buying your desperation. Nobody. I think when we had the debate on the TTRA, the member for Labre put it very nicely. All of a sudden, they have hotline. But Mr. Chairman, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that fear-mongering will not work. The population will not be fooled. And just as we see clearly the PNM has lost its way, when they were in government, nothing was working. I WhatsApp the hotline. You know the hotline not working, Mr. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I say that, No, it's WhatsApp. So, Mr. Chairman, certainly there is a need now for the UNC to clean up the PNM's mess. That is our first mandate. Because there's no doubt that the former government has left the country in a mess in every single area, including the fiscal management, including revenue generation and diversification. And to hear members opposite all of a sudden have a voice and want to advise this Minister of Finance about revenue. And look, I wonder if they used to advise Diego Martin Northeast in the former regime. I wonder when they were appointed in his ministry if they ever had a say in the budget.
1 more minute. You have 1 more minute of regular time, member.
Thank you, and I will take my additional time as well, Mr. Speaker.
I suspect you will ask for it, and if it's asked for, it's granted.
Thank you so much for granting me. Mr. Speaker, they are brave now because they have no consequences. But I remember sitting on that side and watching on this side, and there was a member for San Fernando East who could not squeak when it come to finance. And today he have all the advice in the world. So I am so sorry with all his brilliant suggestions that the member for Diego Martin Northeast did not see it fit to take you on at the time, sir. I'm so sorry for you. But I also want to tell you that the advice that you are giving now, you can still feel free to try for Diego Martin Northeast to listen to you. But on this side, we don't need that advice, sir. We don't need your advice. That's okay. I know you are just bubbling with great ideas, and unfortunately, unfortunately, nobody over there took you on. But Mr. Speaker, this government, in addition to having a full audit, I want to take this opportunity to give a level of reassurance to the real workers. I'm not talking about the political contractors and the corrupt practices that will be removed under this PNM. I'm talking about under this UNC government. We will protect real workers. And I want them to know that they have nothing to be afraid of under this UNC government. Mr. Speaker, CPEP will once again serve communities, not political parties and PNM friends and financiers. Mr. Speaker, the other major allocation in this supplementary had to go towards what you call back pay, essentially, for councillors. So the Salary Review Commission increased I don't even want to call it a salary, it's a wage. The amount, the remuneration for councillors, local government councillors, really is so small. It's a stipend, actually, and it really is a stipend, you're correct. And for quite some time, there has been a lot of advocacy to increase their stipend, but they are also considered part-time. Many of them and many UNC councillors are full-time councillors on their own decision, but it really is a part-time position. Now, I remember every time there's a local government election, the members of the PNM suddenly have the nicest things to propose for local government. And you know what happens? Promises never materialize. Never materialize. Since I was a councillor in 2003, I remember Ms. Hazel Manning was the minister under that time, during that time. And I recall there being public consultation and people going down there and giving their ideas. And up to today, do you know, Mr. Chairman, that the only meaningful reform in local government came under Kamala Persad-Bissessar as Prime Minister? And for the first time, you had proportional representation. For the first time in the country's electoral process, you had that provision that allowed all the men to be selected by proportional representation. And that is why we still have that system today. But other than that, you know what is the only other legislative change that was brought about? They up and down the country, they pay a lot of money for local government reform, town meetings and so on. They bring a whole piece of legislation. And the one section of that they proclaimed was a section to change the term of a councillor from 3 years to 4 years because they wanted to postpone the election because they're afraid they'd get licks. That's the only reason they wanted to postpone it. Do you know that there is a proposed clause, Mr. Speaker, that dealt with the remuneration for councillors? And I remember arguing vehemently against this, but they passed it still. And it essentially said that the remuneration for aldermen, councillors, mayors will be determined by the minister with responsibility for finance in consultation with the chief personnel officer. And Mr. Speaker, I felt that no minister should have that prerogative. No politician should decide on other politicians' pay. But nonetheless, they were in charge and they passed the thing, they passed the bill. They never proclaimed it. And I'm asking now, that they must account to the population because the Salary Review Commission has put forward this, the new salaries for our councillors. And I see they get a little increase, but Mr. Speaker, having been a councillor myself and even now as a Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, seeing our councillors out there, I believe that they deserve this salary increase. In fact, they deserve more. Because the UNC have councillors that is work, eh? The UNC councillors is real work. So, Mr. Chairman, that supplementation, Mr. Speaker, that supplementation was justified. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, I am saddened that the first set of money this UNC government has to approve has to be to clean up the PNM's mess. Mr. Speaker, but on the other hand, I am elated that the people of Trinidad and Tobago has been freed of this burden that was hanging around their neck. That the people of Trinidad and Tobago has made a decision. And I want to tell you that we on this side, Trinidad and Tobago, we will not let you down. And I also want the members opposite, and particularly the newer members who might be more sincere of heart, because you don't have cocoa in the sun, I want you to open your eyes and look at find the evidence yourself. The evidence is all around you. Because there are many people who, just like you, were staunch PNM supporters. There are people who only saw red. But when the truth hit them, and they realized they had to tighten their belt till it reached their neck and they're hanging by a noose. When they realized that other people eating the fat off the land and they had to suffer. When they realized that they are facing crime and poor health care and poor roads, and others are just a small group of select PNM people enjoying it. They realized that they had no choice because they were not there to make a decision only for themselves, but for their children. And therefore, you too will see it, and you too will go through your disappointment with the PNM. But, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, for Trinidad and Tobago, there is hope. There is the United National Congress and Kamla Persad-Bissessar as Prime Minister. I thank you.
St. Anne's.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate today. I think it's a very important time, very important bill to have to speak to, and it's very instructive. The debate so far has been very instructive to, one, see what has been appropriated and what has been supplemented, as well as to hear the contributions from the members of the now government of Trinidad and Tobago. It tells you a lot about what you can expect of the government as they move on in their tenure. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is the same UNC of 2010. This is the same UNC, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, based on what I have been hearing and seeing, they will meet the same fate that they met in 2015 very shortly. Mr. Speaker, if our young members, Member for St. Augustine said our young members, their faces are in shock. If their faces are in shock, I am certain it is because they didn't expect the level of theatrics, blustering. They didn't expect the baseless accusations. They didn't expect it. Hollow pronouncements, arrogance, even disrespect that they have seen passing for contributions in this House by members of the other side. I am sure they were also shocked, and I myself was shocked, because this is the first presentation of the new Minister of Finance, the member for Faizabad. It is the most data-poor presentation by a Minister of Finance I have ever heard. And it took our very experienced member for Diego Martin North East and our member for Rima to use some of the terminology that we are accustomed hearing when we are listening to a Minister of Finance present, and to understand some of what exactly would have brought us to this point. But that euphoria will wear thin very soon. And the UNC will have to settle down to the reality. They are the government, and government is more than just posturing. Government is more than just making hollow accusations. It's more than working from home. It's about doing the business of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's more than just busting mark. The member for Barataria San once stood And bus mark after mark after mark had to be battered into place by the members of this bench. Imagine casting aspersions on $1 billion used in legal fees over 10 years, when under the tenure of the UNC, in 5 years, more than that was used. That is a poor excuse for contributions, and I'm hoping that as we go forward, this improves as we move on with this government. The UNC has led a merry chorus in the House. First, it was the economy crash, ad nauseum. Then it changed now to there's a shortfall in the budget, and that's why they have to come back to be able to cover the expenditure. I looked at data relating to countries where the economy crashed. And it was really interesting to me to understand what I was seeing here in Trinidad and Tobago, comparing that with other countries where economies crashed. Because here we are, it's ludicrous that we are actually standing in the parliament discussing a $3.1 billion increase to our annual budget with only 3 months to go to the end of the fiscal. And we are saying our economy crashed. Clearly, our country has a lot of money to spend within the next 3 months. We can't be saying an economy crash is a shortfall because the public servants are waiting patiently to start their negotiations at 10%, not so? In this appropriation bill, we are approving over $200 million in increases and back pay for government staff, including the UNC parliamentarians, in this very report that we're debating here. So how are we discussing crash, shortfall, and that type of expenditure? In a crash, banks fold. In a crash, property begins to sell for nothing like dog cheap. Where in Trinidad and Tobago is that taking place? So I can understand why the talk has changed from crash. The Heritage and Stabilization Fund stands at over $6 billion today in Trinidad and Tobago due to the proper fiscal management of the PNM government. That's not an economy that's crashed. I noticed how studiously it was avoided. The fact that the economy in Trinidad and Tobago registered growth in 2022, 2023, 2024, and is projected growth in 2025. Studiously avoided saying all of that to add to this narrative. We have the lowest water rates, electricity rates for many countries in the world. So no evidence of a crash. And so the story changed now to a shortfall. Where's the evidence of that even? So it is clear that this whole thread of conversation about economic crash and the shortfall, that is just arrant nonsense. That is just an excuse for the UNC to cry wolf. And the member for Arima said it best, to cry wolf, to set the stage so that when the promises, the reckless promises that were made cannot be kept, there'll be an excuse, and that excuse will be the PNM, but we will have none of it. We will have none of it. 500 houses a week. 500 houses a week. Where are the 1,000? I look forward to the answer to that question in this house. 10% starting negotiation for the public servants, waiting for that too.
That's 26,000 houses a year.
26,000 houses a year. Already moves made to cut the revenue streams of the TCRNA and the property tax. I left a page free, Mr. Speaker. I left a page free in my speaking notes so that I could write down how the UNC government planned to increase the revenue to be able to carry out the promises. Mr. Speaker, I was sorely disappointed in the member for Faizabad. My page had to stay blank because there was nothing
absolutely vacuous. The contribution had nothing at all to speak about how revenue would be raised to be able to meet these promises. We heard about a CAF loan for Tobago and vague references to borrowing and drawdowns. No plan. No plan for increasing the revenue. Underprepared. You had 10 years you were waiting in the wilderness. You arrive at this point with no plan to deal with governance. But maybe I am wrong, because my friend from Caroni Central said, he is the plan for the UNC, man. He said you just have to see him and the money coming. So maybe that's the plan. Say that. Say that. What are the facts, Mr. Speaker? What are the facts? For the 5 years, and I'm going back a little bit in the history because we spoke a lot about deficit budgeting. We spoke about that. And if we look at what has happened from 2010 to now, which covers the period of the UNC as well as the period with PNM, it is a fact that from 2010 to 2015, this country under the UNC government ran deficit budgets. That's not made up by the PNM. In 2010, it was 2.8 billion. 2011, 2.2. 2012, 3.5. 2013, 6.5. 2014, 4.4. 2015, 2.7. So it is clear that the financial difficulties of this country did not start with the PNM.
Not at all.
The UNC governed from 2010 to 15, knowing that this was an issue. They grappled with it too. So understanding that they grappled with it, understanding that we would have had to do that, we were left with a $5 billion bill to pay for back pay for public servants. And understanding what happened to COVID, globally, economies based on COVID, it would have been pellucid to the UNC that there were financial difficulties. Trinidad and Tobago is not alone. Many countries. Yet still, the UNC has come to government in 2025 and installed the largest cabinet in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. The UNC has come to this parliament to increase the deficit to 9.67 billion, even more than predicted. When the Minister of Finance, member for Faizabad, spoke today, he gave the figure. That at least he gave. 9.67 billion. And the back pay ain't come yet, Mr. Speaker. So when we include the back pay, which starts at what? 10% minimum. What is the condition of the deficit that the people of Trinidad and Tobago are going to be made to bear based on the decisions of a government that ought to have known and did know that this country was facing financial difficulty? Yet still stood on platforms convincing people that irresponsible promises could be made and could be kept. And now is here to try to insinuate that it is the fault of the PNM because the PNM crashed the economy. The PNM left a shortfall. That is disingenuous and irresponsible of the UNC. The supplementation in the report that we are discussing is mainly for recurrent expenditure, 2.86 billion. So in terms of development program funds, and the member for Arima brought that out, there is little that will channel long-term growth and development. So we are here discussing this report to increase the deficit to over 9 billion for 2025. And I cast my mind back to Monday's sitting, where we went line by line and examined the supplementation.
Mr. Speaker, minister after minister sat in the committee and seemed clueless about what they were bringing here for us to discuss. I myself asked a number of questions of a number of ministers, and the response was that they will consider providing the information at a later date. Well, I have no information with me now, so I wasn't even able to use the information to understand the direction of the UNC government. No information provided. Ministry of Homeland Security, $14 million. Question after question, smirk, laughter, because clearly it's a joke. Public utilities, $489 million. I will consider supplying the information in writing. No information supplied up to now. Ministry of Education, $455 million. And I'm going to drill down there. 18,000 laptops, all Form 1 students or students who have done SEA going into Form 1 will be supplied with a laptop. $76 million expenditure. What about the procurement? Who is the supplier? What is the cost per device? What are the specifications? What's the delivery date? Not one of these questions could be answered regarding an expenditure of $76 million that we are being asked to approve. That is supposed to happen in the next 3 months. Book grants. You know, there's a quote. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. We are flattered at the PNM. We are flattered on this side. We're flattered that you're continuing the good practice of giving the book grants. But even the simplest question as to when they will be delivered, taken into account that the application process was done before the minister came in to start his tenure, even that question could not be answered, and as of today, is not answered. School repair, a topic we all love to hear about. $83 million in the report that we are being asked to approve. The minister still does not have the final list of schools for repair during the vacation. When asked, so how did the amount come about? The minister could not give a response for that. When asked, would this cover all the schools that need repair? Because that's an urgent issue in this country, that all the schools require repair. When asked that question about an $83 million expenditure, the minister was able to say that it would not. So there are schools that are not going to be repaired, that need repair. And when asked how the differentiation would be made between what is done and what is not done, again, I'm awaiting the answer in writing. But just a while ago, when someone else was there, the UNC was very critical of this strategy and thought that all schools that needed repair should be done. But a couple weeks later, the talk has changed, but we're not surprised because the member for Faizabad just a couple weeks ago was very critical of the tax amnesty, and the member for Diego Martin Northeast can bear me out. But just a little while after, quietly, secretly almost, when the minister moved from opposition to government, the minister employed the very same tax amnesty strategy that he criticized just a little bit before. So I'm not surprised that when the UNC is in opposition, they could see exactly what is to be done. But when they now have the chance to do it, they are not doing it. And I'm saying that the fact is that the UNC has under-budgeted school repairs in the mid-year review. They should have given more money to that because there is no crash, and we established that. There is no crash, and there is no issue of funding. It is political will that is the issue. And therefore, Member for St. Augustine spoke to it, political will. When funding is available and actions are not done, then it is political will. And therefore, if the UNC could have been so critical of the fact that priority had to be placed in school repair, and at the time when the UNC was in opposition, they were sure that all schools could be fixed, then when it is your chance now, you are governing now, and you have the power to fix all of them. And when I asked the minister, I made sure to ask, because I wanted to understand that the UNC was doing as they said. And it was clear that if there's one thing the minister was sure about, was that they were under budgeting the school repairs. Stand here today and say that the PNM under budgeted and that's why there's a shortfall. You are doing the same thing and you are the government now. You should be doing better. The UNC knew. The UNC knew that schools were an issue. Because in 2012, Tutor condemned the state of schools. 2013, the Express of September 4, 2013, the minister at that time, the UNC minister, said it was an impossible task to repair all schools before the new academic year. In 2014, the Express of September 1, 2014, it said 8 schools did not open at the start of the academic year. The UNC has been grappling with this problem. You wouldn't have believed it in the last 10 years because they acted as though they did not understand the difficulty when the difficulty existed since then. So now that the UNC is back in government with an opportunity to do better, why did they under budget school repairs? The UNC must stop making excuses. Take charge of the situation. When you're in government, it's more than just posturing, photo ops. It is hard work, hard decisions, and there is no shortfall. There is no economic crash. The funding is available, and therefore, it is political will that is lacking on the UNC side. The PNM took this nation through the decline that was caused by COVID. The UNC was very quick to tell the population that the PNM was not being truthful. We held spotlights on the economy. The minister at that time, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, faced the population. The Honorable Prime Minister at that time, speaking about the difficulties, and every single time, the UNC in opposition at the time was always very cynical and very much in disbelief. Yet the UNC in government now wants us to believe that they don't have the funds to do what is required. No evidence of a crash. Evidence of growth in this economy. That is what the data shows, not the PNM data. Data from the IMF, data from the central bank. So there is enough to do what is required. And I'm disappointed that the UNC does not have the political will to walk the talk. And they spoke a lot over the last 10 years. We have heard promises from the UNC that speak about housing. The UNC has repealed the Revenue Authority. They have done away with the property tax. We are still awaiting the revenue plan outside of member for Caroni Central. And another part of what is strange strategy, especially if you have an economic crunch. We have a lot of vulnerable children that we have to see about in this country. It's part of what we do, especially at the Ministry of Education. Yet still, there are children that can't afford, parents who can't afford to get a laptop for their children. But the UNC strategy is to give everybody,
Give millionaires.
whether you're a millionaire, a billionaire, you get a laptop from the government. Yet, in the book grants that they have followed the PNM to do, and we're happy they're doing it, the PNM's threshold for the book grant was $10,000. So anybody under $10,000 would have been automatically qualified. The UNC, and I asked the minister, and the minister said that it was now $8,000. So there are people who are working for a household income between $8,000 and $10,000. Sometimes with 3 children, 4 children, 5 children. They no longer qualify for a book grant. But millionaires can get a laptop.
What a thing.
That is what you call misplaced priorities. And when you say to me that there's a shortfall or there's a crunch, and you are using the money you have available to you in that way, it says to me that, one, either there's no shortfall and no crunch, and you're just spending money how you feel to spend it, or it says that you don't understand what you do and how you govern a country when you have a crunch. And that concerns me more, Mr. Speaker. That concerns me more. A lot has been said about protecting the children and how the UNC is going to be protecting children using the allocation in education. Yet, no plan has been presented to deal with school violence. A lot was said about that, and the PNM would have done a lot. Putting in restorative practitioners, identifying the schools as schools of focus, training the teachers, putting in school social workers and guidance counselors devoted to those schools. All those things would have been done. But what did we hear from the Honorable Prime Minister on this matter? Lock them up. But that tied into what we heard just a little bit earlier. Because in the allocation and the report that we are discussing, I saw nothing in there in this mid-year review for the completion of youth camps, for expanding MyLAT and MyPart, and for continuing the CCC. I saw none of that. So I am expecting, Mr. Speaker, that those programs are fully funded, because if we care about the children and we have an ongoing issue with school violence, and the UNC, again, they know that that is a problem. It's been a problem since their time. Then I would have expected that some of the funding available would have been used to deal with some of these youth programs. But I saw nothing there, so I'm expecting that that is fully funded. Because if it is not, then it means that, again, we are saying one thing with our mouth and posing for pictures, but we are not doing what is required to help the children of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that a means test is not being applied for laptops. It reeks of political sloth, because it takes work to do, but it's been done before. And in the same way that the UNC followed the plan for the book grants, they can follow the plan for the means test. And I want to commend that to the members on the other side. Mr. Speaker, we have an underprepared UNC government. 10 years waiting, 10 years we would have hoped planning, 10 years to look at
the best of PNM governance. Take what they found good and put in what they wanted to put in, even. But we have arrived at a point where we are 10 years in waiting, and there is still no plan. The plan can't be to make unrealistic promises, like 500 houses a week, a starting increase for public servants of 10%. Yet you decrease the revenue streams. You make no effort to introduce equity into what you are granting in the education sector. And of course, the ultimate, blame the PNM for crashing the economy, for leaving us with a shortfall. That, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. The UNC is in the seat. The UNC has to govern. And I wonder why this concerted effort to present like there is less available than is actually available for governance. I wonder why. I call on the UNC to settle down to the business of governance. I call on the UNC to go beyond lip service and photo ops and prioritize vulnerable children by indicating when parents can get their book grants so that they can plan for it and they can know they are getting it. That is a courtesy. I call on the UNC to put the threshold for the book grants back to $10,000 and allow more children to get the book grant that vulnerable children need. Mr. Speaker, can I have my extra 15 minutes? Thank you kindly. I call on the UNC, well, let me start over. I call on the UNC to settle down to the business of governing this country. I call on the UNC to go beyond lip service photo ops for Father's Day or any other time and prioritize vulnerable children by indicating when parents can get the book grant. That is important to them. They need to plan. They need to know if they're getting it. I ask that the UNC consider increasing the threshold back to $10,000 household income and allowing more children to get this grant. It is necessary for especially households where you have many children going to school. I call on the UNC to allocate adequate funding towards the youth camps, MyLAT and MyPAT, and continue the good work that the People's National Movement government was doing. I call on the UNC to enforce and deepen the existing policies for reducing school indiscipline. We had many things in place and they are still there. Make sure they are working, monitor them, add where needs to be added. There is no crunch. We have enough funding. The opening of Parliament cost us, and it's in this report, $750,000. The UNC government approved for it. $750,000 on the opening of Parliament. And if we have that, then we have enough to help more of our vulnerable children. And the last call I make is to increase the funding allocated for school repairs. That has been a problem since the UNC's time. It was a priority for the PNM. And the UNC has the funding now. They have the funding and they have the power to increase the amount allocated for school repairs and fix all of our schools. I await for Santa Cruz Presbyterian. I await for La Pastora government. I await for all the schools in my constituency that need help, just like all of the others. You have the power. I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, there is no economic crunch.
Mr. Speaker, Tobago spoke.
I reiterate, add to the 21 schools that the PNM built under its tenure. Add to that. Add to it. Continue. The member for Oak East knows well because he was at a number of the openings. He is not refuting it, Mr. Speaker. They know it is true. Add to the 21 schools that the PNM did. There is no economic crash. There is no crunch. There is no evidence of any shortfall. So all that stops the UNC from doing what is required is political will. This is the time to govern. This is the time to lead. And what you prescribe for the PNM, that same medicine, it is now time for you, the UNC, to take it. Mr. Speaker, thank you kindly.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Monday, June 23rd, 2025 at 10:30 a.m., where we'll continue this debate.
Members, before putting the question to the House, as you all are aware, we celebrate two important holidays this weekend, and I should like now to invite members from both sides to make some brief remarks and greetings. I am for Labor Day first, member for Point Fortin.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride and appreciation that I rise tonight, on the eve of June 19th, to extend, first and foremost, congratulations to you for being the Speaker of this House. And in addition to that, to continue the congratulations to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar SC, for being elected for the second time the first female Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, it has been 20 years in coming that today, Labour, for real, stands in this House to deliver an address on the eve of Labor Day. Mr. Speaker, on June 19, 1937, the workers led by their rebel leader, Tuba Uriah Buzz Butler, or Chief Servant, as they fondly called him, stood up against colonial oppression, poor working conditions, and defended their rights as citizens, or to be recognized as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago against the then colonial authorities. It is well known, Mr. Speaker, that during that particular day, June 19th, it was the women in the movement that protected the chief servant on that blessed day. And once again, it is a woman that is a fearless woman that is leading and protecting this country. This movement that started on June 19, 1937, later led to the formation of possibly the most influential and powerful union in the English-speaking Caribbean, now known today as the Oilfields Workers Trade Union. And at that time, Tuba Uriah Buzz Butler himself, he was in hiding, or the threat of arrest. He had no choice but to hand the reins of power to a young, bright lawyer and social activist, Adrian Cola Rienzi, who became the first President General of the Oilfields Workers Trade Union. Mr. Speaker, on April 28, 2025, the United National Congress Coalition of Interests was given a mandate by the people of Trinidad and Tobago to a victory in the general elections. Mr. Speaker, and in the true spirit of the Butlerite tradition, the constituencies of Point Forte and Labre were skillfully and decisively removed after 39 years from the oppressive hand of the People's National League. Which I dare say was under the former Prime Minister at the time, the Honorable Member for Port of Spain St. Anne's West, Mr. Siot Young. Mr. Speaker, this victory was not just for the beautiful, hard-working people of Point Forte and Labre, but for all the workers of Petrotrin, Pointe-à-Pierre, Point Forte, Santa Flora, Pinal Barracourt, Forest Reserve, and definitely the workers of the now shut down refinery that has cost this country billions and billions of dollars in not having earned foreign exchange. Mr. Speaker, it was a victory against the structural deconstruction of all of the socio-economic gains of the labor movement from 1937 to present. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it was a victory against the deliberate underdevelopment and the orchestrated poverty of the masses in the interest of small groups of oligarchs, multinationals, and local tycoons. It was a victory against arrogance, a victory against haughtiness, and a victory against a prideful soul, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we wish to recognize the sacrifices and the risks that were taken by the brave and resilient labor leaders, Comrade Ansel Roger, OWTU, and Comrade Felicia of the PSA. And some, not all, and some of the unions, of the joint trade union movement, who took the risk to take a politically conscious decision to support the UNC coalition of interests. Today, on the eve of Labor Day 2025, we, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, led by our fearless leader, Kamla Persad Bissessa SC, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, wish to extend our deepest and heartfelt solidarity greetings to all labor leaders, the entire trade union movement of Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed all of the workers of Trinidad and Tobago as we chart a progressive way forward towards the implementing of the workers' agenda. Mr. Speaker, in the words of our Latin America revolutionaries, La lucha continua. The struggle continues. Mr. Speaker, and in the tradition of the labor movement, we say, forward ever, backward never, forward ever, backward never. Long live the workers of Trinidad and Tobago. Long live the United Nations Coalition of Interests. Long live our Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa SC.
Member for Port of Spain South. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely congratulate the Honourable Member for Point Fortin on his maiden speech in the House. But I think I may have to do some edification for his obfuscation of history in this House. I am happy that he and the Honourable Member for Labre think that they're in the House and Labour, they represent Labour. But this is not the first representation, Mr. Speaker, of Labour What about Tubal Uriah Butler, who sat in this house as a representative of Labour? What about Adrian Riola Kenzie, who sat here? What about George Weeks? What about Albert Gomes? And what about the first servant, Basio Pandey? You're not the first. Do not rewrite history. Do not rewrite history.
Mr. Speaker, can I turn your attention to 48.4 and 48.6? This is a greeting in the most disgusting and disgraceful way the member for Port is being served.
I would have thought that this being a period of greeting, that one, we would have employed temperate language. Two, we would have brought greetings appropriate for the occasion. And three, I did, quite frankly. And three, we would stay away from insinuations like that. Shall I ask you to continue forward? And please confine it to greetings.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to correct the record for the honourable member to understand that Labour has always been a part in this House and a part of the People's National Movement. In that regard, it is with a genuine sense of humility that I bring greetings to the Labour movement and to all citizens of this beloved Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. As we pause, Mr. Speaker, to celebrate the Labour force in Trinidad and Tobago, we on this side commit and recommit ourselves to them as representing the lifeblood of our country. We remember at this time, Mr. Speaker, the workers who rose early in the sun to build, to protect, to educate, and to nurture their children and this country, and to make it into what it has become and what it will continue to be. From the fields of Caroni to the oil fields in Point Fortin and La Brea, from the classroom to the construction sites, from the markets, from the ministries, today, on behalf of the opposition, we salute you. Labor Day, Mr. Speaker, is not an ordinary day of observance. As pointed out by the honourable member for Point Fortin, it had its origins in 1937, the 19th of June. And we recognize the first servant. But Mr. Speaker, as we recognize the first servants and we glance back, we also want to ensure that Labour continues to be a living and breathing entity in this country. And it is at this moment that we acknowledge and reaffirm our duty on this side to continue the struggle and to try to build and continue to ensure and engender a working relationship. It is within this context that our founding father, in 1956, under his leadership, the Honorable Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, the People's National Movement held fast to the principle of economic independence and development. It was not an easy road coming out of independence, and there were some pitfalls. The Industrial Stabilization Act of 1965 was a pitfall, but as a responsible government then, that act, because there were so many issues with it, was repealed and replaced by the Industrial Relations Act of 1972. That was under a P&M government, and you cannot rewrite history. A balance was restored by the repeal of the ISA and the introduction of the IRA because the Industrial Relations Act was geared to safeguard the rights of workers to organize themselves and be represented, and had formal mechanisms for the recognition of trade unions, the recognition of collective bargaining, and structured trade dispute resolution. That was a policy implemented by the People's National Movement. In fact, my research tells me, in the words of the late Dr. Eric Eustace Williams, he said, the trade union movement and the government must not be antagonistic. They are partners in the enterprise of national development. Those are the words of our founding father. It is in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, that today we celebrate not just resistance and resilience, but we celebrate unity. Might I remind this House, Mr. Speaker, and the country that it was under the People's National Movement that collective bargaining was legally enshrined in our industrial relations framework. Let me remind the country that the right to be recognized by a union to bargain in good faith and to have access to the industrial court via locus standi of a union, that was presented by the People's National Movement. Equally, our party's leadership recognized that a lasting peace and development could only come through partnership. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we introduced the tripartite arrangement. And I am hoping it did not crash. Labour walked out. I am hoping that now the two honorable members on the other side will come back to the table, because we on this side are willing to continue the tripartite arrangement. The PNM's commitment, I was there, so I speak from first-hand knowledge. So the honorable member from San Fernando East, we were there. The People's National Movement's commitment to labor is not rhetorical. It is real. It is real. We introduced free universal education in Trinidad and Tobago, allowing the children of workers to have education without paying for it. You can't rewrite history. We expanded the public service, bringing thousands of citizens into secure, pensionable employment. You cannot rewrite history. So, Mr. Speaker, at this stage in our development, I say to all members of the labor movement who are awaiting the promises made, the status quo will not endure forever. It will not endure forever. Joy cometh in the morning. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Hold the fort, for we are coming. The PNM will work its way back with whatever means necessary, Barataria San Juan. And we will work the way back in the hearts and the minds of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we will work our way back to the seat of power in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to thank, before I take my seat, my mother, who worked hard in people's houses to ensure I could stand here, be it across there or here, and be independent from anybody. I want to thank her for giving me that, so that it doesn't matter whether I'm in government or in opposition, I could turn my own chambers and stand up my shingles. To the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we say to you, have a meaningful Labor Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I too should like to share a small, and I emphasize brief, tribute on the occasion of Labor Day 2025. Labor Day in Trinidad and Tobago, traditionally observed annually on June 19th, is a powerful testament to resilience, strength, and the contributions of workers who have stamped their mark indelibly in this nation's history and progress. This significant day commemorates the 1937 labor uprising led by the Venerable Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler and other pioneers of the trade union movement, such as Captain Arthur Andrew Cipriani, the equally venerable Adrian Cola Rienzi, the memorable George Weeks, Elma Francois, and Albert Maria Gomes. But this was no mere movement. This was a movement that put at the top and at its highest priority the clamor for fair wages, improved working conditions, improved workers' rights, and most importantly, given the epoch in our peculiar history, which at that time, which it developed, the right for social justice. It was a movement that transformed the country's social, economic, and political landscape. Even today, those rights clamored for in its infancy in 1937 are today entrenched in our constitutional rights. The labor movement also gave rise, as was so passionately put by the MP for Port of Spain South, to the collective bargaining process and saw the birth of a specialized court in which the trade unions had the only locus to bring cases on behalf of workers, recognizing, of course, that the process of bringing a case by a worker is a tedious, drawn-out, and expensive process, and thus the prescient wisdom of giving the trade unions the power to bring the cases is one of the great hallmarks of achievement of the labor movement. I am sure that members will agree that Labor Day is more than just a public holiday. It is a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who stood against exploitation and injustice. It is also a testament to the commitment to achieve a fair and equitable and socially just Trinidad and Tobago. Furthermore, it is a testament to our forefathers and mothers and their deep and abiding belief in the equitable and fair distribution of resources in what was at that time a developing plural society. Their courage laid the foundation for the labor laws and workers' rights, which we benefit from today. Those rights, which I have referred to earlier, have now set the stage for deep-seated and everlasting social, economic, and political change. And it is today we must pay homage to the progenitors of that movement, because today we are the beneficiaries of their struggles. As we celebrate, we honor not only the heroes and heroines of the past, but also the hard-working men and women who continue to foster and keep these values alive in this Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Labor Day also calls for reflection on the ongoing struggles which workers continue to face, such as job insecurity, wage disparities, and the need for stronger protections in an evolving economy and an ever-changing society. It is a time to renew our commitment to fairness, dignity, and equality in the workplace, as compassion forges unity and solidarity, showcasing the vibrant spirit of the labor movement. As we enjoy the holiday, Let us remember that every worker's effort, no matter how small, how minuscule we may think it is, contributes to the overall growth of the nation. Whether through formal employment, entrepreneurship, or services, labor has always been and continues to be, and I dare say will always be, the backbone of our society. On this Labor Day, let us continue to advocate for continued progress, support for local businesses and indigenous operations, and strive to uplift each other in pursuit of a just and prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. I am pleased to say Happy Labor Day to the nation and Happy Labor Day to the labor movement. As we are aware, we also celebrate Corpus Christi this weekend. Can I invite the member from Mayaro to bring short greetings?
Mr. Speaker, this evening I rise on behalf of the government members of the House of Representatives to offer and wish the Christian community, and indeed our nation, a holy, blessed, and spiritually enriching Corpus Christi 2025. The Feast of Corpus Christi, known as the Solemnity of the Body and Blood of Christ, celebrates the body of Jesus and the Eucharist, and is a reminder of God's presence, his love, and unending dedication to us, even in the toughest of times. The Blessed Feast of Corpus Christi reminds us of Jesus' offering of his body and blood as a lasting memorial of his saving death for us. The Gospel of Mark tells us that at the Last Supper, Jesus told his disciples, "This is my blood of the covenant, which will be shed for many." Corpus Christi, therefore, is not only an acknowledgement of God's never-ending presence amongst us, but it is a reminder of his sacrifice and promise to ensure our salvation. Corpus Christi is a day that provides us with the opportunity to reflect on God's constant provision of hope, sustenance, joy, refuge, and love in our daily lives. Corpus Christi calls on us as citizens to always believe in God's mercy, calls on us to always act in goodness, always defy wrongdoing in society, and most importantly, stand for justice. As a matter of fact, these are some of the principles by which our government continues to operate by on a daily basis as we work for the development, upliftment, and betterment of all. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government members of the House of Representatives and the Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, General Kamla Prasad Bisesa, we offer and wish the Christian community and the national community at whole a happy and blessed Corpus Christi 2025. Thank you.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This period of the year is a very important time for Christians, in particular Catholics. Corpus Christi is the Thursday after Trinity Sunday, which celebrates the mystery of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, three in one. Trinity Sunday itself is the Sunday after Pentecost Sunday, which celebrates the descent of the Holy Spirit on the apostles. So at this particular time in the Christian church, particularly the Catholic Church, because Corpus Christi is primarily a Catholic celebration, with some of the Anglican churches joining in and maybe some other Christian denominations. But what Corpus Christi celebrates, Mr. Speaker, is the Eucharist. And it originated in the 13th century when a saint, Saint Juliana of Liège, asked the then Pope, Pope Urban, to create a holiday to celebrate the Eucharist itself, so that Catholics in particular would understand the true meaning of the Eucharist, the transfiguration of the bread into the body of Christ. And therefore, it's a very important time for us, for those of us who are practicing Catholics. There's a whole series of events at this part of the year. It's a very holy period for us. And I therefore join with the government, and I join with the members of this House, and I join with the Catholic community in particular, who will celebrate this important event in the Catholic calendar with a procession, as is our tradition. Many different communities engage in processions. There is the primary procession, which will be led by the Archbishop in Port of Spain, but many other Catholic communities will make their way around parts of Port of Spain and other urban areas in Trinidad and Tobago to celebrate this very important issue, the whole question of the celebration of the Eucharist. So I joined with all of us here and the Catholic community, bringing greetings to the Catholic Church and the Christian communities that celebrate it as well, to celebrate this most important festival, the festival of the Eucharist. Thank you.
Honorable members, I too should like to join in expressing some brief greetings to the Roman Catholic community, Christians, and all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as we celebrate Corpus Christi, a sacred celebration of faith, unity, and indeed divine grace. This solemn feast, rooted in the Eucharist, reminds us of Christ's enduring presence and sacrifice. It calls upon us to reflect on the values of compassion, gratitude, and spiritual renewal. The sacrament honored on Corpus Christi is about encountering the real and personal presence of Jesus the Christ, and not just remembering him symbolically. This belief is profoundly entrenched in what Jesus himself taught and what the early Christian community, as guided by the teachings of figures such as St. Paul, observed. The bread of life discourse in John chapter 6 is the foundation. John repeatedly and emphatically states that he, Jesus Christ, made God into flesh, is the living bread that offers eternal life, and that to have life within us, we must eat his flesh and drink his blood. For Catholics, this is understood not merely symbolically, but as a literal partaking in Christ's true body and blood under the appearances of bread and wine. It signifies the profound union believers have with Christ, who offers himself as the Word, as true spiritual nourishment. This teaching, along with Jesus' words at the Last Supper, "This is my body, this is my blood," 1 Corinthians 11:23-26, represents the covenant and the sacrament of communion. For Catholics and many other Christians, it is a powerful reminder of the ultimate price paid for us and the immense love of the Lord who gave his only begotten Son. The Eucharist is seen as making Christ's saving sacrifice truly present, allowing believers to participate in it and receive his life-giving grace. Traditionally, Corpus Christi is not only a religious observance, but it also has evolved into a cultural marker, heralding the arrival of the rainy season. Many of our farmers wholly believe that crops planted on this day are blessed with abundance, a testament to the deep connection between faith, nature, and our way of life. In this same spirit, I urge all citizens to plant seeds of resilience, kindness, and unity in our communities. Just as the rains nourish the earth, let us nurture a society grounded in patience, joy, tolerance, discipline, and peace, qualities that will sustain us through challenges and help our nation flourish. As we celebrate the feast of Corpus Christi, may we also remember those in need, extending generosity where required. Let this Corpus Christi inspire us to strengthen the bonds that hold us together as one people. To all, I wish a blessed, joyous, and safe Corpus Christi. I thank you. Honorable members, before I move to the question which is on the motion that was put by the Leader of Government Business, can I crave your indulgence to remind the membership of the post-election seminar, which will be held from Tuesday, June 24th to Wednesday, June 25th, from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Parliamentary Complex, Cabildo Building, at the J. Maurice Hamilton Room. For the benefit of the new members, if I could crave your indulgence for 1 minute. In the early life of each parliament, specifically after a general election, a post-election seminar is held. This program provides training and meaningful discussion on matters related to members, such as addressing challenges as a member of parliament, understanding roles and responsibilities, sharing best practices, and promoting good governance. This post-election seminar is hosted in collaboration with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, United Kingdom, Parlaméricas, and the Trinidad and Tobago Parliament. Members would already have received an email invitation to attend the post-election seminar. In an effort to ensure that members are clear on the arrangements for the seminar, kindly allow me to confirm that Tuesday, June 24th and Wednesday, June 25th are designated for all members of Parliament, and Thursday, June 26th is designated for the presiding officers only. We look forward to your participation. I also ask that the Leader of the House and the Chief Whip to actively persuade your colleagues towards ensuring success of this endeavor via active participation. In these circumstances, honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Monday, June 23rd, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Monday, June 23rd, 2025 at 10:30 a.m.